Please be seated. Before we commence today's business, I wish to advise members that the Minister of Justice is unable to be in the chamber today. Therefore, she has rescheduled the oral statement on the Katie Simpson case review for Tuesday, the 5th of May. Timothy Gaston has been given leave to make a statement on the car bomb at Dunmurry Police Station, which fulfils the criteria set out in Standing Order 24. He and all other members will have 3 minutes to speak, and just the usual arrangements of standing in your place. Mr. Gaston.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It will not be lost on anyone that the bombing of Dunmurry PSNI station took place just days after a debate in Belfast City Hall on the statue of a convicted bomber. One can't, with any credibility, defend furniture shop bomber Bobby Sands and then condemn the PSNI station bombers just days later. Both were reckless and both were evil. Indeed, the very car used in the Dunmurry bombing was hijacked in Twinbrook, where the illegal Bobby Sands statue is located. When we have a First Minister, a self-styled First Minister for all, who tells us there was no alternative to the bombings of Sands and his colleagues, don't be surprised that terrorists continue to use the tactics from the Sinn Féin IRA manual to carry out attacks on officers in 2026. Terrorism is a moral absolute. It always was and always will be wrong, something many on the Sinn Féin benches can't say. This morning we had a call from the Chief Constable on the Nolan Show, where he appealed for unconditional support of the PSNI. Are all the parties in this House happy to offer that support? I remind the members that the Sinn Féin member for South Antrim, Mr Declan Kearney, made clear only a few years ago that Sinn Féin's support for the PSNI has always been conditional. Perhaps the members opposite would like to clear up that matter and disown Mr Kearney's previous comments, or is that still the Sinn Féin position here today? Justifying the violence against police officers in the past, conditional support for police officers in the present. To be blunt, the response from Sinn Féin to both the Lurgan bomb at the start of the month and the Dunmurry bomb on Saturday night simply hasn't been good enough. I do want to pay tribute to the officers, for the brave officers stationed in Dunmurry on Saturday evening, who selflessly risked their own lives to evacuate the homes of those close to where the bomb went off. Where this brings us back to is the bomb attack at the weekend is yet another reminder of the unseemly and immoral sham which passes for a government in this House laid up.
Mr. Clark.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And as already been said in terms of that attack in Dunmurry, many people either knew about it late on Saturday night or awoke to it on Sunday morning. And clearly there was shock within that community and the wider community of Northern Ireland on how this has been premeditated and carried out. Our thoughts obviously first go with the police officers who could have been affected in such a tragic way, and those families affected. We've heard the Deputy Chief Constable on at the weekend where those officers were risking their own lives to help their communities, which they do on a regular basis, where they escorted families and young children from their homes whenever this actual bomb was detonated. To say it's despicable wouldn't be strong enough a word to use for those actions carried out by those individuals responsible. Mr. Speaker, we're all too aware of the press commentary this last couple of weeks around the illegal memorial of Bobby Sands in West Belfast. Some of us have to wonder, is this in correspondence to that? Is this some sort of a nod to his time when he bombed the furniture shop in Dunmurry also? But we can't forget, of course, how Sinn Féin continually romanticise violence across Northern Ireland on every occasion they get, glorifying people who carried out similar acts, and indeed worse, where they've taken people's lives. And it takes us to what the First Minister has come out at the weekend and condemned this attack, but is yet to condemn all of the previous attacks carried out by the then IRA. She talks about there was no alternative. Mr. Speaker, everyone, or most people on this side of the benches, appreciates there was alternatives. And this chamber has been the alternative. Democracy has been the alternative, and it is the only show in town. Violence has stood for nothing, only destroyed people's lives, destroyed families, destroyed homes, and much worse, of course, Mr. Speaker. So to listen to Sinn Féin glorifying terrorism at every opportunity, I think shame on them, and because these people who are coming behind them now look at what Sinn Féin have said in the past and what they're doing now.
John Burrows.
The attack on Dunmurry Police Station was reckless and reprehensible. We are fortunate this morning we're not dealing with the death and murder of a man, woman, child, or indeed, as it transpired, a baby. We should keep the level of threat in context, and that is that these dissident Republicans have been heavily infiltrated, highly degraded in their capability. But there's no such thing as complete security, no such thing as total intelligence. There are occasional gaps, and whilst they have in their heart the desire to murder and some capability, they remain a clear and present danger. It is incumbent on us all to condemn terrorism completely and encourage people to give the support to the PSNI to plug those intelligence gaps. It's also incumbent, and I look at Mr Muir standing in for the Justice Minister, to ensure we get full resourcing of the PSNI, who are both trying to deal with normal policing today, domestic violence, child abuse images, and also tackle a threat that is principally lined up against them. But I do have to join other unionists in challenging Sinn Féin, because the dissident Republicans are the latest in a continuum of Republicans who have justified using death and destruction for political ends. And you give them legitimacy when you say it is in principle okay, if the time is right, if the circumstances are right, to kill people for a political objective. They are following your ideology and they're following your textbook. Violence wasn't wrong because you say it's wrong. It wasn't right because you said it's right. The most powerful thing you could do is at some stage stand up and show leadership and say to the entire Republican community, it isn't right, it won't be right, and it is never right to blow people to smithereens, to murder people, to injure people, to bereave people, to orphan people, to widow people in the name of politics. And if you did that, you would remove the very legitimacy that these people cling on to. And remember the moral responsibility. It was your party that wrote the manual for what these people do now. The difference between the dissidents and the provisionals is you were, as hard as this is to say, better at it. Patsy Gillespie chained to a human bomb, made to drive to a checkpoint. His only crime was to work for the security forces in a canteen. That is the legacy you've left. I'm glad you no longer support violence today, but if you really want to make a contribution to people in the years and decades ahead, stand up, say it's never right, it was never right, and call upon your entire community to turn their backs on dissident Republican terrorism, their backs on the narrative that terrorism can be okay, and to fully support the PSNI and give them the intelligence they need. Thank you.
Gillian McAllister.
Speaker, waking up to the news on Sunday morning of the disgraceful attacks in Dunmurry was not just shocking, but so disheartening to how far we have come here in Northern Ireland. And the overwhelming majority of us here do not condone this type of violence. And it must be said that the majority of us never condoned it. The thugs that believe threatening the life of someone who was simply going about their job, providing a service to the local community, forcing them to bring a life-threatening device into a residential area to not only threaten his life, but the lives of many in that community and police officers is simply unacceptable. To further any political cause by using violence is unacceptable. Alliance has never equivocated on the issue of political violence. Not now, not then. It is not okay in 2026. It was not okay in 1969, in 1980, and it will never be okay. My thoughts are with that delivery driver who did put himself in the horrendous position of being hijacked, but also was very brave in the actions that he took. Because in showing that bravery, it meant that the PSNI officers could step in to protect lives. And my thoughts are with those brave officers. All of us run with our families when it comes to danger, but they run towards the danger. And for that, I thank them for their service. To the residents in the Kingsway area, and in particular we've heard this morning, to the very young family who witnessed the scenes on Saturday evening, my thoughts are also with them, and I hope that all of the victims do receive the care that they need. I want to pay tribute not only to the local police team, but the entire leadership of the PSNI in showing the resilience over the past few days, resilience that they had to show over the past 50 years in Northern Ireland when it comes to protecting our community. To those behind the attack, I want to be very clear that your success has only been in unifying voices against this violence, in unifying wider political opinion and the community as a whole in condemning your actions. And these attempts to drag Northern Ireland back to the days of using violence will not succeed. Thank you.
Orley Flynn.
Concholia, and I welcome that this matter is being raised here in the Assembly chamber today. I spent yesterday afternoon in the Dunmurry area along with some of my colleagues in Sinn Féin, speaking to the police, speaking to the local residents who were disgracefully forced out of their homes under these circumstances. And Sinn Féin can't be any clearer, and we have been clear and consistent in terms of our response to the incident that happened at the weekend. The people behind this absolutely horrendous attack on Saturday evening have nothing to offer our society. It is as clear and as simple as that. Their attack was horrendous. They have nothing to offer. They represent no one, and they are completely void of support. And it is clear, it's been said, that the overwhelming majority of people here who live here in this part of Ireland reject these actions. And they understand that they achieve absolutely nothing but disruption. And that is the only thing that whoever was behind this attack at the weekend, that is the only thing they achieved, was disruption, causing fear, causing annoyance, causing distress to local families, to young children, to young babies, to the local Dunmurry community and wider afield. Families and young children were evacuated, we know, from their homes when this device went off. Elderly residents, some of them couldn't even leave their homes and were terrified, and we are very, very lucky that we're not dealing with a more serious outcome this morning. The Dunmurry community and the local delivery driver, who has also been mentioned, they've went through a terrible, terrible ordeal at the weekend. They've been left shaken, they've been left scared, and anyone behind this incident must leave the scene now. You have no vision, you have no support, and nothing to offer our communities. Our communities deserve to live in peace. They continue to move forward in a better future. Everyone deserves that here in our community, and Sinn Féin will continue over the next number of days and the next number of weeks to engage with our local community and provide any support that's needed to the local residents who deserve to live safe in their homes and to live in peace.
Matthew O'Toole.
The scenes that we saw in Dunmurry over the weekend will have made people ask the question, what decade are we living in here in this society? What decade have we woken up in to see scenes of an explosive device set off in a car in front of a police station, putting the lives at risk not just of the police officers who serve in that station, but of the community nearby, including children and babies? That incident not just needs to be called out and condemned, it needs to be challenged for the illegitimate, idiotic and immoral attack that it was. People in Dunmurry were not just inconvenienced, they were scared on Saturday, Mr. Speaker, because someone attempted, let's be clear, to take life outside Dunmurry Police Station. This wasn't an attempt simply at creating a spectacle, but even if it was that, it would have been grotesque and illegitimate. This was an attempt to cause death and destruction. It cannot be equivocated about, and the SDLP, as we always have, roundly condemns it. I also want to say this to people involved in dissident republicanism: go away, go away. Just genuinely, don't just get off the stage. You are illegitimate. You represent nobody. You have nothing to offer. And I say to people who want to deliver a new and united Ireland, as I do, I respect that others in the chamber don't want that, but I and my party are working to deliver that. If you want that, then don't plant bombs, don't try and cause death and destruction, join a political party, hand out a leaflet, stand for election, persuade your friends and neighbours of a hopeful future. Don't try and drag us into a hopeless, violent past. I want a united new Ireland. I want to deliver that democratically by inspiring people about that vision. It will not work. Bombing and exploding and shooting is not the way to achieve that. It wasn't in the past, it isn't now, and it won't be in the future. Stop. Go away. Your actions are illegitimate and have no support. Leave those of us with mandates who want to build a hopeful future on this island to do it. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, rightly so, all of us should find these events deeply concerning. This is now the second attack in a matter of months, and that should alone give us all pause for thought. They're not isolated incidents. They suggest something more deliberate, more sinister, that we as elected members cannot afford to ignore. For many people across Northern Ireland, this will feel like a disturbing reminder of the past. The nature of this attack and the fear that it's designed to create will resonate far beyond the immediate incident. People here recognise what this looks like, and they understand the damage that it can do, and it continues to do, not just physically, but to confidence and their everyday lives. There is no place for this kind of violence in our society. It's a clear attempt to create fear and instability, and should be recognised as that. And we cannot allow those responsible to drag us back. It serves no one, least of all the community that they claim to represent. It's a manipulation for their own selfish aims. This incident will also have a very real impact on those closest to it: the officers who serve at the station, the staff who work there. The local residents in Dunmurry will have deeply affected. Families, mothers, children. It affects people's sense of safety, people's sense of normality, and that should be not underestimated. It will have created a trauma which will undoubtedly need a support that sadly isn't there. It's also a reminder of the reality of policing. The police are often criticised, but they serve to keep us safe, and they should be able to carry out that role without facing threats of this nature. Sadly, those threats have continued for the police and others on the front line. They haven't gone away. Whilst we seem to be in peaceful times in Northern Ireland, and thankfully we have come such a far way from where we were, those threats continue, and those officers and their families and their communities do live with that every day. The overwhelming majority of people want a safe community and a stable future. That's what people expect. It's what they deserve, not least after years of trouble and violence. Those responsible for these events are seeking to create fear, division, uncertainty. And they should not and will not succeed in doing so, because the direction of travel in Northern Ireland is moving forward. It's shaped by the many people who have chosen peace and stability every day. These events are serious, and they should be treated as such, but the future of Northern Ireland will not be shaped by those who carry out attacks like this, and we as elected representatives must ensure that. Thank you.
What my colleague had said as well, and obviously what happened in Dunmurry at the weekend is not reflective or representative of the wider community there. And indeed, we know exactly what this is like, because we have had one of our offices attacked with a viable device in recent months. So Sinn Féin have been the focus of such actions as well, and yet I haven't heard one other person mention that. So we understand completely what that's like. Our Sinn Féin reps were out on the ground over the weekend, as Orlia said, engaging with the police, and the police who did respond along with other first responders to this incident, where they did wrap doors and evacuate many people, including young children as well. And we have been out engaged in that community, which I am sure are shaken up, along with the driver whose car was hijacked. So they don't represent the wider community, and a community that's actually looking forward and not backwards as well. And I suppose that's what we have here. We have sections within the community, and it's not unique to one community, because we can see this with loyalists. We can see this with other groups as well. There are those within the community, and indeed some within this chamber, that want to drag us backwards. They want to go back to those days that thankfully we're 28 years after. And it's moments like this where we have to refocus our energies in terms of looking forward. And we shouldn't allow those outside or those inside this chamber to try and drag us back, because we could all point score. We could all look across the chamber. What about Ulster Resistance? What about the Red Berets? Where there were members of other parties in this chamber that put on the Red Berets. So if you're going to look at things in history, look at the facts of history. Look at the Red Berets, look at the creation of a sectarian state, which did have inbuilt discrimination in jobs, in housing. That's the legacy of conflict in which we have come from. Well, there was a legacy of torture. My own family member who was tortured by the RUC Special Branch. There was also, in terms of plastic bullets and shoot to skills. Now, what I say is, we're 28 years after the Good Friday Agreement. My family have been impacted by conflict. The community I come from have been impacted by conflict, have been impacted by killings, have been impacted by torture, have been impacted by sectarian discrimination that was built in to the statelet that was formed here over 100 years ago. But what we also done was we signed up to the Good Friday Agreement 28 years ago. We signed up, it's the Good Friday Agreement, which you do not sign up to. We signed up to the Good Friday Agreement because what we believe in bringing the society forward. We believe in moving forward as a society under the terms of that agreement. And what Sinn Féin believe in, we believe in power sharing. Where others maybe don't, or they don't see us as partners, we believe in power sharing and we believe in building this society.
Emma.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Like the vast majority of people right across Northern Ireland, I was utterly appalled when I woke on Sunday morning to the news of this terrorist attack on Saturday night, an attack targeted at the PSNI. I utterly condemn these attacks, that of Saturday night and that in Lurgan a few weeks earlier, and I also condemn all of those behind it. It is vitally important that we send a very clear message here this morning, that we stand shoulder to shoulder in clear condemnation of this attack. I do believe that Sinn Féin should reflect on that last speech that was given here, because we need to send that clear message today. I want to pay tribute to those brave police officers. Like so many who, faced with a very challenging or frightening situation, we would seek safety. Those police officers ran towards the danger to support others, and indeed potentially had saved lives. That's why it is so important that we send that leadership, we send that message of full support to the PSNI. Yesterday afternoon I had the opportunity to go up to Dunmurry along with my DUP colleague Frank McGoobry to speak to residents who were understandably deeply upset and apprehensive. When I was a child, I was evacuated from my primary school because of those attacks, but speaking to so many younger people, they have never experienced that in Northern Ireland, and we do not want to return to those days. So let me be very clear. Northern Ireland rejects this behaviour outright. These people will fail. This is not our future. It is the very worst dregs of our past. But let me also be very clear. These acts of terrorism on Saturday night was just as wrong today as they were in the past. It demonstrates that there are still those who want to drag us back when others are looking to the future. And we do need to send that clear message. We do need to have that clear leadership, because we on these benches clearly condemn all terrorism in the past, now and in the future. There was never a justification for it. Should that come from Loyalists or Republicans, there was never a justification. It was always wrong. There was always an alternative. So let's have that clarity of message. And I have a clear message to those terrorists still partaking today. You are not wanted. Go away. Get off the stage. Violence, terrorism and criminality has no part to play in the brighter, better future that we are building here in Northern Ireland for everyone across every single community.
Andrew Muir.
Mr. Speaker, the car bomb at Dunmurry Police Station on Saturday night was a reprehensible and evil attack, not just upon our brave police service of Northern Ireland officers, but in the entire community. I want to give thanks to the police and other emergency services who responded to this incident with courage, helping to evacuate the area. It's only by the grace of God that no one was killed or seriously injured in this disgraceful terrorist attack. What is incumbent upon us all here today is to be united in condemnation around this, but also urging anyone with any information whatsoever that could apprehend the perpetrators of this act to contact either the police or Crime Stoppers. Because it's very clear that the people of Northern Ireland don't want this, the communities don't want this, we don't want to go back. And what happened on Saturday night was evil, it was wrong, and we need to stand together against it. Thank you.
Gerald Brownlee.
Mr. Speaker, the scenes we witnessed in Dunmurry on Saturday night were nothing more than a cowardly terrorist attack by the so-called new IRA, whose sole intention was to murder police officers and to spread fear throughout our communities. The Chief Constable has been unequivocal. This is reckless, it's dangerous, and it could easily have resulted in multiple deaths. And the only reason we are not dealing with a funeral today is down to sheer chance and bravery of the PSNI. But this isn't just an attack on the police, this is an attack on all of us, the residents living nearby, families going about their daily business, and anyone who happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. And I want to put on record our full support for those individuals who were caught up in this horrific incident, many of whom will be deeply shaken by what they have experienced. Those responsible are not activists, they're not patriots, they are criminals intent on destruction and offer Northern Ireland absolutely nothing. There can be no excuses, half justifications looking the other way. Anyone who attempts to minimise, justify or provide any political cover for this type of violence, they must speak with one voice on this issue. This is why the hypocrisy we have seen in recent days cannot go unchallenged. Only last week, Sinn Féin were defending the unauthorised statue of Bobby Sands.
Shame.
Bobby Sands was involved in bombings. That's clear. A bomber is always a bomber. There was never a justification, and there will never be a justification for violence. They need to stand beside and with the PSNI every day. And this means supporting the police, encouraging cooperation with the police, promoting recruitment for the police, encouraging school engagement, and unequivocally backing officers as they uphold the rule of law and protect every single person here in Northern Ireland. Anything less undermines the very political structures that keep our communities safe. But this cannot be viewed in isolation. This is the second attack in just 4 weeks, and that pattern is extremely concerning. It underlines the very real and ongoing threat posed by dissident Republican terrorists. This party stands firmly beside the PSNI. Northern Ireland's future will not be decided by bombs, threats, or those trapped in a failing past. It will be decided by democracy and consent as we continue to build a thriving Northern Ireland. There's no appetite for violence, there's no support, and there is absolutely no future in it. Northern Ireland will not tolerate this, we will not excuse this, and we will not be intimidated by this. Those days are over. They're not coming back.
It
was not just reckless, it was utterly indefensible. A hijacked vehicle, a terrified civilian forced to drive what was effectively a bomb and a device planted in the middle of a residential community. This was by any measure an attempt to kill. And this was not some abstract act against the system. This was carried out in a built-up area beside homes where families, including young children, were present. It placed ordinary people in immediate danger, and it risked lives on a scale that really is hard to comprehend. And what makes it even more disturbing is the sheer recklessness of the device itself. Senior police have described it as unpredictable and dangerous, a crude weapon that could have caused devastation well beyond its intended target. As a member of the Policing Board, I want to put on record my admiration for the officers on the ground. Their actions were decisive, their actions were brave, and quite frankly, their actions prevented what could have been a catastrophic loss of life. While others chose to spread fear, those officers chose to protect the public, evacuating residents, managing a life threat and putting themselves directly in harm's way. That is policing at its very best. But we also recognise the human cost that there is behind this. There was a delivery driver, an ordinary worker, was hijacked and forced into a situation that must have been utterly terrifying. That is the reality of these actions. They prey on civilians, they exploit fear, and they drag innocent people into violence that they want to be no part of. Those responsible of this have nothing to offer society. No mandate, no support, no future. What they have shown is a willingness to endanger lives, police officers, civilians, families, without consequence, with their own minds. And what we must show in response is unity. Unity in backing the police, unity in rejecting violence, and unity in defending the peace that the vast majority of people across this island value and want to protect. I just want to end just slightly by saying I'm not so sure that we've seen that unity in this chamber today, and that is disappointing. I think I need to wonder, was some of what's been said amplifying political disdain or being used for political gain? And I hope that it's not the latter. Thank you.
Philip Brett.
The depraved and deranged actions of a bunch of cowardly terrorists at the weekend stands in stark contrast to the bravery displayed day and daily by our police officers right across Northern Ireland. Each morning, Mr. Speaker, they wake and place on the uniform, not to protect one section or one part of our community, but to serve without fear or favour everyone who has the privilege of calling Northern Ireland home. While terrorists run from danger under the cover of darkness, our proud public servants in the police service of Northern Ireland ran towards that danger. And that, Mr. Speaker, should be the joint message from this House today, that we are blessed to have men and women who will serve without fear or favour every section of our community. And when in our most difficult times, it is those who we turn to defend us. And if we in this House, Mr. Speaker, cannot unite to defend them when they are under attack, well then I say shame on us. I must say, Mr. Speaker, the remarks by the member for South Belfast were nothing short of an absolute disgrace. I condemn without equivocation any wrongdoing that was inflicted upon her family. I condemn that without condemnation. But to try and say that members of these benches supported loyalist paramilitaries, men of violence who inflicted murder upon my family, Mr. Speaker, I take as a great insult. Unlike the member opposite, I can condemn all forms of violence, and I hope one day her party colleagues will condemn the violence inflicted upon the community of North Belfast, be that the Shankill bomb or anything else. This action should be a wake-up call that the double-speak by some in this House, and indeed it is disappointing that some can't even be in this House today when this message is read. Once again, our First Minister is AWOL. And let that sink in. What could be more pressing for the First Minister than to be in this chamber and send a united message that this action were wrong? Nowhere to be seen. But people on the benches opposite cannot be surprised when last week you say there was no alternative to violence, then violence is carried out at the weekend. Last week you cannot celebrate a bloodthirsty sectarian murderer, Bobby Sands, and then this weekend say those actions were wrong. You cannot last week say rules do not apply to Republicans and then be surprised when people try to blow up police officers. On behalf of the vast majority of the people of Northern Ireland, it's time for Sinn Féin to put up or shut up.
I have 3 other speaking requests, but unfortunately the time is up, so I apologise to those members. Next item in the order of paper is member statements. I call Pat Sheehan.
Thank you, Speaker.
Os rud é gur Sinn
party
Sinn Féin
held our Ardèche in Belfast over the weekend. We chose Belfast as the perfect place to host our Ardèche. The city is the focal point of Irishness this year. It has hosted Oireachtas na Saona, Ardèche Conradh na Gaeilge, and Flag Ceol na Hern will be on in the summer. In hosting the conference in our city, I had the chance to reflect on how much has changed since 2018, when we last hosted our Ardèche. The political landscape has evolved greatly since then. As a party, we have grown on both sides of the border, with Michelle O'Neill now taking the mantle of First Minister of this institution. While much has changed, some things have not. Our champion of Irish reunification has not changed. Our international solidarity with the oppressed peoples of the world has not changed. And our commitment to the working people of Ireland has not changed. This weekend's events and motions were a testament to our commitment to our politics, with the Ardèche unanimously voting in favour of motions reaffirming our commitment to reunited Ireland, motion support people of Palestine and Cuba, to support minority communities here at home, and on motions regarding the Irish language. I'm incredibly proud to present Sinn Féin in this chamber. I'm incredibly proud to represent the people of my constituency who've put their faith in our party. And I'm incredibly proud of the strides that we have made and will continue to make in this chamber, in councils and in Leinster House. Thank you.
Speaker, there is ever-growing frustration right across Northern Ireland at the persistent inaction and delivery of the Infrastructure Minister Liz Kimmins on projects that are both long overdue and totally essential for Northern Ireland. Take the York Street interchange as just one recent example. This strategically vital project would transform our connectivity, ease chronic congestion and drive economic growth right across Northern Ireland. Yet despite over £27 million being spent on the project, there is absolutely nothing to show for it, and it's time for accountability. Just weeks ago, the Sinn Féin Infrastructure Minister told me that officials had presented their findings on the project and she is, quote, taking the time, unquote, to consider the next steps. This Minister has been taking her time from day one in office, Mr Speaker, taking her time to fix our roads, fix the infrastructure and wastewater crisis and deliver much-needed infrastructure projects right across our country. For years, communities have waited for the A5 project to finally get moving. Yet despite repeated empty promises, including most recently from Michelle O'Neill at the weekend, that they will leave no stone unturned in making sure the A5 is built. Well, if you live on the planned route, there's no want of stones, but there's certainly not much sign of tarmac. With zero progress on key infrastructure projects, we have seen zero interest in recognising the impact of how unrealistic and unaffordable climate targets are having on these very projects. Under this Minister for Inaction, it seems vital investment in our roads and economic development will continue to be delayed, and all we will see delivered is excuses. Our roads network continues to be in a real crisis, with wheel-wrecking potholes lining both urban and rural roads right across every corner of Northern Ireland, costing the public thousands in vehicle damage day and daily and compromising important road safety messages that do come out from the department. Does this Sinn Féin Minister recognise the pothole pandemic? Certainly to date it seems that she does not. The Minister has also ignored tackling the role of utility companies, for example, on the poor reinstatement of road openings, ignoring the recent Northern Ireland Audit Office report on this very subject and also the Public Accounts Committee findings, with zero enforcement and even less accountability. Compounding these failures, of course, is the ongoing wastewater crisis, blocking housing and economic development and growth and regeneration right across Northern Ireland. With no solutions, infrastructure is not a luxury. The people of Northern Ireland deserve decisive leadership and actual delivery, not endless delays, consultations or sound bites. Minister, words are no longer enough. It is time for urgent action and delivery.
Mr Speaker, I would like to draw the attention of this House to a petition which has recently launched in Carryduff, calling on Lisbon and Castlereagh Council to deliver new modern Loch Moss Leisure Centre. Residents across Carryduff, Newton Breda, the Four Winds have come together to make it very clear that the current facility is no longer fit for purpose. Demand has simply outgrown capacity, and people are being turned away from classes and from the gym due to oversubscription. I was talking to my colleague, Councillor Jamie Harper, earlier on, and he said actually there's a queue of people for the gym, often waiting in reception to get to use equipment. Classes come online at 8 a.m. and by 8:01 they have all gone. There is serious demand, and what makes it particularly pressing is the absence of a local swimming pool. There's only one in the entire council area, and for a growing active population this is wholly inadequate. Swimming is a life skill. I passionately believe this, and I've been doing work on this, and I think every child should have the opportunity to learn to swim, not as a luxury but as a basic part of growing up safe and healthy. And when families in Castlereagh South have to travel significant distances just to access a pool, we're putting unnecessary barriers in the way of that. We should be making it easier for families, not harder. The residents I represent contribute significantly in rates, and they deserve to see that investment reflected in the facilities available to them, yet Castlereagh South continues to be underserved. One point I do want to make is that this is a community issue. It's not a political one. And the strength of this campaign lies in residents speaking with one voice. And so I would appeal to elected representatives in this area to get behind the community-led effort rather than fragmented. At the recent community meeting, it was agreed that parties were going to work together on this, and it's so important that they do. When we work together across party lines, we are more effective, but when we put politics first, it's the community that loses out. People are signing the petition are not asking for anything unreasonable. They're asking for a leisure centre that meets their needs with a dedicated swimming pool at its heart. So I would urge Council to listen to these voices, act on this petition and commit to proper investment in Castlereagh South.
Dr. Aiken.
Last week the Windsor Framework Committee held a series of meetings in Brussels. The Sinn Féin DUP and UUP members met with representatives from our excellent Northern Ireland Executive Office in Brussels, members of the European Parliament committees for both agriculture and competitiveness. We also met representatives from the UK and Irish missions. The main topic of discussion was the forthcoming UK-EU meeting on the reset. There are three clear issues within the reset, the first and second of which were part of the UK's main asks. These are on the SBS agreement, which most believed was largely on track, though there are some derogations that have yet to emerge from the tunnel. The second was on carbon adjustment mechanisms. Members will have noted the imposition of the emissions trading scheme brackets maritime, which will add up to 6% on our shipping costs from the 1st of July. That was seen by the European Union as a mark of faithful implementation, despite its impact and costs within Northern Ireland. Like the SBS agreement, the carbon adjustment mechanism was largely seen as a done deal. Finally, the main EU ask from the UK is on youth movement. This is being seen as being much more problematic to deliver, and concerns over this may delay any formal agreement this summer, especially over dynamic alignment. It was unfortunate that our alliance members weren't there to hear the concerns about the Union Customs Code, the catchily named AK the Alliance Tax, when duty will be paid in all non-GB or EU parcels with an administration charge added later in the year. Much like the implementation of the Irish Sea carbon tax, the EU fully expects the implementation of the alliance tax will be made as a matter of good faith by the UK, though there was no answer to where the close on €100 million worth of duty administration tax will go. Across the EU, the administration charge will go to funding new EU customs organisations, something we currently have no oversight of. One thing I did have oversight was an Emily in Paris anti-fashionista movement. France has now preempted the imposition of the Union Customs Code by already charging €2 per item rather than parcel. The La Loi Française 2026 means that if Emily or Mindy, or even Sylvie secretly, wanted to order from Temu or Shein, I understand other brands are available, on an order of 3/4 of matched items, it will cost them a minimum of €8 in duty. If that formula is used here, it won't just be fast fashion teenagers who will be up in arms. This July, the combination of the Union Customs Code, the Maritime Carbon Tax are both going to add substantially to costs in Northern Ireland for the Northern Ireland consumer. Faithful implementation has a direct cost, one the people of Northern Ireland didn't sign up for.
Daniel McCrossan.
Speaker, within my constituency of West Tyrone, there is a growing frustration by the delays to the A5 project. People are anxious for its future, and no matter how much reassurance is given from the SDLP and others who advocate on a daily basis for the delivery of the A5, the actions or lack of from those in power in the executive tell a very different story. The A5 is vitally important, not just for ensuring the safety of people who travel on that road, but also as an economic lever to bring about some equality to the part of the island of which I live and reside in. People are desperate to see it. And you know, watching the Sinn Féin Ardèche at the weekend, Mr. Speaker, you would struggle to believe that they are a party that have been in government, in fact led government for over 20 years. They stood at the pulpits promising and rehashing promises year in and year out. And what featured this weekend was the A5. The First Minister saying no stone will be unturned. The Minister for Infrastructure saying how much of a priority it is. And equally, local representatives all going up to the pulpit. People aren't falling for this rehashed, regurgitated, false promises any longer. Sinn Féin have the power to deliver the A5. In fact, they've been in power for 20 years. The only problem is they don't seem to realise it. With power comes responsibility. They have the ability to deliver this road, but seem to struggle. So you really have to ask, have they got what it takes to do what is right in terms of the A5? Because the fingerprints of failure are all over the A5, and they're Sinn Féin's fingerprints. The message that I'm getting from the electorate across West Tyrone, regardless of what has been said at the pulpit by the First Minister, the Infrastructure Minister or otherwise, if Sinn Féin do not deliver this road, the people of Tyrone, Fermanagh and Derry and Donegal will not forgive them. They're in a prime position to deliver this project, and we don't want to hear the same regurgitated messages about how much they support it. We want to actually see them put their money where their mouth is and get it done, because the mistakes surrounding the A5 have been entirely and could have been avoided. Unfortunately, it comes down to incompetence in government, a lack of proper and meaningful leadership, and too much talk and not enough action. So the A5 is a priority for the SDLP. I talk about it every day, Mr. Speaker, for the reasons that are well rehearsed. But it's time Sinn Féin actually delivered something, because this weekend, I never heard one thing that they've delivered in 20 years in government in the North.
Declan McAleer.
I'm delighted to take this opportunity to commend the organisers of the Mid-Ulster Drama Festival for their outstanding work in hosting last weekend's All-Ireland Confined Drama Finals in Carrickmore. Since its beginnings, the Mid-Ulster Drama Festival has grown into something truly incredible. Hosting this All-Ireland final was no small undertaking and was delivered with true professionalism, warmth and pride. The Petition Hall is an excellent host venue, welcoming 9 drama groups from 8 counties to the stage. Over the course of the festival, audiences were treated to performances of exceptional quality, complemented by a venue that impressed both performers and spectators alike. The standard of drama was second to none. Visiting groups echoed the same message. They were struck by the friendliness and warmth of the local community. From the petition itself to the shops, accommodation and local bars, a lasting impression was made. The sense of community is something truly special and reflects great credit on Carrickmore. With thousands of visitors travelling from across the island, this event has been a celebration of not only drama but also of culture, hospitality and local pride. To everyone involved, the organisers, volunteers and the wider community, my shiv, I hope to see the festival return to Carrickmore again in the future. Thank you.
Dan Forsyth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And on Saturday evening, it was devastating to see the scenes emerging from the Mourne Mountains once again of widespread fires. It really is soul-destroying to sit there in the heart of our local community with our children looking up at the mountains as these huge flames get closer to our homes. It's terrifying, reckless, endangers lives and destroys our nature and habitats. Whenever we see the glorious weather coming along, it's great to get out and enjoy the countryside and welcome visitors to the Mourne area, boosting tourism. And Saturday was a beautiful day, very busy, but then the fires started across 3 sites in a very close area from Slievenaman Road, Bloody Bridge. These were huge, fast-moving, and came right down. I'm sure everyone saw the images coming through, right down to the back of people's homes on the coast road from Kilkeel to Newcastle, with many people evacuated, panic spreading as everyone hurried to locate their loved ones, those who may have been out camping or walking, as is normal in the pleasant evenings. This should not be what our local people in the Mourne area are subjected to every time there's good weather. Those starting these fires maliciously need to feel the full force of the law. Too often we see these fires, we see the reports of intentional crimes and no consequences. And last year there was an arrest at the fires towards the Hilltown area, and I believe this will be heard in the weeks ahead. And Mr. Speaker, we need to see justice served, and we need to set this example for people to see. Over the weekend past, our Northern Ireland Fire and Rescue Service, the Mourne Mountain Rescue Team and local PSNI have been excellent, supported by Skywatch NI. Their coordination, their bravery in the face of the most treacherous conditions has been outstanding and kept us all safe. And I think of their families, those who were so concerned looking up at these giant flames engulfing the mountainside, thinking of their loved ones up there facing off these fires. And I thank all of these who attended the fires sincerely. And many of them still work to contain the fires as they're still burning. The huge smoke was still coming out of the mountains as I drove to work here today. The local community have also been incredible, rallying to support, with many local businesses providing food and water to those working in the mountains. People have been asked to avoid the area, and I ask that that continues to be respected whilst the firefighting continues. But it has been reported that this was not recreational. The fires were started in areas that were hard to be accessed by the public. Rural arson is a crime, and if anyone has any information on these deliberately lit fires, malicious attacks on our countryside, they should come forward and contact the police, and I urge them to call 999 immediately at the sign of any fire, and if any information, please come forward.
Nick Matheson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are currently in the middle of Global Intergenerational Week, and I would like to take this opportunity to first of all pay tribute to the work of Linking Generations, the only organisation that leads on intergenerational work in Northern Ireland and has done so since 2009. And I think any member here who has engaged with Vicky Titterington, who heads up that organisation, will be familiar with her passion and her drive to support intergenerational work in Northern Ireland and her commitment to see intergenerational approaches embedded across our society and at every level of government here. Linking Generations coordinates a network of over 1,700 members and, crucially, are the Northern Ireland lead for the work associated with Global Intergenerational Week. The week runs from the 24th to the 30th of April and celebrates and promotes all the excellent intergenerational activity that is going on in Northern Ireland. And it really is an opportunity during the International Week to set out the vision of the sort of society that we want to see here in Northern Ireland for our children to grow up in and to grow old in. I'm particularly pleased to see the organisation Twinkle NI promoting a range of intergenerational resources for use in our schools, and that PHA funding continues to support a number of schools across Northern Ireland to deliver intergenerational activities in their local communities. There is a great track record of embedding intergenerational work in Northern Ireland in our schools, with the age-friendly agenda and action plans in our councils, and with intergenerational approaches being referenced in the programme for government. But unfortunately, there are threats to this work. Following the winding up of their former host charity in England, Linking Generations has found itself in a very difficult and challenging financial position. Now a standalone charity here in Northern Ireland, aside from a small pot of Public Health Authority funding to help retain some daily operations, without sustainable funding, they will be unable to deliver work at the scale we have seen before, and retaining staff to drive this work will be impossible. So I would encourage all ministers, all councils and arm's length bodies in Northern Ireland to look at any opportunities to maximise investment in Linking Generations and intergenerational work more broadly in Northern Ireland. It is a key aspect of a healthy society, and it is vital that it is allowed to continue.
Colm Gildernew.
And I'll be speaking Irish this morning, so just should members wish to use headphones. I can't call you to
Last week, a High Court judge in Belfast dismissed a challenge to Belfast City Council's Irish language policy. Last week's attempt to stop progress failed. Attempts to stop equality and attempts to drag us backwards will fail as well. The decision taken was the right one, and I welcome it. Because equality for the Irish language must be implemented, it should not be obstructed. The Irish language is thriving across this island. Legislation and policies must be in place to support and nurture that growth and to promote it as much as possible. Belfast City Council can now implement its new Irish language policy and ensure that the Irish language takes its rightful place as an official language of the Council, and that it is displayed equally and used across all Council services and also in Council signage. I look forward to seeing our language being used and being displayed in this city in the near future. I was disappointed that the Communities Minister intervened in this case, even though it is his responsibility to promote and develop the Irish language. Instead of attempting to put the Irish language down, the Minister should focus his attention on delivering an Irish language strategy without any further delay. 2 weeks ago in this chamber, we agreed to progress an Irish language bill to its second stage, a bill that my colleague Pat Sheehan introduced. It will ensure that there will be teachers and staff available to support the growth of Irish medium education. Thank you.
Jonathan Buckley.
The weekend, Sinn Féin, the party of bluff, spin and distraction, held their annual conference in Belfast. And just like a scene from a North Korean Central Committee, the faithful clapped on cue to totally unfounded claims. A clear attempt to cover up for what has been a complete nightmare, a complete disaster by their ministers that currently occupy office. Whether that be the Infrastructure Minister, who's overseeing a complete disaster in her own department, whether it's a roads nightmare, whether it's the blockage of key infrastructure projects such as the A5, the A4, the A1, at the behest of climate change targets that our own party members were co-signatories of, whether it's an economy minister who's more intent in losing jobs than making jobs. You couldn't make it up. But as sure as day follows night, the biggest bluff and distraction was put right back on the table. Michelle O'Neill, we're to have a border poll by 2030. This isn't new for Sinn Féin Ardash. This is not new for Sinn Féin members in the chamber. In 1974, we were told it would be the year of victory. Mystic Meg, Gerry Adams, predicted that we would have been leaving the Union by 2016. His mystic magic ball then corrected himself to talk about 2024. This is a common tactic, the tactic of distraction. Sinn Féin put themselves out at the weekend as the party of progress. I would argue it has been the party of stagnant decay. Because members, let's face it, it's not progress in 2026 to say that men can be women. It's not progress in 2026 to say that men can partake in women-only sports. It's not progress to say that young people should have access to dangerous drugs such as puberty blockers. Members, it is not progress to say to young people of today that there was no alternative to violence of the past. There's a leadership issue at the heart of Sinn Féin, and they're very keen to distract from it. I mean, when asked about whether or not Mary Lou would continue as leader, Michelle O'Neill herself was quick to say, well, the party's full of talent. Who are they? They don't sit in this assembly. Because let's face it, eulogising terrorism of yesterday breeds terrorism of today. We have to be very aware of that.
Andrew McMurray.
Speaker, and I too want to speak on the wildfires that came across the Mourns on Saturday. And while it's common parlance to use the term wildfire, and it's useful to a certain degree to convey the image of what has taken place, these are not spontaneous combustion events. Any fire which takes hold in the Mourns begins with a deliberate act. Whether set through malicious or malevolent intent, or willful ignorance and neglect, in the end result it's the same: destruction. From the outset, I want to thank all those who were called upon to respond to the fires. I do not think it's any exaggeration to say that through your efforts, no human life or property was lost. All blue lights, voluntary and statutory bodies, as well as the general public. The Northern Ireland Fire and Rescue Service, Ron Hill, for long was able to remain safe to do so, and returned at first light to continue to tackle the blaze. They worked tirelessly along the boundary wall of Donard Forest to ensure the fire did not take hold in this area. Should we continue to see these fires being lit, I do fear that a tragedy will befall us. Mr. Speaker, I have spoken to the residents who watched as the flames came within metres of their property. I understand that motorhomes and caravans were evacuated from the site, and that residents were told to have a bag packed should they be asked to leave. I have spoken to those in the aftermath who have seen trails of scorched earth egress onto their property. But Mr. Speaker, this is just the human element of the fires. And I know I'm not allowed props and I don't have one with me, but I keep a jar of ash from a previous fire, and I can't even remember the year it was because it's become so prevalent that I can't remember the exact year. But it's a jam jar to remind me of the ashes and the devastation that these incidents cause. I am not an expert botanist or an ecologist, but spring should be a time of renewal. It should be a time of nature and wildlife, and instead we have the devastation across these swathes of land. Every year, after a dry spell in April, fires are lit, which then spread across our upland areas. The Dear Minister and the Department have brought forward strategy and plans to deal with these incidents, and will be work enabled by this strategy, which will go some way to educate on behaviours and practices which will end these devastating fires. I would also say that should anyone have any information of relevance to these investigations, they should pass it on to the PSNI or Crime Stoppers. Only through this will allow Northern Ireland Fire and Rescue Service, the PSNI and the NIEA to make complete investigations into these incidents. Thank you.
Matthew Till.
Speaker, and I want to echo some of the remarks made by my constituency colleague and friend who's just returned to the chamber, Kate Nicholl, earlier on, about an urgent question that has been left waiting for far too long for the people of Carryduff, but BT8 and Castlereagh South more broadly, and that is the failure to build a new leisure centre at Loch Moss. A petition was launched. I'm pleased to say there's cross-party support. It was launched by my colleague, Councillor John Gallen, and it calls for something that people in BT8 haven't had bluntly for years, if not decades, certainly under the auspices of Lisburn Castlereagh Council since it was formed, which is proper investment and focus on that area. The SDLP established a few years ago that despite contributing the largest total of rates by DEA to Lisburn and Castlereagh Council, Castlereagh South has historically had the lowest level of investment. The people who have to put up with all the traffic that flows down to Forest Side, a great shopping amenity, but it creates traffic and congestion, including affecting air quality for people all the way down the St Field Road from Carryduff down to Newton Breda. You would expect, and they deserve, proper investment in amenities in their area. They simply haven't had it, and the failure to invest in Loch Moss is another example of it. Loch Moss is, as we said earlier on, overcrowded. It's simply not fit for purpose. It was a great facility, I'm sure, way back when in the 1990s. And there's been recent investment in terms of 3G pitches there. It's used by Carryduff Colts, a great soccer club, and also Carryduff GAC. But the leisure centre itself needs properly upgraded. It needs a pool, Mr Speaker, as you will be well aware. People who live in Carryduff who rely on public transport either have to get multiple buses into the centre of Belfast and out to Lisnashire or Olympia, or they have to get in a bus and go all the way to Downpatrick to get to a swimming pool. It's not good enough for people in BT8. We in the SDLP have been saying for years that people in Castlereagh South have been getting a raw deal from that council. I'm afraid others did support the vast investment that is happening, and there's nothing wrong with it on its own terms, which is Dundonald Ice Bowl, the replacement of Dundonald Ice Bowl, but it does mean there's going to be a lot less investment in other parts of Lisburn and Castlereagh. And BT8, Castlereagh South, once again has been left without proper investment. This is an area where people pay really substantial rates. They make their home in this area. There are great community assets, great community. I talked about Cardiff Coats, Cardiff GAC, Breda GAC, the Cardiff Regeneration Forum, brilliant local community groups and sports groups who people are forming communities, but they don't get the backing of the council in terms of supporting that area. They need to properly invest, and it needs to start with Loch Moss, a new leisure centre at Loch Moss with a swimming pool and proper leisure centres for people in that area. And while we're at it, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, let's also get proper investment in the public realm in Carryduff and more road safety measures, and ideally, eventually, at some point, the glider.
Thank you, Matthew. So we're just going to take these for a minute, okay? Okay, members, the next item of business on the order paper is the second stage of the Petroleum Exploration and Licensing Repeal Bill. I call on the Minister for the Economy to move to the second stage.
Moved.
Thank you, Minister. So the second stage of the Petroleum Exploration and Licensing Repeal Bill has been moved, and in accordance with convention, the Business Committee has not allocated any time limits in this debate. Minister, I call upon you to open a debate on this. Thank you.
This bill has a very clear objective. It brings a permanent end to onshore oil and gas exploration and production here in the north of Ireland. This House previously agreed to the direction we are travelling in through the Climate Change Act. We are committed legally to achieving net zero by 2050. This bill simply ensures that our petroleum licensing framework is consistent with that commitment. For decades, the Department held powers under the 1964 Act to licence oil and gas exploration. Exploration did take place, but despite multiple licences issued over many years, no commercially viable oil or gas has ever been found. The last licence was relinquished in 2020. Since then, the context has changed significantly. Climate obligations have tightened, public expectations have shifted, and the economic case for onshore petroleum in this region is not supported by the available evidence. In 2020, my department began a full review of the existing licensing regime. Independent research was commissioned to assess the economic, social and environmental impacts. Its conclusions were clear. Onshore petroleum exploration and extraction are unlikely to deliver significant economic benefits, would not enhance our energy security and would not reduce energy prices. Public views were equally clear. A full public consultation was carried out in 2024 and there was strong support for a moratorium followed by legislative ban. Respondents pointed to our climate commitments and they raised concerns about environmental and community impacts. There was also a strong and consistent message about priorities that we should focus our efforts on renewables, not fossil fuel development. Taken together, the evidence, the consultational outcomes and our legal obligations, it points consistently in the same direction. That's why in December 2024, the Executive agreed a clear policy position, a temporary moratorium followed by a legislation to put a permanent ban in place. This bill gives effect to that decision. It removes Cancolia. This legislation is consistent with the Climate Change Act, the Executive's energy strategy and the evidence. Continuing to allow for petroleum licensing would create uncertainty for communities and it would send the wrong signal about the future direction of our energy system. This bill removes that uncertainty and allows us to focus fully on building a clean, secure and sustainable energy future. I therefore commend the bill to the Assembly.
Thank you, Minister. I call Philip Brett, Chair of the Economy Committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, and I'm going to speak on behalf of the committee at the outset, and I will make some remarks in my individual capacity. This is the third economy bill that has got as far as second stage. The department briefed the committee on a related consultation in 2024, and officials briefed again on this legislation just before Easter. As the Minister has already indicated, the Petroleum Production Act Northern Ireland 1964 grants the Department powers to licence exploration, boring and extraction of petroleum. The committee understands that around 30 applications have been made in Northern Ireland since 1964 and that there are currently no active exploration or extraction licences. However, a further 2 applications had been received in 2016 and are subject to an ongoing moratorium. The bill introduces a ban on issuing licences for all forms of onshore petroleum exploration and production in Northern Ireland by removing the licensing provision from the 1964 Act and revoking related regulations. The bill would stop any of the ongoing applications and provide a refund for those 2 applications. The bill follows a review in 2020 which found that the licensing system did not appear to give sufficient weight to societal or environmental issues as compared to economic benefits. The department previously commissioned research by Hatch. This identified limited benefits associated with petroleum exploration and production here in Northern Ireland. This report that indicated that despite the increase in interest from industries in Northern Ireland's oil and gas resources and some limited exploration over recent years, there had been no commercial development and there remained considerable gaps in information necessary to make a meaningful estimate of the technically recoverable resources. The report continued that although if it is feasible that commercial quantities of oil and gas could be identified, it was nevertheless highly uncertain. The report indicated that in the context of the size of the Northern Ireland economy, as well as its energy sector, the scale of potential GVA and employment impacts of petroleum extraction developed were shown to be relatively low, and Northern Ireland was unlikely to achieve the economics of scale which would be required to lower energy prices here in Northern Ireland as a result of exploration. The Hatch report also indicated that in respect of hydraulic fracking, also known as fracking, key information gaps persisted, and these related to potential pollution of groundwater and, as a result, long-term failure or deterioration of well integrated, as well as pollution on our community. Other information gaps related into long-term public health impacts far beyond post-closure, as well as a cumulative impact on physical and mental health and well-being of those events taking place. Furthermore, in respect of fracking, that report referred to uncertainty regarding impacts from the combination of emissions from on-site machinery, HGVs, drilling and fracturing, which could lead to negative impacts. The Hatch report also indicated that some of the impacts of fracking will be site-specific and depend on the sensitivity of local receptors. The department also previously argued that its approach to fracking was supported by the British Geological Survey desktop report, which indicated that there is not enough information on the current stress regime and state of the faults here in Northern Ireland. To be clear, the bill goes beyond banning fracking as a method of petroleum exploration or extraction. It bans all forms of onshore petroleum exploration or extraction, and also retains petroleum resources as being vested in the Department for the Economy. If the second stage passes today, I expect that the launch of the committee stage may generate a considerable level of response to our call for evidence, and the committee come back to the House seeking an extension to committee stage. I just want to make some remarks from my party's perspective. We will support this legislation moving to committee stage to allow the committee to undertake its important work in terms of testing the evidence that has been provided to committee to date. We will ensure a wide public consultation is carried out so that the views of all the people of Northern Ireland can be heard and listened to, because at the heart of the wider energy strategy that is required at the Department for the Economy, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, is the issue of energy security and the issue of bills. No doubt the member for Lagan Valley, who will speak later, will also highlight this, but we do need to have important work undertaken by the Department to deliver a master plan of how we are going to deliver energy security on these islands. So with that pretext, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, the party will support the bill moving to the next stage.
Thank you. Philip, I call Sinead McLaughlin.
Thank you, Speaker. Today marks a welcome and important step forward in placing a statutory prohibition on onshore petroleum exploration and licensing. As members from all parties will know, this is not a new argument at all in this chamber, and we've spoken about it many times in the past. In fact, over a decade ago, in 2015, my party colleague Mark Durkin ensured that a ban on fracking in policy was taken forward through his strategic planning policy statement, and we've been pleased to support previous private members' bills on this actual topic. And outside of this chamber, the message has always been consistent and has always been clear. Communities, campaigners and experts have been consistent in raising the alarm about the risk of petroleum extraction and the need for a statutory ban. Their voices and the public pressure that they have created deserve the credit for this debate and even this action today, meeting this stage of the legislation process. We know, of course, that the evidence backs up those campaigners. Research has consistently shown us that it's communities and not companies who truly pay the price for the effects of fracking. The consequences are not only environmental, but they can be seen in the long-term health impacts and wider social effects that are inflicted on local people by this practice. Moreover, the 2021 Hatch report was also clear that Northern Ireland is unlikely to achieve the economies of scale that would make the industry viable to a point where it could lower costs for actual consumers. In other words, any continuation of fracking could risk significant environmental damage and social consequences for, at best, a very, very modest economic return, if any. And that is a trade-off that I'm glad that we are united in opposing. And it's a conclusion that should be particularly heeded by anyone who wants to defend this practice on the basis of economic interests. The evidence simply doesn't support them. It should go without saying that ending this practice also aligns with our obligations to the Climate Change Act and our wider transition towards a sustainable energy system. Ending this extraction practice is a necessary step if we are serious about meeting those commitments and continuing to profess loyalty to those targets. Without ending this practice would undoubtedly ring rather hollow. So let's be honest, there is no meaningful case for the continuation of the fracking licences. There is no compelling environmental case and no convincing economic case either. So this legislation is both welcome and overdue. And this is actually just catch-up legislation. 6 years ago we passed unanimously, I might add, right across parties, a motion calling for this move. And I remember speaking on it 2 years ago during a Sinn Féin motion. When I said the question was no longer if a ban would happen, but how long it would take the Economy Minister to progress to that legislation. Ireland legislated for this ban way back in 2017, and across the UK, a moratorium has been effectively halted the practice. So our political dysfunction in out politics here has actually frustrated the efforts to act at the same pace. So while I welcome this process today and the second stage, it should also prompt us to reflect on how we ensure that the necessary action is not postponed in the future, and that it's part of the wider energy planning as well as was spoken about by the chair of the Economy Committee, because the real task ahead is not simply to prohibit what we should not do, but to accelerate what we must do. and that means investing in clean, renewable energy and building a sustainable energy system that delivers both for our economy and for our environment. This bill is a step in the right direction, and I look forward to engaging further at committee stage and examining its provisions in greater detail. Thank you.
Thank you, Sinead. I call Padraig Delargy.
And I welcome the opportunity to speak on the second stage of this bill today. And at the outset, I want to acknowledge the work of the Economy Minister, Keith Archibald, in bringing forward this legislation. The Minister has taken a clear and strategic approach to one of the biggest economic questions we face: how we build a modern, resilient economy while managing the transition away from fossil fuels. This has been supported by the evidence of the public, and it also has been supported by evidence taken from stakeholders and from other key policy on this. The bill meets the Minister's economic vision, and it is an environmental measure as well as an economic intervention. It recognises that continued petroleum exploration no longer matches the direction of travel in global markets, where capital is increasingly flowing towards renewables, clean technologies and energy efficiency. Clinging to outdated models risks leaving our economy exposed, not protected. We need to be honest here about the future of growth and where that will come from. The global shift towards decarbonisation is not a distant prospect, and it's already shaping investment decisions, supply chains and job creation. By removing the legislative basis for petroleum exploration, the bill gives investors clarity and certainty. It sends a clear message that this region intends to be part and to be a leader in the emerging low-carbon economy. That certainty matters because it reinforces the Minister's work on this, and it is already attracting investment in renewable, green manufacturing and innovation. Energy security is, of course, pivotal to any discussion of this kind. And as we emerge in 2026, energy security cannot be viewed only through the lens of fossil fuel extraction. Real security comes from diversification. It comes from resilience, reducing our dependence on fossil fuels and volatile energy markets. The Minister's work in supporting an all-Ireland energy framework is also critical because it helps us to maximise the renewable opportunities, reduce costs for consumers and build a more resilient system. That is good environmental policy, and it's also good and smart economic policy. We should be clear about the economic risks that can come from continued petroleum exploration, particularly in sectors such as tourism. In some places, environmentally damaging extraction can put at risk the very natural assets on which the local community and economy depends. For example, hydraulic fracturing. The European Commission has highlighted environmental risks associated with fracking, including potential impacts on water quality and on landscapes. Tourism bodies, including Fulch Ireland, have also been clear that Ireland's tourism offer rests heavily on its reputation for unspoilt natural environments. And in the past, when fracking was proposed in places such as County Fermanagh, concerns were raised about how it could change perceptions of the area among visitors. The fear was that industrialising rural landscapes could deter tourism. And that matters in regions where tourism is a key economic driver and where jobs depend on protecting environmental quality. Of course, this transition must be managed properly. A just transition means investing in skills, real support for workers and targeted regional development. The Minister has been clear that the benefits of this change must be felt across all communities and that no area is left behind. I support this bill at second stage and I look forward to its continued progress through the House.
Thank you. Padraig, I call David Honeyford.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. Alliance fully supports this bill and I'm glad to speak in favour of it today. The debate is also an opportunity to highlight the Department need to match the ambition of this legislation with the pace of transition to renewables as we go into the future. Repealing petroleum licensing is absolutely the right call, but in practice it's already been happening and simply brings legislation up to date with the day-to-day. Removing fossil fuels exploration is one side of the issue of transition, but we urgently need to fill that other side of the space with clean, affordable and homegrown energy. This bill removes the department's statutory powers to issue licences for petroleum exploration or extraction. But we all, and it's been said in the chamber, we need to be honest with this. This is a tidying up exercises as licences weren't been issued anyway, and simply bringing the legal framework up to date with what's been happening in practice, and that is long overdue. But Alliance has been consistently calling for this, and we welcome this as we've called for that ban on unlicensed drilling and extraction for years, and I'm glad to finally be debating the legislation to deliver it, and I thank the Minister for bringing this forward, but hope it is only the start of what we need to see. Tomorrow we're debating another piece of legislation, again another bit of transition, but we aren't seeing when we're in committee that the ambition on energy policy coming through from the department, and we need to see that master plan and coming through that brings a plan-led approach to all of the policy areas and also gives communities confidence about what is happening in the area. One of the pieces of legislation that we absolutely urgently need and transition needs to see is a firm legislative timetable for the REPG bill and the renewables and if the Minister can outline today if there's a timetable for that would be really useful, and give a categorical commitment to when that full auction will be delivered, because we need to bring energy security here in Northern Ireland, but also across this island, working together to deliver for everybody. More homegrown renewable energy means families and businesses are less exposed to shocks in global volatility that we've seen in recent weeks, and consumers don't see the difference. They only see their bill going up, or they never seem to see it coming down. And we don't need a backward step of moving towards the GB energy market at a time when GB is moving towards Europe. We need to see a sustainable way to drop prices for people and get more renewable generation online quickly here in Northern Ireland. So we need that plan-led approach from the department. We need the interconnector built with the south. We need direct interconnection with Europe and the Celtic interconnector, which is coming online in the next year or so. Sharing this island and working together to deliver for the long term for the people that live on it. Offshore planning needs brought together, and every delay is costing households in their pockets. Ending petroleum licensing is the right economic call, but the economic dividend only flows if we accelerate the alternative. Closing one door is progress, but leaving the other door stuck isn't good enough. And Alliance supports this bill unreservedly. It's long overdue. I'm happy for this to progress, but I do want to make the point to the department that closing the door on petroleum is only a fraction of the job. The work that actually matters to ordinary people outside of this building is what comes next. There's a year left on this mandate, and people need to see delivery. We need legislation that improves their lives, that moves us towards that transition of energy. The legislation timetable is really tight, but all the parties have signed up and agreed with the 80 by 30 and then the 2050 targets, and the same cross-party consensus can ensure that REPG goes through at the same pace, unlocking investment and delivering energy security. We've led on renewables before, and the potential is there. We need to get on with delivery and the potential to see the delivery out for people on the ground. I appreciate it's within the Minister's inbox, but some sort of timetable forward would be really helpful. But I am happy to support the bill moving forward. Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, David. I call Diana Armstrong.
Deputy Speaker, and the UUP also supports this bill moving to second stage and the clear direction it sets for Northern Ireland and its energy ambitions. At its core, this ban on all forms of petroleum exploration production in Northern Ireland recognises the importance of protecting our environment and investing in renewable energy to provide energy security and sustainability. The risks associated with onshore petroleum exploration and extraction are well documented: groundwater contamination, biodiversity loss, threats to tourism, as has been mentioned by Porrick, and long-term environmental uncertainty. And it is right that we take those concerns seriously and act decisively. This bill provides that certainty. It moves beyond temporary measures and establishes a clear and consistent position, bringing to an end onshore petroleum licensing. In doing so, it removes ambiguity and ensures that environmental standards are not subject to shifting positions in the future. The Department has listened to the findings of the consultation in 2024, where out of 382 responses, 95% supported the preferred policy or option of an eventual ban on all forms of onshore petroleum exploration and production. And the Northern Ireland Executive approved this as a preferred policy option in December 2024. It has also been recognised through committee scrutiny that this transition will be managed responsibly. The 2 existing applications will be withdrawn and appropriate reimbursement will be provided. That is correct and fair approach, giving clarity not only to communities but also to those directly affected. While some have pointed to the potential economic benefits of petroleum exploration, the evidence to date has shown these to be limited and commercially unviable. Set against the environmental risks and the strength of public concern, this bill reflects a balanced and proportionate judgment. More broadly, this is about the kind of economy and society we want to build. Northern Ireland's future prosperity will not be defined by onshore petroleum extraction, but by sustainable investment and energy and meeting climate targets through innovation and the responsible use of our resources. This legislation aligns with that vision. Our approach should be balanced and responsible, supporting sustainable development, encouraging this innovation, and ensuring that robust safeguards are always in place to protect our citizens. In doing so, we can achieve long-term prosperity that is both economically sound and socially just. By supporting this bill, we are choosing clarity, environmental responsibility, and a long-term approach to economic development, and it is a measured and necessary step. And I look forward to examining it further through the committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Diana. I call Anya Murphy.
To support the bill today, and I welcome it reaching the second stage. For many people in Fermanagh, this has been a very long time coming. As some of you will know, I brought forward a private member's bill during the last mandate to ban fracking, and unfortunately we ran out of time to get it through committee stage. For years, people in rural communities, especially in Fermanagh and Leitrim, lived with the real fear of what fracking could mean. Fear for their environment, fear for their health, and fear for the future of communities that have been there for generations. But those communities didn't stay silent. They organised, they campaigned, and they made it clear that they would not accept this damage being inflicted on their area. And they were right to do so. It's about environmental justice, public health, and the right of communities to have a say in what happens and where they live. We can't just talk about just transition whilst leaving the door open to harmful practices from the past. This bill is an important step forward. It reflects the determination of communities who refuse to be ignored. It recognises the power of local campaigning, and it shows what can happen when people stand together. I commend my colleague Keith Archibald for bringing this bill forward. And this legislation sends a clear message to communities that this Assembly listens. And I urge all members to support the bill.
Thank you, Anya. I call Timothy Gaston.
Thank you very much, Principal Deputy Speaker. 2 weeks ago, this Assembly voted against costing the net zero lunacy within dormant departments. Last week, this House supported the idea of creating new anaerobic digesters in Northern Ireland, which will deliver the Minister's vision for stock cuts by stealth if we continue down that route. Now this week we have a bill in front of us which will remove any potential for helping to secure our own energy market in the future. This bill is presented as merely a technical piece of legislation, but it is nothing of the sort. It is a deliberate, permanent policy choice to close down an entire sector of potential economic activity in Northern Ireland. When one reads the explanatory and financial memorandum, that reality is inescapable. Clause 1 of the bill talks about Repeal's key provisions of the Petroleum Production Act 1964. Happy to give way.
Thank the member for giving way. And I hear what the member's saying, In terms of what he's saying about closing down opportunities, the evidence points very clearly to the fact that any economic opportunity is not feasible, that any economic opportunity isn't viable. So will he edit his remarks on that basis?
Absolutely not, because you will hear in the context of my speech that that isn't currently hasn't been found. But by closing down this bill, or producing this bill and pushing it forward, will close down any future opportunity. So on that basis, if there is no economic activity going to come from this, well then why the need for legislation? Why the need to close it indefinitely? Why not let it stay open and run its course? Happy to give way.
Member for giving way, and many of the concerns that I share, albeit that there is very few licences that have ever been granted and very few at present. There is no categoric evidence to suggest that the number of explorations actually has categoric proof that there is not potential source of homegrown energy in the future. I note most members' comments today has focused on the fracking aspect of this legislation, and there is legitimate arguments for that. But contained within this bill is the provision for complete ban on all petroleum exploration. Would the member agree with me when the report suggests that there remains considerable gaps in information, that perhaps the Minister could have explored option number 3, which was to ban the fracking aspect and leave the future petroleum exploration for the future?
That would have been the more sensible way forward. If you have a problem with fracking, look at it and look at it solely. But what we have here today is this blanket ban, which will mean in future that if there is evidence is produced that we have a natural resource that we can utilise that would help secure our energy future, in 2026 this place took the decision that it knew best, it can see into the future, and it didn't want to utilise any of that. But that would mean we would have to set aside our green ideology, the tentacles that this place that come up now and again, that it knows best. If it's anything to do with climate change, we can't have anything to do with it. And that's why the blanket ban is coming in, because this place thinks it knows better and is trying in future to ensure that nobody has the opportunity to do further exploration. So when we get back to the 1964 Act, why did we have those provisions? They were introduced to permit the Department to grant licences for exploration and production of oil and gas. The bill removes the legal ability for Northern Ireland to even consider developing our oil and gas resources. And all we have to do is look around what's happening in the world today. We've talked about the cost of living, we've had debates on what's happening in Iran. But surely if we could play our part, if we come across or discover that there is natural resource within Northern Ireland, why would this place move to a point where that couldn't even be explored? We have this position where in the North Sea, the British government won't drill, they won't utilise that, but they're happy to go to Norway, who drills the oil from the North Sea to get it to bring to Northern Ireland. It just doesn't make sense. Happy to give way.
Member for giving way. And whilst this bill does not preclude offshore drilling, which is important to draw the distinction, would he agree with me that what is needed for an energy efficient and secure future is a healthy mix, a mix of renewable and fossil fuels? And would he also agree that despite some of the suggestions in this House, renewable energy sources such whether wind or solar does not necessarily mean lower bills for our consumers?
Renewable energy.
Can I just remind members, interventions are meant to be brief, while the second stage of this bill is to move it into the committee, and the scope is quite wide. You're now straying into areas that are not part of the bill. So it's just to remind members of that. Thank you.
Much, Principal Deputy Speaker, and just responding briefly to Mr Buckley, that what we see from renewable energy, it's assert that it will drive our energy costs up, because everybody in Northern Ireland is then having to pay for it, to pay for the infrastructure. So moving back, so what this bill is, it isn't to regulate, it's not control, not restrict, but it's to abolish the opportunity for us to do further work and further exploration. Why? Because of economics. Evidence. We've already heard that there's already gaps in the evidence. Not a bit of it. Paragraph 5 of the exploratory memorandum makes clear that this policy is driven by the need to align climate change commitments and the transition to net zero. My goodness, that is what it is. It's the ideology of constantly going after these green targets, constantly going after this foolish lunacy of net zero. Paragraph 6 plainly states that petroleum exploration is considered incompatible with those climate objectives. That was the same climate objectives set by this place. That's the same climate objectives that means we can't even build the A5. But yes, that's what the foundation of taking this bill forward is on, based on decisions taken in this place which are flawed and have been found to stifle infrastructure and much needed safety upgrades. So this bill is not being brought forward because the resources are not there. It is not being brought forward because they have been fully explored and found inadequate. It has been brought forward because the executive has decided, because of the green ideology, that those resources must never be developed. That is in spite of the fact that paragraph 5 of the memorandum admits that there would be economic benefit to Northern Ireland. Oh yes, it says that would not be significant, but that is hardly grounds to bring in what is before the House here today and banning any further exploration of the possibilities. It may be a surprise to some in this House, but it's not unknown for government departments to get things wrong. All we have to do is look at the department bringing forward the bill here today. What if this House were to have legislated in a way as to make it impossible to change the RHI scheme? Yet this bill seeks not to regulate, but to permanently shut down and shut the door on oil and gas exploration in Northern Ireland. Not much thought in this bill for the energy security of tomorrow. Paragraph 4 of the memorandum acknowledges the wider energy context which resulted in licences being introduced back in the 1960s. And yes, the last licence was handed back in 2020, but who's to say new discoveries may not be made in the future? These licences were introduced because, as paragraph 4 tells us, petroleum licence policy was driven by economic considerations such as wanting a secure local source of energy. You're not going to get that through wind. You're not going to get that through solar because they change. Whereas when it comes to oil, when it comes to gas, that's something reliable that you can depend on. Happy to give way.
Thank the member for giving way again, and I note the point he's made on RHI. You'll also note that the Minister has taken decisive action to try and actually fix the mess that was made by the DUP of RHI. The Minister has taken decisive action on that.
The point that was making there. If the law had come in that you couldn't change RHI, what mess would we be in? Whereas today, what's being asked for is to put this forward to committee, that the door shuts in its entirety, and indeed for it to come back in again, it would need fresh legislation. So why on earth would someone looking at the world today think that we all want to remove the possibility of trying to service and secure our own energy market here in Northern Ireland? At paragraph 7, the Department relies on consultation responses, noting that a large majority of people supported a ban. My goodness, public consultation is not a substitute for strategic responsibility. Leadership is not simply counting responses and legislating accordingly because of organised and motivated green activists. But what about the long-term consequences of this bill? Well, they are quite clear. It creates a permanent legislative barrier on accessing resources which may lie beneath our feet. That's not to say they're there, but it's a case of leaving the door open that if we did explore and did find something that we could utilise that. But this bill firmly shuts that door, and to reverse it would require fresh primary legislation. So what we are witnessing here is something wider than petroleum policy. What we are seeing is the continued embedded of the climate-driven approach that we have here to legislation, where entire sectors are ruled out regardless of our own needs or potential opportunities in the future. This bill is not future-proofing. It's taken the green ideology that has already seen the A5 torpedoed, that has already seen a number of other road infrastructure projects put back, and what it's doing is building on that lunacy.
Timothy, can you get
and
back
then
to the bill?
It has
Please.
moved to shut the door on an entire sector, which then will put at risk and won't impact in a positive way future exploration here in Northern Ireland. Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Timothy. I call the Minister to conclude on the debate on the bill.
And I thank members for their contributions to the debate this afternoon, and I'm encouraged by the level of support from around the Chamber, and I anticipate as the bill goes into the Economy Committee it will be fully scrutinised, and I'd like to thank the members of the Economy Committee for their contributions. Also, as I set out in my opening remarks, the bill is an important step in supporting our decarbonisation journey and does align with our legislative obligations and the energy strategy and the conclusions of independent research. Exploration for oil and gas would run contrary to those commitments and is unlikely to bring meaningful benefits to the local economy or consumers. I just want to pick up on some of the points that members did raise throughout the course of the debate, and a number of members did speak to that broader need for plans in relation to energy security and affordability, and I know members will recognise the work that is going on in that regard and that we continue to pursue to ensure that we do have more affordable and secure energy going forward. I know Mr Brett, as the Chair of the Economy Committee, commitment to scrutinising the bill fully and reflecting, of course, that the consultation did have 382 responses and the vast majority of them were very supportive of it. I believe only one outright supported the continuation of licensing, but obviously the committee will get into the detail of all of that. Sinead and David both referred to the need for that longer-term plan in relation to energy security as well, and stepping up the pace of transition, and of course in relation to the plans around the Renewable Electricity Price Guarantee Scheme. The bill is currently being drafted. Still remains the intention to get it in before summer recess. Obviously we're a tight time frame now, so everything is working at pace to progress things as quickly as possible before the end of the mandate. And I note the comments of both Diana and Anya in relation to the impact in County Fermanagh and where those licences that most recently were applied for, and the concern of the communities around all of that. And one of the things that this bill does do is provide that level of clarity and certainty for those communities, that we do have a long-term position around all of this, and I know Mr Gaston has set out very clearly his objections to it. The reality is we do have climate obligations set out in legislation that we are obliged to deliver upon, and has been clearly set out through the independent research that there is unlikely to be economic benefit delivered through exploration, and licences have been able to be granted for nearly 62 years and have yet to identify any viable or any commercially viable oil or gas. So I think that we are in the position where we have a direction of travel in relation to the transition to net zero. We want to invest in renewables. We want to send a signal to the markets that we want to have renewable investment here, and that this bill very much helps us to progress all of that. But I will give way to the member.
Minister for giving way, and she of all people will know that the energy context of today is not the same as 6 months ago, never mind a year ago, and will perhaps change in the future. She will know my concerns that I've raised regarding energy security and indeed affordability. Can I ask the Minister, notwithstanding the comments that have been made right across the House in relation to fracking, we know that this bill does much more than that. So can I ask why the Department didn't consider to go forward with option 3, which would have had the ban on fracking but allowed other petroleum explorations, and not just because of the number of people that responded to the consultation, but having regard for the wider energy context that we live in today?
I thank the member for his contribution there, and I know that he will play a very full part in scrutinising the bill once it does get to committee stage, as it seems from the comments around the chamber that it's likely to. And I think in response to his question, it sits in that same context of sending that very strong signal about us being a region that wants to invest in renewables, and given that clarity and certainty around all of that, I take his point about the energy circumstances that we are in right now. But the fact remains that if we did, in some different world, find oil or gas here and explored for it, it would still be traded on the global markets and would still be subject to the same volatility that we see in those commodity markets today. So the direction of travel that we very clearly want to pursue is one where we have greater self-sufficiency. That is going to take a period of time to actually deliver on, but it's where it's very important that we do have a clear position around all of that, and this bill helps to underpin that. But I'm sure all of that will be debated through the committee as well. I hope that I have addressed most of the points that have been made, and I'm grateful to everyone who has contributed to the debate on the bill today, and I look forward to it progressing through its next stages.
Thank you, Minister. So the question is that the second stage of the Petroleum Exploration and Licensing Repeal Bill be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary of any noes? No. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. I note your objection, but the ayes have it. So that concludes the second stage of Petroleum Exploration and Licensing Repeal Bill. The bill stands referred to the Committee for the Economy. So, Minister, before I just want to give you a heads up. I'm going to start with the next item of business, but I may need to break off for question time. Okay? So the next item of business is a motion to approve a draft statutory rule. Clerk, would you please read the motion?
That the draft Climate Change Just Transition Commission Regulations Northern Ireland 2026 be approved.
Thank you. And I call the Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs to move the motion.
I beg to move.
Thank you, Minister. The Business Committee has agreed that there should be no time limit on this debate. So, Minister, if you want, I can set this aside after question time, or if you want to make a few remarks now. Fair enough. I'll cut you off, no bother. I don't want to cut you off, but go ahead. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. I am very grateful for the opportunity to bring forward this motion here today. Before I start, I want to set the context in terms of why we're debating this. We're debating this as a result of the issues that are facing not just Northern Ireland, but more broadly across the world in terms of climate change. And this morning I was at an event which was organised by EY, and I want to commend them for that in terms of their leadership and the wider leadership from the business community in Northern Ireland in terms of climate action. What that event was about profiling the science and evidence that we're aware of in terms of the realities of climate change. And there's lots of inconvenient truths that are being told, and it's imperative upon us to act upon that, because in the event this morning it set out the 4 scenarios, and we owe it to the people of Northern Ireland to take action to ensure that many of those scenarios do not play out. Because the realities of climate change in terms of Northern Ireland, we're seeing it, and it's going to get worse if we don't take action in response to those issues. But there's also opportunities for green growth and for decarbonisation of our society, and it's absolutely vital that we grasp those. But what we've got to do is make sure that those actions we take are done in a way which is just and fair, and nobody is left behind. And that's why I am bringing today the Just Transition Commission regulations to this House, and I look forward to the debate and for support associated with those. because seeking the Assembly's approval for the Climate Change Just Transition Commission Regulations Northern Ireland 2026 is an historic moment for this House. The establishment of the Just Transition Commission is a legal requirement under Section 37 of the Climate Change Act Northern Ireland 2022. It also delivers on a key commitment in the programme for government from 2024 to 2027, and I am very pleased to be bringing this legislation forward today to this Assembly to implement the Act and see this important body established. As members are aware, reducing emissions across our economy requires collaborative action across all departments. The Act is explicit that this transition must be just, it must be fair, and it must be equitable. To support departments in meeting that legal requirement, the Act places a duty on my department to establish an independent Just Transition Commission for Northern Ireland, and for these regulations to be put in place for that body to be established. I will briefly outline the statutory role of the Commission under Section 37 of the Act. Firstly, the Commission has an essential oversight function. It will assess whether departments have properly applied the Just Transition principle when developing emissions reduction policies for inclusion in climate action plans, sectorial plans and any agricultural Just Transition fund. Secondly, the Commission will have an important advisory function. It will provide expert guidance to departments on how proposed policies, strategies and plans align with the Just Transition principle and objectives set out in the Act. And I want to give thanks to those who passed the Act in terms of ensuring that just transition is a core principle within it. At its core, a just transition is about ensuring that as we move from a high emission to a low emissions economy, workers, communities, vulnerable groups and regions are supported and enabled to benefit from change. Section 30 of the Act makes this a statutory consideration, with 11 just transition objectives, including the creation of quality jobs, support for affected communities and tackling social and economic inequality. Turning to membership, the Act requires representation from 7 sectors, including academia, agriculture, civic society, environmental groups, fisheries, trade unions and youth groups. The Act also allows for additional representation, and it is within that framework that these regulations have been developed. There has been a high level of public interest in just transition, and in turn the role that the Commission will play. The need for a just transition is raised at every public engagement event I or my department have held in respect of climate change, demonstrating its importance to people, communities and stakeholders across Northern Ireland. While not legally required, I considered it essential to engage widely given the high level of public interest in this topic. My department undertook a 10-week public consultation supported by targeted engagement events with groups required to be represented on the Commission by the Act.
Minister?
Yeah.
Thank you. So you returned through that, but as you will appreciate, question time begins at 2 o'clock. I just want to take our ease until we get the Speaker into chair question time, and you will continue after. Okay, thank you, Minister. Members, take your ease.
Time for questions to the Executive Office, and I call John Blair.
Mr. Speaker, question number 1.
First Minister.
Engagement with the European Union remains an important priority given our unique situation under the Windsor Framework. In the last year, the Deputy First Minister and I have represented the Executive at the Withdrawal Agreement Joint Committee at its meetings in April 2025 and most recently back in February, to ensure that our views are represented to both the EU and the British Government on the implementation of the Windsor Framework. We have engaged directly with senior EU representatives, including the EU Ambassador Pedro Serrano, alongside ambassadors from several EU member states during a visit in late 2025. Through the Interministerial Group on EU Relations and bilateral discussions with the Minister for the Cabinet Office, we have also engaged with the British Government to ensure that our interests are represented in the ongoing negotiations with the EU. Through our Brussels office, we maintain strong working relationships with EU institutions and member states, ensuring that relevant developments in EU policy and legislation are all fed back to our executive departments. And then during St Patrick's Week, our junior ministers also travelled to Brussels to raise our profile with key EU partners such as the Chair of the European Parliament delegation to Britain, Sandro Goza, MEP. And then finally, members will be aware of the Executive Office's role in support and delivery of the EU Peace Plus programme, which continues to make a difference to communities here.
Blair. Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the First Minister for that reply. We're still awaiting, Mr Speaker, not only an international relations strategy but also the promised Europe strategy. Given the evidence that the UK is pivoting closer to the European Union and its economic area, should this not be, if I could ask the First Minister, being addressed urgently rather than being left on the shelf?
First Minister.
Yeah, I mean, obviously there's there's a lot of global volatility right now, and in terms of the international relations strategy itself, we needed to take account of all the things that are happening and all the changes that are happening. But you're right to say that it's very clear now that the British Government plans to introduce and enact new UK-EU arrangements, and we need to have our part in that. We need to ensure that that is then reflected in our international strategy going forward. In terms of the legislation that's being brought forward, we've engaged with Thomas Simmons, couldn't remember his name properly there, apologies, and in terms of the substance of the bill, because we want to have early sight of that so that we're able to influence it. But I think that piece of work, all of that would keep changing our international relations strategy, so that piece of work needs to be done in order to allow us to bring forward our own strategy here, which I can tell you that we are committed to doing so.
Can I thank John Blair for that question, because the question I would ask is, First Minister, would you agree that in terms of benefits for people here, that strengthened cooperation, maximising opportunities for people here, particularly in Europe, is the only way that we're actually going to see some tangible benefits? Thank you.
Yes, I do agree with that statement. I think particularly given that we continue to deal with the outworking of what was a very divisive Brexit, a post-Brexit reality that we all now operate in. And I think there's no escaping the fact that it's had really long and lasting impacts, negative impacts in terms of our economy, on our businesses and our farmers, our students, and even just as of late our community and voluntary sector also. So I think to mitigate against some of those impacts, we have to take every opportunity that we have to rebuild relationships. And as I said, I welcome the fact that there are now enhanced discussions at a British Government and EU level to improve relationships and to, I think, provide some stability and iron out barriers where they occur for businesses and consumers alike. So I think in that context, alongside that piece of work, we also have the dual market access that is now something that is a unique selling point for ourselves, and I can say that Ciamh Archibald continues to drive forward that strategy and to travel across Europe to try to drum up interest in terms of this being a great place to invest in terms of growing our economy. So I think we have to maximise that opportunity because that's the strength, and we have to minimise all the negativity that comes in a post-Brexit trading reality.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it is clear that the protocol and the Windsor framework continue to provide considerable challenges to businesses across Northern Ireland. Would the First Minister agree with me that tinkering around the edges is not enough, and we need government to act decisively to protect trade between Great Britain and Northern Ireland?
Yeah, I want to maximise all of our opportunities, but the reality is, sponsored by your own party, we now have a Brexit and a post-Brexit trading reality, and therefore the rest of the parties of this Assembly and Executive have worked to try to find mitigations towards the worst impact of the outworking of Brexit, and also to reach into the dual market access. But there's no doubt that there are barriers to trade, and I don't want to see barriers to trade across this island or between our islands. I want there to be maximum opportunities for all of our businesses to be able to tap into some of that economic growth. But the reality is there are going to be ongoing changes in this post-Brexit world, but we will continue to raise those issues. We have done the whole way through. I outlined in the initial answer just some of the engagement that we've had with all the different relevant ministers, because we want them to hear what are the challenges that our businesses are facing, and then we want to be able to find solutions. I think the legislation in terms of the new strategic partnership at both British Government and EU level hopefully will be able to deal with some of these things as well. So let's keep trying to find answers to the problems that now arise in the post-Brexit world that we deal with.
Steve Aiken.
For answers so far. First Minister, the Windsor Framework Committee last week were in Brussels, and we had briefings from the excellent Office of Northern Ireland Executive in Brussels, not the most catchily named office of any description. But one of the issues that came out of it was the fact that the additional staff there are only there on a year-by-year basis. If we're serious about making the opportunities, as you say, work, can we move them to be on a more permanent structure rather than on a year-by-year basis, which doesn't speak to permanence of relationships or improving long-term relationships as we go?
So the member has visited and knows that the office is there in Brussels to try to, I suppose, to support the executive in our relationships with the EU. In terms of individual HR matters, that's not something that I engage with. However, I think it's important that if we're going to build good relationships that have been very much damaged over the course of the whole Brexit debacle, I think that the more that we have permanent staff there that actually can build those relationships and actually get things done, then that's obviously a good thing. And I'm sure you follow this, given your role in the Windsor Framework, we also have a quarterly report now for this Assembly in terms of the work that's happening in our office in Brussels, so that we're transparent about what actually is happening, and hopefully that's helpful to members. But in terms of the ongoing staffing issue, obviously that's an issue for the civil service more widely.
Jane McLaughlin.
Thank you. First Minister, the Irish EU presidency is coming up, and it is very significant, and it's an opportunity to help us build relationships. Have you made any particular contacts in order to strengthen those relationships during that period of time?
Yes, I have directly raised this with the Irish Government. I think that it is important that when that Ireland has the presidency for 6 months, that we actually are part of that. There will be a number of across all different sectors, there's going to be a huge amount of engagement over that 6-month period, and we want to have our part in that, and I've made that representation directly to Taoiseach, Taoiseach and Helen McAtee in her role as Minister for Foreign Affairs. So I look forward to how that unfolds when they take the presidency from June.
McGuigan.
Question number two.
With your permission, I'll answer questions 2 and 3 together. We recognise and share the significant concerns that many people have around rising energy costs, which are really compounding the existing cost of living pressures. We met with the Prime Minister on the 12th of March and raised these very concerns, and we have since written twice to Keir Starmer to highlight the disproportionate effect that higher energy costs have on local constituents and businesses. And we've called on him directly, as all parties of the Executive, to bring forward a package of measures to support those under pressure, and requested an urgent meeting to discuss the escalating budgetary challenges that we also face. Fuel prices, as you know, are largely set by international markets and taxation, so therefore there are clear limitations in terms of what the Executive can directly control. But whilst we are pleased that the Executive has agreed to provide £100 fuel vouchers to those most in need, we also recognise that a much more comprehensive approach is required, and that's what our engagement with the Prime Minister is about. We're determined to do all that we can locally to ensure that we're fully informed on all the potential impacts and the mitigations, and I can say that we have also established a cross-departmental strategic policy group to report into the Executive to help facilitate a coordinated and effective policy response across government.
Mr McGuigan.
And can I thank the First Minister for that answer and for the work that she and executive colleagues are doing to implore upon the British Government the need for help for citizens here in terms of rising fuel and energy costs. Further to that, last week we saw the British Government seeking to deflect from the Executive's effort to secure a fair and adequate budget for the North when they challenged your assertion that funding here would be significantly higher if we were treated in the same basis as Scotland and Wales are. First Minister, can I ask you if you can broadly set out and put in record how you came to those figures?
Yeah, thank you for that and creating that opportunity, because I think this is really, really important. Public services here have been systematically underfunded for generations, and British Government austerity politics and policies have really constrained our ability to invest across all of our public services, and they've compounded the problems that we see in health and in education and in infrastructure. And the figures that I referenced are certainly not arbitrary figures. They derive from established work that was done by Professor Jerry Holtham as part of his review, and then subsequent analysis also by the Fiscal Council, that work assessed relative need across the devolved administration. So when you, broadly speaking, whenever you look at the direct comparisons to ourselves and to Scotland and to Wales, at just over 100% in Scotland and 115% in Wales, yet they've both been funded above their identified level of need, and we're asking for the same, because the difference that would make to what we're able to invest in our public services is hugely significant. So I think the Treasury should go back to the drawing board, take a look at its own published figures, because we draw upon those figures also. But the reality is, because of the underfunding, because of the identified needs that we have here for our population, then what we're currently allocated is unfair and directly comparatively to Scotland and Wales. And we are at one, in terms of an executive, of saying that what we want is fairness for people here. What we want is a proper funding model that allows us to support our public services and to deliver for families who are getting it really, really tight right now. So we're going to continue this conversation, but I think last week's efforts by the Treasury were more about distraction and deflection from their failings for the people here.
Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I suppose with farmers, hauliers and care workers struggling to cope with the soaring costs of petrol and diesel, the First Minister is well aware that only the government at Westminster has the financial power to cut fuel duty and scrap harmful net zero taxes. Yet, unfortunately, her Sinn Féin colleague, the MP for Newry and Armagh, refuses, Mr. Speaker, to turn up to the House of Commons to debate these issues. First Minister, how can you stand over this blatant and repeated abdication of duty? And when will you end this stay away but take the pay abstentionist policy?
Good party lines, DUP attack lines, well noted in advance of the election. So let's also focus on what the public at home want to hear from this chamber. They want to hear that you and I are working together on their behalf. They want to hear that every executive party has their backs. They want to know that we're going to challenge for proper funding for our public services, and they want to know that we're going to work together to try to deliver for them on a day-to-day basis. That's what I'm here for. That's what I continue to be here for. You've asked me a question, so I think I'm on my feet right now. So the reality here is, we as an executive have sent a letter to the British Prime Minister, and we have asked for a meeting, an urgent meeting, to discuss in a twofold way the current budget allocation that we have, which is insufficient, and your own party agrees so. And also, what does a proper cost of living package look like for people? How are we going to support our farmers? Myself and the Deputy First Minister met with the Ulster Farmers Union last week. We talked about the challenges that they're facing in terms of fuel costs. Again, that's a lever that sits in Westminster, so I want to know what Keir Starmer is going to do to support our local farmers. We want a proper cost of living package, because people are going to get it really hard, and we don't know where this is all going to end. We said this from day one, whenever your party cheerleaded this war, this illegal war. We said this will have real-life implications for households, and that's what's happening now. People are seeing it in their weekly bills, they're seeing it in their food shop, they're seeing it in putting diesel in their car. So I'm saying to you, stop the nonsense, work for people and work with the rest of the executive parties to actually try to get a proper package for people.
Kate Nicholl.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, the First Minister, for our answers. Recently at Economy Committee we had presentations from Community Energy Northern Ireland, and it struck me at this time of cost of living, with a need for greater emphasis on energy security, that actually what's happening in communities isn't just about energy security, it's anti-poverty, it's better for the environment. Is this something that your department could take more of an active role in supporting community energy in Northern Ireland?
So, and the member will know from our work in the committee that we do have an energy policy, and I think that part of what we need to do, because there's so much volatility in the world, and if you even chart the recent years from Brexit to where we are today, everything that's happened, and how all those international events have an implication for people's lives, the best thing we can do is try to cushion people from some of those big shocks. And the best, I think, one of the tools that's open to us is actually around having good energy policy, looking at wind independence, looking at how we can actually buffer people from some of the worst excesses of that. So that's already there in the energy brief and in the Department of the Economy. And I will work with Kiva to try to do everything that we can to try to cushion people against all these economic shocks. So yes, I think that's an area of work that we all should be working on together.
Mark Durgan.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. We in the opposition certainly do agree that we do need more from the UK Government. But can the First Minister update us or give us any insight into the conversations going on across the Executive about what interventions or actions can be taken now to alleviate the stress of this situation on people, on businesses and on public services?
Yeah, so as I said in my initial answer, we're coming at this in a very holistic way, in a dual-track approach. So what can we as an executive do in the here and now to support families? And just last week, or the week before, we announced the £100 oil voucher scheme. We're also going to have the £30 electricity scheme. So that's the things that we can do from an executive. But alongside that, I can say to you that we've stood up structures. So we have civil contingency arrangements already that work away and plan for, because we have to plan for the winter ahead. We don't know what this is going to look like. We don't know where this war will end. We don't know how long this is going to go on, and then we don't know what that's going to mean for fuel shortages, for food shortages and everything else that might happen potentially. So we've asked the head of the civil service to establish a strategic policy group. That's all permanent secretaries are there, and that's looking at the whole gambit. It's looking at every potential challenge that might come down the tracks for people, and it's about getting ready to be ahead of how we can respond to some of that. And I think that's important at that level, because we need to ensure that as an executive we continue to chart our way through this and plan for some of or all of the eventualities that potentially will come our way. I think the lessons to be learned from COVID really ring through at this time, whenever you're planning for what is could be such a devastating time for even further into the winter for people.
Matthew Till.
With your permission, I'll answer 4 and 10 together. The Executive is focused on delivery, improving lives, supporting economic growth and ensuring that our infrastructure meets the needs of our people. A significant amount of work has already gone into shaping the draft investment strategy and progressing a range of enabling actions needed to tackle some of the barriers to delivery. This will ensure that we are well placed to realise the ambition that will be set out in the strategy. We are confident that the substantial work has already been completed, together with the progress on the enabling actions, and it sets out a very clear direction. There are still some key considerations to be worked through. The remaining work is focused on ensuring that the strategy is robust, is evidence-based and it's capable of delivering real and lasting outcomes for people here. And once the strategy is finalised, the timeline for approval and publication will then be a matter for the Executive.
Sorry, First Minister, on this subject, a significant amount of work, progress on enabling actions simply are not good enough. In early 2024, just after the Executive was re-established, in a written answer to Paula Bradshaw, you said, and your colleague Deputy First Minister said, the final draft had been presented of the investment strategy. In answer to my colleague Colin McGrath this time last year, you and the Deputy First Minister said we expect to receive a final version in the coming weeks. We are more than 2 years on from the restoration of this Executive. Your party and the DUP are very good at blaming one another and very quick to shift blame to London, but you collectively have not published an investment strategy. This is shambolic. Where is it?
Minister.
I can say that you're very quick to let London off the hook, but the reality is that we are working our way through it. It is not as quick as I would like, and I've said that to you before, I believe, actually, in this House. But we are working towards the final version of the strategy, and I think you have to understand what our budget allocation looks like before you can actually have a finalised strategy, because you're talking about such a significant plan, a strategic vision for the next 25 years, along with a 10-year infrastructure investment plan. So you're talking about £32 billion being invested. So it's really, really important that we get that strategy right. And also, there are other things at play here in terms of the implications of the AFI judgment, and I think that's important in terms of infrastructure projects, which I'm quite sure you will understand. So work has taken place at official level in terms of further refinement. We're just not quite there yet, but I think if we can get to the other side of the finalised budget position, then we're able to move into publishing a draft investment strategy.
The First Minister for answer.
Tell me what specific targets, timelines and accountability measures are contained within
the draft investment strategy to ensure that, in fact, it does what you say that it's anticipated to do, that is, deliver measurable private sector investment, good jobs and regional balance across all parts of the North?
Minister.
As someone who also represents the rural constituency, we absolutely will ensure that there is regional balance built into the infrastructure plan. That's a must, and I think we've demonstrated since this executive returned 2 years ago that regional balance is a core principle of what we are trying to achieve across all policy areas. And I can say to you that the investment strategy will recognise that need for regional balance and the need to consider the specific requirements of rural communities, because we have particular challenges that perhaps you won't have in an urban setting. It identifies the need to enhance both our built and rural environments, highlights the role that improving transport links and continued investment in digital connectivity can play in helping rural communities to thrive. And also I can say to you that we also had done the work in terms of a rural needs assessment. So there's quite a lot built in to the core of the strategy itself, and whenever we get to the juncture where we're able to launch it, you'll be able to see all that for yourself.
Colin Gildernew.
Yeah, it's linked actually to that answer as well, and I thank the Minister for the answer. Historic underinvestment over very many years have seen the reduction of opportunity, reduction of prosperity in areas west of the Ban. Does the First Minister agree with me that in order to succeed, this strategy must tackle that and reverse that underinvestment?
Yeah, I mean, it very much chimes with what I've just said in terms of, like, we have to ensure that prosperity is felt across the board. We can't have communities left behind. And the reality is, I think that, as I said, I think in the first 2 years, people can start to see that things are changing, and I think you can see that really visibly in Derry and the North West, where you can see the McGee expansion, where you can see the money that's been invested in the city deals, the numbers increasing. And, you know, I think one of those projects that really goes to the heart of people feeling that they're getting their fair share is the project which is the building of the A5 road, which obviously has been caught up in the courts. But and similarly, like, you could talk about the Enniskillen bypass, we can talk about, you know, many other big infrastructure projects, and I think that the fact that they're all now within growth deals, and I know that there's cross-party commitment to these projects. It's now about making it happen, so getting a finalised budget and then getting an investment strategy in place.
David Brooks.
For answer so far. The First Minister said here today that the public want to see parties working together. I believe she also said in a speech at the weekend that she would leave no stone unturned in the delivery of the A5, and I presume that applies to other infrastructure projects as well. So would the First Minister agree with me that to create that welcoming environment for investment, that we should make sure that climate change legislation is not standing in the way and delaying large infrastructure projects in Northern Ireland?
See, you were tuning into our dash at the weekend. Well done, you. I think that unfortunately that you and your party try to pit one thing against the other. I think we can deliver really well for our climate and protecting our future generations' world, whilst also delivering on our infrastructure projects. As you're aware, and we will leave no stone unturned in terms of the A5 itself. But I think you're trying to throw the baby out with the bathwater. Your party voted for the climate change legislation as well, don't forget. But I think the thing here is, how can we do well by our environment, and how can we deliver our infrastructure projects? That's the challenge, I think, for all of us. And we're not unique in this struggle, because when you look across what they're doing in Scotland and Wales and elsewhere, they have similar challenges. Indeed, the government in Dublin have similar challenges as well. So let's find ways to do it. Let's find ways to protect our environment and build our infrastructure projects. I'm certainly in that solution-focused mode. You should get into that space too.
Paula Bradshaw.
Mr. Speaker and First Minister, I want to stay in that space in terms of striking the balance between climate change and delivering the investment that all our communities deserve. It's over a year now since the regulations allowing for the appointment of a Climate Commissioner came into force. I'm just wondering if you could provide an update on the appointment of this Commissioner. Thank you.
Sure.
I don't have the actual date in terms of when we intend, but I can say to you that we have moved that legislation, so we're obliged to bring forward the Commissioner, and I'll write to the member to give you a bit more detail in terms of the timing of that.
On Chambers, not in this place, I call Michelle Guy.
Question 6, please.
We have been clear that we want to realise the immense economic, historical and reconciliation potential of the site and are committed to working with the Maes Long Cash Board to maximise these opportunities for the benefit of all. We recognise that this would require us to move with consensus and sensitivity, and we are committed to working with the corporation to achieve that. We are considering advice from officials on short to medium term priorities and options for the board. Discussions are ongoing at an official level, and over the coming weeks we expect to receive further input to help frame our consideration of the way forward. We can assure the member that the future of the site very much remains a live issue which we are committed to resolving.
Thank you, First Minister, for the response. I think we all know that it's political differences between the DUP and Sinn Féin that is the barrier to progress on this site. So, First Minister, what are you doing to make progress, and when will you meet with the board of the Maes Long Cash Development Corporation, since the last time you met was July 2024?
Minister.
I believe we are going to be meeting the board in the very near future. I don't have the date in front of me, but I mean, you're right, there needs to be a political agreement in which to move this site forward, and I want that. I do think that we can strike the right balance in terms of having the historical and the economic and the social inclusion, aspects of the site all delivered upon, but that requires political will across all, and unfortunately that's not there. But that's not to say that I accept that or I give up on that, because I'm going to continue to try to move this forward. Like, imagine if you could bring in the likes of museums, national museums, to create the site. I mean, there's ways to do this that is respectful, that's dignified, that preserves the historical nature of the site, but also allows us to open up the economic opportunity. So I hope that we can get to that juncture. It's been a long time in the making, but I want to commend the people on the board for keeping things in a state of readiness, that we are able to go for protecting the listed and retained buildings. But clearly what we need here is a political agreement in which to step forward and actually develop this site.
Anya Murphy.
Can Collier, and thank you for your answer, First Minister, and I want to particularly welcome your comment just in relation to the future of the site remaining a live issue. Minister, would you agree with me that fully regenerating the site would be transformative both socially and economically, and it's now time to move forward without delay?
Yeah, as I said, I suppose I want to restate my commitment to actually delivering for this site, and I think that the people of Lagan Valley and right across the north would really benefit from a political agreement that allows the site to be opened up, that retains the listed and historic buildings, that reaches for the economic potential and creates the opportunity that there is to create thousands of jobs. So I think we have to just keep raising it in this forum. We have to keep talking about it, and we have to try and find a way forward that maximises the social and economic benefits of a fully regenerated Long Cash site, which I think is what people really want to see, and it's certainly what I want to see.
Cameron.
Thank you, First Minister, for your answers so far. The 1st of April this year marked the 108th anniversary of the formation of the Royal Air Force, which was celebrated by the Ulster Aviation Society by the handover of a Harrier jet from the Chief of Air Staff. And I'm sure the First Minister will join me and demonstrate our working together in commending the work of the Ulster Aviation Society as an example of how listed buildings can be utilised and preserved.
Ulster Aviation Society, as a charitable organisation, plays a really important role, and it plays a really important role in protecting and promoting our aviation heritage through saving, restoring and exhibiting heritage aircraft for public benefit. And they're a good example of something that's working well on the site. So imagine what we could do if we worked together in that vein and actually opened up the entirety of the site and really maximise the benefits and the historical nature of the site itself. So I think there's a lot in that for everybody, and actually this is something that we just need to get a political agreement on.
And we move to topical questions. The First Minister, and I call Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First Minister, at the weekend you said that you wanted to move towards reform of the Stormont institutions. Now, I welcome that. I and my party, and indeed others of this chamber, have been pressing for that for years, particularly when we've seen 2+ years of failure from the current executive. But since you and your party have in the past, as of the DUP of course, resisted most practical forms of reforming how this place works. Indeed, your party along with the DUP were responsible for collapsing this place for significant parts of the last decade. That's true, First Minister, those are the historic facts. Can you be specific about which reform proposals you would support?
Minister.
Because I've said, well, firstly, let me say there's no agreement in the office on the issue of reform. So when I spoke at the weekend, I spoke as my capacity as Vice President of Sinn Féin, and in terms of our proposals for reform, which we are going to speak about over the next couple of weeks. It's not a matter for the Executive Office.
Sir Toole.
Executive Office, but it is a matter for this place, First Minister, so I appreciate you indicating a rhetorical commitment to moving this agenda forward. The public out there will be somewhat sceptical. We are 20 years on from the St Andrews Agreement, in which the DUP Sinn Féin, along with the British Government, undermined core principles of how this place works. We're 2 years on from the restoration, no progress on the A5, no progress in casement. The Executive can't even set a budget. So I welcome the fact that there's now a rhetorical commitment to reform. But please, First Minister, can you tell us what the reform is you actually want to see to make this place work?
First
because
Minister.
it isn't working.
So I follow with interest some of the work that's happening in the IRC committee, and I'm also very clear from the people that have come before your committee that they're not interested in window dressing. And I know that some of the things that you suggest are in fact window dressing. What it has to be about is how politics can work better, how this institution can work better. And despite the fact that I have told you on repeat that this is where I wanted to get to, that I wanted to announce what we would do in terms of some of the reform proposals. And I will say more about that over the course of the next number of weeks, but it's not a matter for the Executive Office. But I'm sure you will wait with anticipation and we will chat that out whenever we announce them. Yeah.
All right.
Minister unequivocally condemn the reckless attack on Dunmurry PSNI station over the weekend?
I think that all of us condemn the attack on the PSNI station in Dunmurry at the weekend, and as a matter of fact today, myself, the Deputy First Minister, the Chief Constable and the Chair of the Policing Board stood together shoulder by shoulder to say that those people that are engaged in this activity have no support out there in society, they have no vision for the future, and that they do not enjoy support. And anybody who's got any information should come forward and give that to the PSNI.
Mr. Harvey.
There was always an alternative to violence. Will the First Minister always take the opportunity to condemn all other bombings in Dunmurry during the IRA terrorist campaign, including those perpetrated by Bobby Sands?
Mr.
Look, I think it's unfortunate that your party decides to try to make some noise out of something that was such a harrowing event for the people of Dunmurry on Saturday night. Those people on Saturday night went through a horrific ordeal, as did the person whose car was hijacked and made to drive into that. My thoughts are very much with them. The alternative to conflict was the Good Friday Agreement. I believe in the Good Friday Agreement in all of its parts, including the fulfilment of constitutional change and the question being put to the people. That's where my eyes are very much focused on the fact that in 2 years' time we'll celebrate the Good Friday Agreement anniversary, the 30th anniversary, and over that 30 years, the transformation of our society, which has been absolutely immense, away from conflict and towards peace. And there's nobody out there in society that's going to drive us backwards. We're only interested in going forwards.
First Minister, new and young drivers are facing outrageously high insurance premiums, sometimes the cost of insurance actually outstripping the cost of a used car. I know you care deeply about young people being treated fairly, so First Minister, do you share my concerns about how high these outrageous insurance premiums are being quoted for new and young drivers?
Yeah, I absolutely do, and I'm quite sure everybody in this House has spoken to a constituent, a young person who has just got their licence and gets really excited to get on the road and are really wanting to get out, and then they go and they purchase a car, and quite often the cost of the insurance premium itself could be triple the cost of the car. I think I've spoken before about speaking to young people who were charged premiums of £4,500. I've actually heard right up until £8,000 someone was being charged. How is that fair for any young person, and particularly as a rural person? How will a young person get on the road if they can't afford to pay for that? And I don't know too many young people who've just turned the age to get their driving licence that could afford that kind of money for car insurance. So I think that we need to call out those insurance companies for these extortionate premiums and do everything we can to try to get those brought down.
Mrs. Ennis.
I totally concur with the First Minister. It is outrageous and it isn't fair on our young people to face these high insurance premiums. I know yourself and the Infrastructure Minister are doing great work and have had conversations around how we tackle this, but I wonder, can the First Minister outline what work is being done to tackle these huge insurance premiums?
Yeah, and this is something that I am keen that we try to do something about and to steer these insurance companies in the right direction. I know many members have spoken about this in this House. So myself and Infrastructure Minister Liz Kimmins have been working together to try to take on some of these high insurance premiums, and we've spoken directly with the industry body to try to challenge that, and also to say the things that, for example, that Liz is doing in her department, that she's bringing forward road safety schemes, when she's bringing forward the graduated driver licence scheme, that in itself is going to be transformative for new and young drivers. I think then our young drivers should be rewarded with reduced insurance premiums for actually taking this approach. So I think it's time to end the rip-off insurance premiums for young people, and it's actually time to allow young people to get on the road safely and in a way in which is affordable to them as well.
Sugden.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. First Minister, since paying lip service to older people in the programme for government a number of months ago, could you outline any tangible actions this executive has taken forward in terms of addressing the impact of our ageing population?
Sir.
I know that we've had debates in the past around just the commitment to older people, but I can say to the member that we absolutely are. We have an ageing population and we have to plan for that across our health service and every other public service. I can say to you that last week in particular at our executive, when we were thinking about cost of living and cost of just surviving right now, we were very mindful of the fact that there are many pensioners out there who will be impacted in that. So we do take them into consideration for every decision, but you're right in terms of future planning for our health system, for making sure we have a sufficient amount of carers in communities. I know you yourself focus a lot on loneliness and how we can actually support people. So I like to think that every decision we make takes into account the needs of older people in all of our policies.
Ms Sugden.
Thank you, First Minister. First Minister, will you give a commitment then that before the end of this mandate that we will actually look into strategic planning for our ageing population? Because you refer to older people and how we have to affect them, and absolutely they're as much part of society as any other age group. However, all public services will be impacted, and we're seeing that already with the health service, if we don't start planning for the impact of an ageing population. I think it's irresponsible of this government to not have looked at it before now. It was irresponsible 10 years ago, but we need to be doing this. Not today, not tomorrow. We needed to be doing it yesterday. So can I get that commitment from you?
Minister.
I do genuinely think that a lot of that work is actually happening. I do think that it is, and it may be piecemeal. I'm not sure how consistent it is across the board. But I'm very happy to ask those questions and to try to get a better understanding. But I know, for example, when it came to reviewing health and social care and how we support people who need support, when it comes to home care packages, for example, then that was part of the strategic consideration. But I'm very happy to ask all ministers for the planning that's happening thus far.
Alan Killian.
First Minister, recently the First Minister of Scotland suggested that there could be scope for governments in Scotland and Wales, and indeed here in the North, to work together in advance of independence. Will the First Minister join with me and welcoming these comments?
Yeah, and again, the member will not be surprised to know that there isn't a shared view of this in the Executive Office, but I did see the comments from John Swinney, the First Minister, and obviously they're going to the polls over the next number of weeks, and it looks like you're going to have for the first time, well, SNP being returned as First Minister, and for the first time in Wales, potentially a Nationalist First Minister there also. And I think that tells a story in itself. It tells you where people are at. It tells you that people are fed up of the shackles of Westminster. It tells you that people want to take control of their own destiny and have all the levers that are available to any of us that are elected, that they have them all at home and they take control of their own self-determination and destiny. So I think that's where the common ground certainly sits. I will absolutely be up for working with likewise First Ministers who have that same view, as we all reach for what we all want at the end of the day, which is a better life for the people that we represent.
Killian.
So, First Minister, unlike the budgets in Scotland and in Wales, the North here is funded well below need. So will the First Minister commit to continually putting the case for a fairer and better budget to fund public services here in the North?
Yeah, because there's one thing for sure, is what the public out there want from all of us collectively is that we work together and that we get a properly funded budget that allows us to invest in our public services, whether that be health or education, or help them with childcare, or just help them get through the cost of living crisis. And the reality is the budget as it currently stands is completely inadequate, and that will be the case year after year if they do not identify the needs that we have and actually meet us in terms of being able to deliver for the people here. So I think that the collective job of our executive right now, and we are unified on this in terms of making the case for a proper and fair funding model, is something that's appropriate and right. And I really dislike whenever people talk about beg and bowl politics. This isn't beg and bowl. This is about our people. This is about how do we invest in health service, how do we invest in education, how do we invest in special education needs, how do we help people through the cost of living, and those are the things that are really important to people.
Philip McGuigan.
First Minister, there have been a number of items raised today during question time where it's clear lack of agreement is stalling progress and benefits to citizens and communities across the North. You have articulated your determination to work with others to resolve these issues. Can I ask if you believe that reform is also needed to make the Executive and Assembly more effective?
Yes, I do, and that's why I made the point about window dressing. Window dressing doesn't cut it. I think that what we need to see is reform that actually helps politics to deliver better, and it helps us to make a difference in people's lives. Like, despite the challenges of this place, my approach has always been one of partnership, despite the fact that it is a difficult arrangement. And I think that what we need to do is try and find ways to work better, work smarter, work more effectively, and to do so without blockages and vetoes. And I think that's really what the reform conversation needs to be about. How do we actually do things better? How can we deliver better politics for here? And how do we create a better partnership arrangement?
Mr. McGuigan.
Thank the First Minister for her answer. And in terms of following on just from the answer that she gives, if I can ask First Minister if you believe it is also time for the Justice Ministry portfolio to be selected in the normal way, just as all other ministries are here?
Sure.
Yeah, I do absolutely concur with that one. I think that it would be a healthy and a measured step forward, actually, if this was to be resolved and be one aspect of the reform proposals that actually deliver something tangible, because the days of no nationalists need apply are long gone and not to return. So 28 years on from the signing of the Good Friday Agreement, and everything that we've achieved, the transformation that we've achieved, and the fact that I'm First Minister in a place that was designed to ensure that that would never be the case, it means that we need to ensure that every role is open to everybody in our society. And I think that it's a sign of the times have changed, that we cannot have any position, and including the Ministry of Justice, we can't have that still locked out from nationalism. That cannot be the case, and I know that certainly would be the view of the wider public out there that we represent. So I want to look at reform in the round in a meaningful way, and things that actually will, as I say, will make a difference, and we will talk a bit more about that. But I hope that we can come at the conversation with openness and with fairness and with an honesty and a real desire to try to improve how we do business here.
Keith Buchanan.
First Minister, I welcome your condemnation of the attack over the weekend on Dunmurry Police Station, but First Minister, I'm somewhat confused. You can condemn this attack, but you can't condemn attacks in the past. Namely, my post office was murdered. A post office driver was murdered in 1978. My milkman was murdered in 1979. Leaving 5 girls, 2 wives and 8 boys with no father, no husband. Please, can you please condemn that attack and those 2 individuals?
You see, there's a sensitivity to all of this, and I'm very mindful of not playing your game. But I'm very mindful of not playing your game. There was much suffering. Speaker, there was much suffering and trauma. And much suffering and trauma that still persists as a direct result of conflict. I regret every single loss of life, and I regret every single loss of life. My whole of my adult life has been about bedding in peace. The whole of my adult life has been about cementing the Good Friday Agreement. I look towards a brighter and better future. I try to find ways to heal the wounds of the past, not score points across the chamber on things. So let's not be selective. Let's not be selective. I regret every single loss of life. You can't say the same.
I move to questions to the Minister of Education. I call Declan McAleer.
Question 1, please.
Mr. Speaker, the REACH programme delivered by the Education Authority Youth Service is a valued service and uses youth work methodologies to support young people's emotional health and well-being, and works directly with children and young people aged 6 to 19. The programme is delivered on a regional basis and available to all schools in Northern Ireland. It's funded by my department as part of the Emotional Health and Wellbeing in Education framework. My department commissioned an independent strategic review of the framework, and this is nearing completion. Interim findings suggest the framework remains fit for purpose and aligned with wider strategies. Once the review is complete, I will consider the recommendations and findings. It is likely that the findings will inform a new action plan to replace the original implementation plan. The future of all projects will be considered in this context, along with the wider departmental budgetary process.
Mr. McAleer.
Thank the Minister for his response. Minister, I've spoken to a lot of young people and families who have highlighted the vital importance of the REACH programme in terms of helping young people with examination stress, school refusal, anxiety and many other issues. And in recent correspondence from the EA, they have said that they've ceased the programme because of funding, lack of funding from the Department of Education, and they would re-evaluate this in the future. Is this something that you might also re-evaluate, the decision to fund the REACH programme? Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I haven't removed funding for this programme, and there was an interim allocation provided to EA for this programme to continue. Obviously, EA had taken a particular approach, but I've instructed my officials to work with them in order for this programme to continue at least to the end of June. That will allow, hopefully, the Executive to reach a position on the final budgetary settlement, and then decisions can be taken thereafter. And as I've said in the original question, decisions that then can be taken based upon the findings of the framework review and the most effective delivery model, considering then the value for money, sustainability and affordability on this particular matter.
Al Robinson.
Could the Minister just highlight how much funding is provided to EA for REACH?
Well, Mr. Speaker, the funding over the past number of years, in 2021-22, it was £899,000. It has remained relatively consistent in terms of that figure, and there was an interim allocation provided of £240,000 by way of an interim amount to EA. So over the past number of years, there's been a total of investment of nearly £5 million in those past 5 years, recognising the importance of the issues that are being dealt with in this area.
Could the Minister elaborate as to how he intends to deliver the objectives of the REACH programme when the greatest concentration of youth services at risk of funding gaps are in Derry City, West Belfast and North Belfast, which also have the highest levels of need?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I've outlined where we've been looking at the framework around this particular issue. It's those decisions that then will be taken based upon that review as to how best we can provide that support. Obviously, EA will take its own operational decisions based upon the budget envelope that it receives as to how they can best meet the needs of those young people. I think it's important that we recognise that when it comes to the emotional well-being and the health of our young people, that's something that's vitally important, that is supported. How best we do that needs to be kept under review. That's why we've had this review take place. That will then help the informed decisions in the future in this area.
McAllister.
Question number 2, please.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Education Authority is responsible for the delivery of school transport for eligible pupils, and TransLink is responsible for the timetabling of its bus services. I understand that the EA is aware of the Hazelwood Integrated College's proposed change to its school finishing time, and that it met with the school, TransLink and party representatives on Friday afternoon. A solution was agreed, and transport services will be adjusted to accommodate the school's new finishing time from September.
Ms McAllister.
I thank the Minister for the answer, and I am glad that the Education Authority did get involved last week. It's deeply frustrating that it wasn't until elected representatives did get involved that we saw movement on it, and I do commend the Principal, Ms Jackson, in really pushing this issue, who has been working hard to facilitate all the students. But would the Minister ensure that moving forward that TransLink do try to accommodate, alongside the Education Authority, any changes that are made, especially if there are principals going out of their way to actually facilitate what can be best for TransLink?
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and can I thank the member for her work in this area and making representation on behalf of the school. It shouldn't take MLAs to get involved for these decisions to reach the right outcome, but however, on occasions that is necessary. I think it speaks to the wider point that ultimately schools, they do have autonomy to determine their start and finishing times. There is a process for them to do that in terms of the minimum requirements that are set out in the relevant departmental circular. But we do need to find ways to coordinate that with TransLink in terms of delivery of public services for transport, EA's own bus services, and that at times can present challenges. I know certainly in my own constituency, schools do try to timetable, taking into account how best those public services can be provided for when it comes to TransLink. And so there's a degree of flexibility, but there also needs to be a degree of pragmatic timetabling by schools. But I'm pleased on this particular one, there has been a successful outcome.
Peter Martin.
Thank the Minister for his answer. Minister, is there guidance? You referenced the departmental circular there in your answer. Is there guidance already in place for schools who are considering changing their start and finish times?
Well, it is laid out in a relevant circular, but it does obviously speak to the minimum requirements when it comes to when schools should be open. And obviously schools then, their own governors can take these decisions, but the cooperation with TransLink and EA by way of service provision is important. It's also why we've been communicating to schools as they've been setting their new timetable for the next academic year. There are services that EA will provide for the likes of catering services, and there are some days that schools open when the catering services are not available. And I just appeal to schools, work with the EA to make sure that when you're open, that all of the services can ultimately be provided. And if you have one or two deciding to take a different approach to how they timetable their schools, that can have an impact for their own children and young people. So it is something to bear in mind whenever it comes to the opening hours that schools decide.
Hutchin.
Question 3, please.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Curriculum Task Force Advisory Committee has played a central role in advancing the ambitious programme of curriculum reform. The committee has worked at pace and with great diligence, providing strong strategic oversight since their appointment in the autumn. Members of the committee have worked alongside the 13 subject working groups to guide the drafting of a series of curriculum frameworks. They have ensured that the new curriculum aligns with the principles that were established by the strategic review carried out by Lucy Crehan and are firmly grounded in evidence and professional expertise. The committee is now completing its review of the final subject frameworks, and this marks a significant milestone in the programme of reform. I expect to receive the draft overarching curriculum framework shortly and hope to launch a full public consultation before the summer. I wish to place on record, Mr Speaker, my sincere thanks to all those involved, the task force members, the subject experts and local practitioners for their professionalism, commitment and willingness to work at pace in the best interests of children and young people across Northern Ireland.
Mr Sheehan.
Thank you,
Mr Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her answer.
Is the Minister aware that many principals, teachers and others in our education system are at the end of their tether on account of the level and speed of change that is being imposed on our system? And would he also accept that in terms of curriculum reform, that there's widespread suspicion that this is based on ideological foundations rather than for any pedagogical reasons?
So, Mr Speaker, this is all based on evidence-informed practice, and I want to thank the over 70 professionals from across Northern Ireland, principals, school leaders from every sector, Catholic maintained, the controlled, the integrated, the Irish medium, and they have all provided their expertise in these 13 subject working groups. I'm delighted that that work is coming to a conclusion. And that will allow a public consultation to take place. All of this work has been carried out at a very high level. The implementation of this does need to be carefully timed in terms of how this will roll out within our schools once we get the consultation complete and a finalised curriculum. But this is very much being led by and owned by people who are involved in education locally. We have had international experts who have been able to assist, and that's important that we look internationally at best practice, including the Republic of Ireland, which has helped shape some of the proposals that we are taking forward. And I was very much assured and rebuked in a school that I visited recently, where the principal commended the work around curriculum reform and then chastised me for not moving fast enough, because she said to me, our children cannot afford to wait. We cannot allow a generation to continue with the current system in Northern Ireland, and pushed me to do more and to do it more quickly. So I think that is appropriate for people to challenge me, but I think people also need to ask themselves what is the basis upon their questions. It's not ideological. I didn't have an ideological agenda when I came into this role to pursue a particular approach, but I was open to information and evidence, and that is what is informing this. And it has been led by people from various different perspectives on the political spectrum. It is not beholden to any one particular ideology. It's evidence informed.
Nick Matheson. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In relation to the curriculum review, a recommendation was that there would be a 0 to 6 framework for the early years developed. Can the Minister provide an update of when that work will be taken forward?
Well, it's an issue, Mr. Speaker, that's actually referenced in the Early Learning Childcare Strategy, that there would be a curriculum framework for those early years from 0 to 6. We recognised the importance that in having the curriculum from primary 1 right through to the age of 18 when you complete in year 14. There's also an issue for how we can help with the curriculum from 0 to 6. That's why I included it within that strategy. It has been consulted upon. We had nearly 500 responses. We're analysing those, and I intend to bring forward to the Executive a final early learning childcare strategy for its agreement and endorsement, and included within that would be to take forward a curriculum for that 0 to 6 years of age.
David Brooks. Speaker, I thank the Minister for his answer so far. Mr. Sheehan has been flogging the dead horse that this is all around ideology for quite some time now, and I thought he would have drawn back, knowing that Lucy Crean and our colleague at committee both told him that they were not only left-leaning, but one of them was a signed-up member of the Labour Party when they were accused of going along with Michael Gove's agenda. But Minister, you'll have heard the same concerns from teachers that I have around some of the new things coming forward. And could I ask what reassurance you can give teachers that the revised curriculum will support them in their practice rather than increasing workload?
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do want to reassure teachers that the revised curriculum is intended to support their practice, not to add to their workload. The reason so much of teachers' workload is overbearing and overburdened is because of the failed framework in which they are currently operating in. The only way to work your way out of the current challenges is to have reform and transformation. That's what I am providing. That's what the practitioners within the education sector are delivering in terms of this revised curriculum. And one of the weaknesses of the current curriculum is that it was too vague. It left teachers then to make disproportionate decisions about content, sequencing and coverage. By what we're doing, we will be providing clearer expectations about what should be taught and when. The revised framework will reduce uncertainty and duplication, and that will make planning more manageable. So this isn't about telling teachers how to teach. Professional judgment will remain central, but teachers will have a clearer foundation on which to build, and greater clarity at a system level that will actually help reduce workload by ensuring that teachers are not reinventing the curriculum or filling gaps that have been left by a lack of specification. Implementation, as I've said before, will be phased, and that will be supported, including through guidance and professional learning, so that change is manageable and sustainable for schools. What I am taking forward in Transform Ed is a way through the challenges of workload teachers currently are facing. Those who advocate for retaining the status quo are advocating for retention of a failed system that overburdens our teachers and is what is contributing to their burnout and workload.
Holland.
Mr. Speaker, the 14-week public consultation period on the draft Early Learning and Childcare Strategy ended on the 24th of March this year, with 468 responses received. My officials are currently undertaking a comprehensive analysis of the responses received through the consultation survey and additional written responses, along with the findings of the public consultation events. Findings from the consultation will be published in due course. During the consultation period, it became clear that some school-age childcare providers and representatives were concerned that their part of the sector was not as visible in the actions of the strategy as they would have liked, nor was their important role clearly represented in the strategy. I fully recognise the valuable contribution of school-age childcare provision and have already extended the Northern Ireland Childcare Subsidy Scheme to school-age children in September of last year, acknowledging the important role that school-age providers play in supporting working parents. As my officials complete the analysis of the responses to inform a final version of the strategy, they will continue to work closely with school-age childcare stakeholders to refine the terminology, enhance the visibility of school-age provision and ensure that the final strategy document appropriately recognises the role that school-age childcare plays in supporting parental employment and positive outcomes for children.
Ms Mulholland.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answer. There is a real fear, as you've referenced, amongst registered school-age childcare providers that draft strategy just simply place greater emphasis on non-HSCT registered provision within school estates. Settings such as Lockheed Early Years and my constituency have been in touch with your department to express that concern. Can the Minister outline in the new strategy how are you going to ensure that quality, staffing ratios, workforce qualifications and meaningful play opportunities are going to be protected and not diluted, whilst also acknowledging the work of those non-statutory providers?
Well, Mr Speaker, can I thank the member for the question. I alluded to the concerns that have been articulated in the consultation response. We're assessing that and we're reflecting on it, and have outlined how we will do that before I bring forward a final strategy to the Executive. What I would say to the member about the non-statutory settings, and by that we're referring to those providers, often in schools, that provide a wraparound service. I benefited from that wraparound myself when it came to my children at the primary school that they attended. It provided a very affordable way to provide that additional care, both before school started and after school started. And I would be concerned that we would dilute that provision, because often that is a very cost-effective and convenient way for parents to have their children supported. So I appreciate that there are tensions within the sector around how best to deliver childcare, but I think parents are best informed, giving them all of the evidence, and then they decide where they should send their child. I think we ought to be careful not to be so prescriptive that we would say you can only send your child to provider X, but you're not going to be supported if it is an alternative means. So I think there is value in the current non-statutory settings, the wraparound that's provided in our primary schools, and I would be wary about undermining that provision.
Thank the Minister for his answers. I want to thank him in particular for the work that he is doing around childcare, because it is a major issue for parents. And parents in my constituency have been in touch with me, and whilst they welcome the increase and expansion of the Northern Ireland Childcare Subsidy, they have seen rise in childcare costs from their providers. So do you as Minister recognise the impact of this, and what discussions are ongoing to ensure that families do see the impact of the money that you're delivering within your department?
Well, Mr Speaker, can I thank the member for her comments and the question, because it is a very real issue for many families when it comes to affordability of childcare. That's why we introduced the Childcare Subsidy Scheme. We stood it up at pace. We linked in with the tax-free system within the United Kingdom, because that provided the appropriate assurances and vetting and all of that to make sure people who are eligible are indeed that. And that has delivered significant financial savings, but costs have continued to rise. Often that is a reality for those who are providers, because they are facing additional costs through increases in national insurance contributions, inflation, and often that is being passed on. But that's why the subsidy cap I increased by 10% after the first year to recognise the inflationary pressures. We're continuing to increase that to reflect the inflationary pressure, so that 15% reduction is still a 15% reduction when it comes to the subsidy. So costs are rising. We are seeking to provide the best possible support for families through this particular scheme, and I know that there will be more fees that will be communicated to parents in the course of the next number of weeks. But we are now able to collect significant data. We know what is being charged, and there is a high level of variance associated with that. But what we need is greater transparency for that, greater information for parents, and all of that can help inform the decisions that they take as to where they would send their child.
Bradshaw.
Mr. Speaker, the Education Authority has appointed an external architect-led design team to address the roofing issues at Rosetta Primary School. Additional toilet provision is also being included in this project. Extensive condition surveys have been undertaken, and the design team has provided an updated feasibility report. It is anticipated that business case developments will begin this month. A timeline for the work will be determined when the business case is completed and the preferred option identified. In a separate project, a planning application has been submitted for a bespoke standalone modular toilet block and storage provision at the school. A licence agreement is in place with the neighbouring church to enable the school to use the church hall, with the Education Authority covering this cost. A gate has also been established in the boundary wall to facilitate pupils accessing the church hall. These measures will help mitigate the impact of the ongoing closure of the Assembly Hall on the pupils' education. The Education Authority continues to liaise closely with the school, and Mr. Speaker, I can confirm that there will be another meeting scheduled for the 7th of May. This is regrettably, however, another example of the consequences of underinvestment in the education estate. We have over 1,100 schools. Many of these are aged buildings and extremely poor condition. Years of limited budgets and underinvestment have forced the Department and EA to focus on the most basic priority of keeping schools open and children safe. I remain committed to improving the condition of the school's estate, and I'll continue to call for urgent cross-party support to secure the investment that is needed to ensure every child in Northern Ireland is educated in a safe, modern and inclusive environment.
Ms Bradshaw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for that update. Yes, it does seem that the work is underway to address this issue, but as you have outlined there, it's been 2 years since the Assembly Hall has been usable by the pupils, and the school has been calling for this investment for 9 years now, and I would pay tribute to Mr McGarrigle, the incoming principal, for his work in highlighting these concerns. Minister, can you assure that the funding will be available for all the work that is required to bring the school up to its design purpose? Thank you.
Well, Mr. Speaker, where we have been prioritising that health and safety, obviously that is where the first call of funding has been going. What we need to do is expedite all of the processes by way of the planning, business case, feasibility, design. All of that needs to get to the point by which finance is the requirement. We're not at that stage, so all of the work that we're doing, and I've been engaged on this and encouraged EA, let's expedite that as quickly as we can, because I want to get to the place where members in the Assembly are able to say, this is just subject to finance. We just need to get the funding. That allows me to look at the resources within my department or to seek other external support for that from the Department for Finance. So let us move through the process as efficiently as we can, then get to the case where it is subject to finance. And it has been well articulated in this Assembly by me that there is an underfunding of education. There is a huge backlog of maintenance in our school estate, and we need to see that prioritisation afforded to education when it comes to its allocation within the budget.
Jill.
Minister, as Paula Bradshaw said, parents, pupils, the school community, teachers have not been able to use the hall at Rosetta for years. I live in the area. I know how distressing and frustrating this is for the school community. You've talked about the business cases. You've talked about the processes working through with EA. Mr McGarrigle, the principal, has done a huge amount of work, but there has been frustration that they've had to chase and chivvy constantly at EA. You're talking about getting to a place where the final question is finance. Can you and EA give a commitment that when you get to that stage, the finance will be found to reopen Rosetta School Hall and do the works necessary so that that school community can use the whole of its building?
Mr Speaker, I have visited the school, indeed at the request of the Speaker. I have visited the school. I have been able to see at first hand the challenges that they are facing. I would love to be in a position to say that that is unique. Unfortunately, it is not unique. it is reflected in many schools across the province that there is a whole series of challenges. That's why I make the case for funding to be provided. So let us get to the point where it is subject to funding. Then that becomes a different area that we need to seek to get that resource. But of course I want to have Rosetta being given the funding to allow these works to take place to restore the facilities that they require.
Brian Kingston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answers so far. Can the Minister confirm what is the capital budget position for his department for 2026-27?
Mr. Speaker, obviously there hasn't been a budget agreed, and indeed version 1 of the Sinn Féin budget was wholly inadequate for education, and version 2 of the Sinn Féin budget is wholly inadequate for education. That's why it won't be getting support from me. And there needs to be significant work to be carried out in order for us to get to a point where an agreement can be reached. Because ultimately, once a decision is taken on the budget, that is the envelope of funding that I am left with. And members, indeed from the other side, on those benches, will chastise me for not being able to invest in schools, and yet it is they that hold the purse strings. So we will not be in a position to sign off on a budget until it properly reflects the prioritisation that education ought to be afforded to. And so when we get to that stage, hopefully we can make progress and we can put investment into our school estate, because that is what we need to achieve.
Roy Harvey.
Q6, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, schools in Northern Ireland have a statutory duty to give consideration to making provision for wider community use of their premises when not otherwise required for education purposes. My department has published a community use of schools guidance toolkit to share good practice and to provide guidance on the key issues that schools may wish to consider when deciding whether and how to open their premises for community use. My officials are currently working with their counterparts in the Education Authority to update the guidance.
Mr. Harvey.
And thank you, Minister, for your response. You will be aware that for many rural communities, the local school is central and often the only community facility. What more can practically be done by the EA and/or your department to support school principals to overcome the practical hurdles involved with opening their facilities for external use?
Mr. Speaker, nearly 80% of schools do provide community use, so this is something which is available to communities. There is a schools toolkit which is currently under review and hopefully being finalised shortly, and that will just help enable these processes, I think, to be more seamless. But decisions on whether school premises are made availability for community use rests at each school board of governors level or the principal, and that is something that I would encourage them to make provision for when it comes to community use. But that does require certain criteria to be met, but we ought to be making sure that any barriers that exist, we seek to ameliorate those and make sure that our school buildings are widely usable to the whole community, because it's a vitally important asset, and making good use of it is something that I very much encourage.
Still Guy.
Mr. Speaker, the EA is responsible for managing preschool admissions processes and ensuring that sufficient places are available to accommodate target-age children. In doing so, the EA takes account of all provision across statutory and non-statutory settings. My department plays no role in that process. The admissions process is still ongoing, but already 98.8% of children have been offered a place in a setting of their parents' preference, and 92.4% offered their first preference setting. I appreciate that settings are naturally keen to attract as many funded places as possible, especially given the continuing decline in the birth rate, which is placing all settings under pressure, and this must be managed fairly by the EA. The PAN review carried out by the EA at my request last year included a range of measures to improve the process in both the short and longer term, many of which have already been implemented. Details of this are available on the EA website. I believe that there may be scope to further improve the manner in which the EA takes account of the preferences of parents while still balancing its relevant statutory duties. The PAN review includes an action to consider alternative PAN allocation models, which will enable a range of options to be fully explored with stakeholders and thoroughly tested to ensure effectiveness before any changes are made. My officials are supporting the EA in carrying out initial modelling to inform workshops to discuss alternative allocation models. This work is at an early stage, but it is intended that the first workshop will be held before the end of this academic year.
Let's move on to topicals. Nicole Carhunter.
Minister, exhausted, untenable and unsustainable were some of the words used by the 91% of our teachers here in Northern Ireland who are experiencing stress and burnout. Minister, 46% of teachers here have voiced that they want to leave the profession due to stress and workload. Our teachers are the backbones of our classrooms, our schools and of course our children's education. Minister, can you detail to the House today some of the steps and processes you are putting in place to support our teachers?
Mr Speaker, this is an issue that I'll speak to in more detail tomorrow when I'm making a ministerial statement on teacher workload. But through the course of reaching a settlement on teachers' pay, one of the issues that was brought to the fore was the issue around workload. My action was to propose that an independent body would look at that. I commissioned former Permanent Secretary in the Department, Paul Sweeney, to chair that. It had a representation of school leader, but also a representative of the trade union movement on that. As part of the work that they carried out, they considered a lot of the information that the member has referred to, and there were 27 recommendations contained within that report, which have been published and is available in the public domain. I will formally respond to that tomorrow and outline how we will take forward those recommendations. But ultimately, in order for us to deliver the transformation which the teaching profession require, we need to be able to work our way through that process. And I deeply value the contribution that they make to education, and we need to ensure that they are not unnecessarily burdened with responsibilities, but that they are focused very much on what they come into the profession to do, which is to teach, and that's what I intend to deliver.
Ms. Hunter.
Thank you, Minister. Teachers I've spoken with recently also voiced they really feel weighed down and stressed by the number of upcoming changes in education, like Transform Ed, SEND Reform and so much more. And I know this week some schools are closed to facilitate that training, leaving parents to find childcare. Minister, last week in a letter, the Children's Law Centre and many others voiced their concern about the pace in which these changes are taking place. Minister, are you comfortable, but most importantly, are you confident with the level of disruption that is currently ongoing within our education system?
Mr Speaker, as things stand, the implementation of a lot of these changes has not hit school level, and therefore it has been taken forward at a very high strategic level. The implementation of that at school level does need to be carefully managed. That's why I had communicated with school leaders and provided them with that assurance. And so in order to get out of the current challenges that our education system is facing, and I do not deny there are significant challenges, there are pressures in our teaching profession, but that is as a consequence of the current frameworks that they are having to operate in. So we can only move beyond that by changing our education system. That change is being led by practitioners and professionals, and therefore I am confident that as we work through this process, we will see the positive changes that the member wants to seek, and I know many in the teaching profession want to see as well. But that does require that commitment to work through that change. I'm determined to deliver that, not just for the teaching profession, but ultimately for the children and the young people. And we cannot continue with the status quo, which is failing a number of our children, particularly from our most disadvantaged backgrounds. And if we believe in equality, then let us get behind the transformation, close the attainment gap. That will deliver more for the working class people of this province than any other measures that we can take, with the right support for our teaching profession. I'm delivering on that. Let us keep at it.
Yeah, thanks very much. Minister, you spoke earlier just in terms of your plans around curriculum reform. And I'm just wondering if you have any plans to reform the damaging practice of testing children at 11?
So when it comes to this issue, it's often the default if we don't want to engage on the wider reform of our education system. I've said before, there is no consensus to deal with the issue around academic selection. We've debated it in motions, we've divided the House on it, and there isn't a universal approach to how we're going to deal with it. And that is a challenge, I think, for all of us. Is this where we would be if we had a clean slate? I think the answer is no. I think if we were to be able to start from a blank canvas, I don't think we would have academic selection in Northern Ireland. I think we would be able to find a better way. but we have to deal with the systems that we do have. And until there is a different approach that people can argue is the better way to do it, then we have to work within the current system, but seek to make improvements. My changes will benefit every single child in every single school, regardless of whether there's academic selection or not.
Ms. Hargate.
That was no. And I know you'd mentioned there in terms of trying to impact on working class children, and I would agree as someone who still lives in a working class community and can see the damage. And indeed, the reviewer that you selected to carry out a curriculum review, Lucy Creighton, recently said at an education committee that academic selection distorts the curriculum in primary schools. So, taking on board what your own reviewer has said, what changes are you going to make to look at that? Because this is damaging, particularly to working class children.
Well, I'm glad Sinn Féin are now quoting and supporting comments from the reviewer of education. I trust they'll give the same weight to every other aspect of her independent report that Lucy carried out. I think the member is right in raising the point around distortion of what children learn in a school based upon the test that they have to sit. And I've often referred to teaching to the test. That's why our reform of qualifications need to align with the curriculum. Otherwise, we will only teach according to what you get a GCSE or A-level or vocational qualification in. So my reform isn't just around curriculum, but it's also in respect of qualifications. And I think there is a valid question around the transfer test and CIAG, and it's something for those who operate the CIAG. How does their test actually reflect the curriculum that will be required to be taught from P1 right through to P7? And that test should align with the curriculum that is being taught within our schools. So, notwithstanding one's view on whether you support academic selection or not, the test should very much align with what is being taught in the class, and it shouldn't be distorting the curriculum. And I think the member raises a valid point that should be considered.
Well, sure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answers so far. Minister, every year our offices are inundated with parents who are concerned that their preschool child did not get a place at their local nursery school. You touched on this earlier, but just building on that, what more can you and your department do to streamline the process and reduce the concern and frustration that parents and their children and nursery providers have?
So, Mr. Speaker, we obviously reviewed the process last year, and whilst it is no comfort to those parents who didn't get their first preference choice this year, at 92.5%, that is an improvement on where it was last year in terms of accommodating first preference choices across those settings. But there's always, in my view, room for improvement. There is a very transparent process that the EA follow to ensure that there is the efficient use of taxpayers' money in terms of the provision, but also that there is the maintenance of provision in certain areas. And whilst I totally understand some settings want to increase their number, if that number is increased to the detriment of a often small rural setting, then you don't have any provision for that local community. And there is an element there where EA are seeking to balance the competing requirements that they have to navigate. So there will be a further review of the process this year. There will be workshops to engage with the sector, because where we can refine this process and seek to facilitate higher levels of parental choice, I think that is something that we should be seeking to do.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Minister for that comprehensive answer. Can you just confirm, Minister, can and will lessons be learned in terms of officials advising parents who receive no offers that there are offers in a local area because it's a council area, and that area then might be offered as Ballymena whenever that family lives in Carrickfergus? Can any offers that are made be truly local and not 45 or 50 minutes away? I think that's not much to ask for those parents.
Well, in terms of that engagement, I know there is various stages, and we had stage one. They're working through then those offers that weren't made to parents or where they hadn't expressed a second preference, and often there will be those who determine, if I don't get my first preference, they don't put down a second, and the EA will seek to try and accommodate that. I would encourage parents in the process to put down various different preferences and express that so that they can be taken forward as part of that process. But obviously, ultimately, if parents choose that they're only going to make one choice, then that can be at times difficult for EA to seek to accommodate. But I do want to see improvement in the process. There has been improvement. It is still not without the challenges, but it does speak to a wider challenge for all of us in our society. That is a declining birth rate. The consequence of settings struggling to fill their numbers is because there is a declining birth rate in our society, and that impacts not just on nursery settings, it impacts on primary schools and post-primary schools, and often people then are competing in a very challenging area where there are less people to fill these positions that exist, and that is a real challenge for all of us in terms of delivery of public services.
David Honeyford.
Mr Speaker, and thank the Minister for his answers to date. Can I ask for an update on the provision of special school summer schemes, please?
In terms of the decisions around the regional aspect of this, the position was outlined that they were to go ahead. Funding is not an issue, nor was it ever an issue in respect of that. And the Department of Health then said that the appropriate nursing care would be made available. So that is something that EA now have been taking forward with all of the individual schools, and therefore that engagement is something that has been taken forward. That ultimately will be at a school level in terms of the ability to deliver that, but there is no inhibitor at a departmental level in either the Department of Education or the Department of Health by way of wanting this provision to take place. But I accept and acknowledge at an individual school level there will be decisions that may be influenced in terms of the extent of the summer schemes going ahead in that particular setting.
Mr Honeyford.
Thank you. I thank the Minister. But outside the requirement for those nursing provisions that he's mentioned in the health, but are you confident that there's enough adequately trained staff available for these schemes to proceed?
Well, I'm confident that the overwhelming majority of these schemes will be able to take place, albeit it's been very late in the year in terms of the planning for that, and I spoke to this issue previously in the Assembly in response to the motion that we debated. There are different staff that would deliver this. A lot of them are very different staff than those who are there during term time, and therefore there is a need to provide the appropriate training. But it's because of the enhanced medical complexity of some of the pupils that this issue crystallised this year. That has been overcome in terms of the Department of Health making available the nursing provision. But this is something that we don't want to see a repetition of, but it does require that long-term planning to make sure there is the appropriate training and capacity in terms of the resourcing when it comes to staff to enable this to continue, not just this summer, but in future years, which I think is what all of us would want to see.
Peter Martin.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Thank the Minister for his answers. Minister, could you give me an update on your legislative programme that's currently outstanding?
Mr Speaker, the legislation that I'm seeking to take forward is central to the Department's work to ensure children and young people receive the education they deserve. And so my bill to require young people to participate in education or training for 2 additional years beyond compulsory school age has been fully drafted and is ready for introduction to this Assembly, subject to executive agreement. Then there is the Education Inspections Bill, which again has been drafted and it's awaiting executive approval. That strengthens the framework. It includes improving cooperation with inspections and removing the current exemption on the inspection of religious education. And that bill has been able to deal with some issues that have been raised by executive colleagues effectively, and they're no longer there. It does include a response to the UK Supreme Court when it comes to religious education, and that bill is drafted and is sitting with colleagues to take forward. Finally, the Executive has agreed that primary legislation will be brought forward to establish a new organisation supporting controlled schools. This bill is now included in the Executive legislative programme, and I intend to bring forward a draft in the coming months.
Mr Martin.
I want to thank the Minister for his answer. Minister, unless I am mistaken, you mentioned 3 pieces of legislation there, one that's going forward. The first 2 you mentioned there, could I ask when you first raised these issues at the Executive?
Mr Speaker, can I thank the member for that question? And it is notable that Sinn Féin talked about blockages and blocking. If they want to start with reform, they can start with their own party. They can start with removing the blockade on my legislation, some of which has sat for months within the Executive. They can start by removing the veto that they're exercising by blocking it by coming on the agenda. So if Sinn Féin are serious about reform, they're serious about ending the blockade, let them start with themselves. Because they're the ones that are blocking the work of the Executive on a number of issues, not least in education. And my bills that I've brought forward have taken an exorbitant amount of time to overcome some of the most minor issues. And then when it comes to SEN and the capital programme, 9 months after I introduced a capital programme, Sinn Féin allowed it for discussion. Not an agreement, discussion at the executive. They're not serious about reform because all they're doing is blocking a serious number of education-related bills and proposals which would benefit the children of Northern Ireland.
That concludes questions to the Minister for Education. We now move back to draft climate change, Just Transmission Commission Regs Northern Ireland 2026, and I call the Minister to conclude his remarks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I will start where I finished, which is in relation to the Just Transition Commission regulations. The Department undertook a 10-week public consultation supported by targeted engagement events with groups required to be represented on the Commission by the Act. The response was overwhelmingly positive, with strong support for both the establishment of the Commission and the proposed approach to its operation. Through the consultation, we heard from trade unions, the agriculture and environment sectors, rural communities, young people, including young farmers, from people with a disability and also older people representatives, consumer groups, regulators, councils, academics and also the wider public. The response was overwhelmingly positive, and I thank all of those who engaged so positively with my department in this process. Their input helped shape the final regulations before the Assembly here today. Respondents strongly supported the establishment of the Commission, but wanted to see membership broadened and to be more inclusive. There was strong support for representation from the energy and transport sectors, reflecting their importance in decarbonisation. The green finance sector, whilst not an emissions sector in itself, was seen as a key support and enabling sector. There was also clear support for including the built environment sector, alongside strong views on biodiversity and the rural economy. Many respondents also proposed that, given the different impacts and issues facing rural communities, there should be a dedicated rural representative, distinct from and in addition to the agricultural sector already mandated by the Act. I have listened to stakeholders and expanded the membership of the Commission to include these specific sectors and groups. There is also a high level of support from respondents that some sectors would benefit from more than one representative on the Commission due to their size and diversity. This came across strongly for both the environment and agricultural sectors. As a result, the regulations provide for mandated representation across 12 sectors, with 16 members, including a chair, while allowing flexibility for future expansion up to a maximum of 20 members. This strikes a balance between the breadth of experience and effective governance. To ensure the Commission remains agile, the regulations also allow for the establishment of ad hoc committees and work groups to support it. This enables wider expertise to be brought in when required without making the Commission itself unwieldy. The Commission is also empowered to request information from experts and from public bodies, including local authorities and those representing consumers. In terms of the just transition in the UK and Ireland, my department has sought to establish best practice and ensure that the approach and any lessons that can be learnt from other regions are taken into account of and used to inform these draft regulations. To this effect, my department has engaged closely with counterparts in Scotland and Ireland, where just transition commissions have already been established, and reviewed just transition policy in other countries. National and international best practice has been factored into the draft regulations, and in how Commission members will be recruited and how the body will operate once established. As required under Section 56(2) of the Act, my department sought advice from the UK Climate Change Committee on the proposal to make these regulations. The CCC published its advice on the 2nd of June 2025, welcoming the establishment of the Commission and the important role it will play. The CCC recognises the Commission will enable strong collaboration between government and industry, meaningful engagement with workers and local communities, and assist departments in delivering net zero in a way that is fully aligned with the just transition principle. The CCC also emphasised the importance of the Commission being able to provide formal advice and recommendations to government, and these regulations explicitly provide for that role. The Commission is required to publish and lay its reports before the Assembly, ensuring full transparency and accountability. In addition, the CCC recommended that the Commission's work should focus on those sectors most relevant to achieving decarbonisation in a fair and just way,
and that its core membership should be clearly defined. These regulations respond positively and directly to that advice. They strike a careful balance between broad, inclusive representation across key sectors and the flexibility needed for the Commission to operate effectively, including provision for membership of up to 20 individuals. In line with the requirements of the Act, I laid a written ministerial statement before this Assembly, at the same time as laying the draft regulations to provide members with further detail on the approach taken and how the CCC's advice has been reflected. On costs, these have been carefully controlled. The Commission will be funded by my department at an estimated cost of around £150,000 per year to deliver its statutory duties and supported by a small secretariat. A regulatory impact assessment, along with a quality screening, a full child rights impact assessment and a rural needs impact assessment, all identified positive impacts. In closing, a just transition is not simply a procedural requirement. It is a social, economic and generational responsibility. These regulations put in place the structure needed to ensure fairness, accountability and expert oversight as we decarbonise our economy. I look forward to the members' contribution and encourage the Assembly to support these important regulations so that the public appointments process can begin and this important Commission can become operational. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. I call on Robbie Butler, the Chair of the Dura Committee.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. Thank the Minister for his moving the motion and providing some detail. So at the committee meeting on the 12th of February, the Committee for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs noted the SL1 for these draft regulations, and they then agreed to issue a call for views, which then closed on the 26th of February. A total of 8 responses were submitted, plus an additional written response. And by way of background, this committee has been particularly interested in scrutinising the progress towards the establishment of the Just Transition Commission. And that's to ensure that during the transition to net zero society, a net zero society, that no one is left behind or disproportionately affected. So on the 7th of November 2024, the committee first received a written paper on the steps being taken to establish the Commission, and the committee was provided with an illustrative draft of these regulations. And then it wasn't until the 23rd of May 2025 where we then considered a paper on the outcome of DERA's consultation on the draft regulations. On the 12th of March 2026, we held an evidence session with officials and heard that DERA intended to make this draft statutory rule to deliver on the requirements of Section 37 of the Climate Change Act Northern Ireland 2022 by establishing a Just Transition Commission for Northern Ireland. The Act requires that all Northern Ireland departments must have regard to the Just Transition principle when developing and delivering emission reduction policies included in sectoral plans and climate action plans. The committee then heard that the SR would be led before the Assembly under the draft affirmative procedure. Officials highlighted the Just Transition objectives included supporting and growing jobs that are climate resilient and environmentally and socially sustainable, contributing to a resource efficient and sustainable economy, and ensuring that the needs of the present are met without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. Mr Deputy Speaker, the committee was advised that the Just Transition aims to promote fairness during the transition from high emissions to a low emission economy and to ensure that no workers, communities, sectors, vulnerable groups or regions are left behind as our economies decarbonise. The committee also noted that the draft regulations provide that the Commission will be independent advisory NDPB consisting of 16 members, including a chairperson, covering 12 sectors to ensure broad sectoral representation. The committee was pleased to note that the Commission includes 2 members from the environmental sector, 3 members from the agricultural sector, and that following the consultation, the Department included a recommendation for a separate representative of the rural community. This latter addition is welcomed, as over the course of the mandate the committee has heard from a range of rural networks and support groups and heard time and time again of the needs of rural communities that need to be carefully considered in a just transition and indeed in any sectoral plan. Mr Deputy Speaker, the committee was pleased to hear that officials had engaged with counterparts in the Just Transition Commissions and also the sponsoring departments in Scotland and the Republic of Ireland to learn from their experience. Members did express concern that the Commission should reflect the specific challenges in Northern Ireland, in particular those faced in our rural communities. Officials responded that the Commission will be focused not only in Northern Ireland as a whole, but also on a specific regional basis and to face up to the challenges in both urban and rural areas. The committee was pleased to note that engagement with all departments had demonstrated strong support for the Commission, recognising that delivery of the Just Transition is dependent on effective interdepartmental cooperation and collaboration. Having agreed on the 12th of March to support the draft regulations, we were content to note the correspondence from the Department at our first meeting after recess on the 16th of April regarding the date of this Assembly debate, and there had been no changes to policy content since the Committee agreed to support the draft regulations. So in conclusion, from the Committee's perspective, Mr Deputy Speaker, the Committee agreed to recommend the draft Climate Change Just Transition Commission regulations for Northern Ireland 2026 and to be approved and made by this Assembly. And if I could just go on to make some comments as the Ulster Unionist era spokesperson, I think it's really key that at its heart that this conversation should not be just about carbon targets on a page. It must be about people and how we can create opportunity for prosperity and promote equitable access to all of these. It must be about whether the transition we are embarking upon delivers equality, prosperity and balance across every part of Northern Ireland, and whether it deepens the divide and burdens to achieve targets that we are already sadly struggling to achieve. Because we have to look at the evidence, and the evidence is clear. If this transition is not fair, and if it's not deliverable, then we will not succeed. We know that the Climate Change Act set ambitious goals, but ambition alone is not a strategy, and it's certainly no guarantee of justice. Right now, too many people are already carrying heavy burdens, families facing fuel poverty, rural communities feeling left behind, small businesses under pressure, and key sectors like agri-food particularly, and farming families stirring into uncertainty over a range of pressures. The Ulster Unionist Party cannot and will not break the backs of our people in pursuit of targets that either feel unachievable, unaffordable, or are unfair in delivery. Because that wouldn't be a just transition. That would be policy failure waiting to happen. A truly just transition must begin with a different premise, that climate action and societal progress go hand in hand. It must be about lifting people up and not weighing them down. And that means tackling inequality head on and not as an afterthought, but as a core objective. It means recognising that the costs and benefits of change are not evenly shared and then acted on accordingly. We need to get it right first time. Because if the costs fall on those least able to pay, public support will also disappear. And we are already seeing the warning signs of that, albeit when global catastrophes happen like we're seeing in the Straits of Hormuz. People do support renewable energy. They do support climate action, but they do not support policies that make their lives harder or indeed more expensive. So the question for the Commission will be simple. Will they design a transition that works for people, or one that happens to them? If we get this right, there is enormous opportunity. The legislation itself points the way. It says we're going to create good jobs, well-paid jobs. We're going to support industries in transition. We're going to invest in infrastructure, and we're going to build a more resourceful, efficient economy. But, Mr Deputy Speaker, we must go further. We must prioritise growing Indigenous industries here, not outsourcing our future. We must ensure that investment flows into our local economies, rural and urban alike. We must support farmers, manufacturers and small businesses to adapt, innovate and to thrive, because this is not just an environmental transition, it is the potential for an economic transformation. And if we do it properly, we can rebalance our economy, we can strengthen communities and we can create opportunity for our next generation. But, Mr Deputy Speaker, that will not happen by accident. It's going to require leadership, and leadership at every level. It's going to require coordination across departments, and crucially, it requires genuine partnership with our communities. Because the message coming through today, and it's coming through very strongly, people want to be part of the solution, but they also want to have a say. They want to see real tangible benefits where they live. They want policies shaped with them, not imposed upon them. And that means embracing a more democratic approach that involves our citizens, listening to our communities, particularly our rural communities, and recognising that innovation already happening at grassroots level and building on that success. We have seen international examples where communities directly benefit from renewable energy, where local people see lower costs, better services and real community ownership. And that is a model that we should be scaling, because when people see the benefit, they will support the change. But when they don't, they will resist it. We also need honesty about the scale of the challenge. And there's already a gap between our targets and our current policy delivery. Closing that gap will require significant action across every sector. But that also must come, that ambition must also come with absolute realism. Targets must be accompanied by credible pathways, proper investment and practical support. Otherwise, we risk undermining trust and setting ourselves up to fail. So let me be clear, Mr Deputy Speaker. This Commission must not become a talking shop, it must be an enabling force. It must equip people with the tools that they need, it must empower communities to shape their own futures and enable industries to transition successfully and not struggle alone. Because success will not come from government acting in isolation, it will come from collective effort. Government, industry, communities and, crucially, our citizens working together. And above all, it must be grounded in fairness. Fairness between regions, fairness between the sectors, and fairness between generations. Because without demonstrable fairness, without people seeing that this transition actually works for them, there will be a backlash. And if that happens, we will not just fail on climate. We will fail the people we are here to serve. So let us be clear about the purpose. This is about building a Northern Ireland that is more equal, more prosperous and more resilient, a place where communities are supported, services are strengthened and industry is given the confidence to grow, a place where we meet our environmental responsibilities, but not by placing the burden on those least able to carry it, but by bringing everyone with us, Mr Deputy Speaker. That's what just transition would truly mean, and that is the standard this Commission must meet. Thank you.
Thank you, Robbie. I call on Daniel McCrossan. Daniel.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise in support of these regulations, and the SDLP believes in a just transition and believe that it means quite simply fairness. If we're serious about tackling climate change, then we also need to be serious about how we bring people with us on that journey. The reality is this: not everyone will feel the impact of climate action in the same way. It will affect everyone differently. Some workers will feel more exposed, some industries will face bigger changes, many farmers will face uncertainty, and a lot of families will come under more pressure with the cost of living. So if we get this wrong, we risk asking those who can least afford it to carry the heaviest burden. And people will not accept that. That is why this Commission matters. That is why it's important, because people do not want to hear about targets or strategies. They want to know what it actually means for them on a daily basis, for their job, for their farm, for their business, for their future, for their family. The Commission has a responsibility to help answer those questions or bring clarity where there hasn't been any. And just as importantly, it has to make sure that the people most affected are part of shaping those answers. But let's also be honest about it. This cannot just become another body that meets occasionally and produces reports and then disappears into the background.
Give way.
Well, indeed, yeah.
Yep. Thanks very much to the member for giving way. Will the member also reflect and agree with me whenever it comes to the likes of a just transition, which is dealing with innovation, which is dealing with the future, not least of all the future of the planet? Will the member agree that A, that Commission itself must be sufficiently resourced in finance and experience and innovative methods, but B, that any report that it produces must be sufficiently resourced in order that those of us who live in the rural areas are supported right through this and make sure that our economies, that our society is sufficiently supported and developed as we move into the future?
Absolutely. As a representative of a rural constituency, I wholeheartedly agree with the points made by my colleague, Mr McGlone. And it comes back to the point that this can simply not just be about producing another report for the sake of it. There needs to be tangible action and outcomes. In order to ensure that that is the case, any plan needs to be duly resourced in order to ensure the best possible outcomes for those affected. It also goes without saying that in the aftermath of the report, to ensure that any reports are implemented sufficiently, that the resources are in place to ensure that is the case. We also have to be conscious as well, Deputy Speaker, that often the hurdle is government themselves, local government, planning system and others, and they're often the greatest blockage in any transition. So as I said earlier, it cannot just become another body that meets occasionally or produces reports that disappears into the background. It must be active, it must be visible, and it needs to engage properly with people on the ground. That means listening to workers who are worried about their livelihoods, listening to rural communities that my colleague Mr McGlowan advocates for as well on a daily basis. Rural dwellers who feel decisions are often made without them being considered. And of course to listen to small businesses who are trying to do the right thing but need clarity and support and need to be met halfway. You know, we often talk about people having to make the necessary change and transition, but unfortunately, as I've said, the frustrations that I am hearing on the ground is that the planning process, NIEA and often other government structures are the blockage to any purposeful and meaningful change. I will indeed, yeah.
We acknowledge that there is a plan and improvement plan in place in terms of those response times, but also we have to understand our environmental responsibilities, and Northern Ireland Environment Agency have an important role to play in that regard.
Yes, they certainly do, Minister, and I'm always happy to give way to you, but you'll also understand, Minister, there's a great amount of frustration with NIEA. We're well aware of what their responsibilities are. Whether or not they're doing or carrying out their responsibilities in a timely fashion or responding to people in a timely fashion is entirely another question. Will indeed, yeah.
The Minister knows I have multiple representations made through about NIEA, and we're slightly veering off, but they are an important body. They will have a functional role, I say, in regard to just transition. However, they too need resource. They too need to be improving their turnaround times in order that those communities that will have to adapt and respond to just transition are best empowered and best placed to do so, especially those isolated rural areas such as our own, who will be faced with the consequences if just transition isn't got right.
Absolutely, Patsy. That's a very well made point, and I also note that the Minister had made reference to the Planning Improvement Plan, and whilst a plan is important, planning improvement action would be much more appreciated. It is a major blockage to people at the present time, and it really does need to be resolved. And in fact, a lot of people would be achieving their own targets if some of these hurdles were removed much more swiftly. We also need to listen to small businesses who are trying to do the right thing, and they do need a lot of clarity and support. It's not an easy time, and I declare an interest as a company director of a hospitality business. It's not an easy time for anybody in business at the present moment. There's huge pressures, many of them external and beyond our control, but also there's things that we can do to assist those at the cold face in our community doing a very difficult job. And small businesses, remember, is the largest employer in Northern Ireland, these small businesses in our communities. And also, because unless people feel heard, they will not buy into the changes that are needed. So people need to feel that their views are being considered and understood. And we also need to recognise that there is opportunity here, and we're very clear on that. And if this is done properly, which I know the Minister is absolutely dedicated to, the transition to a low-carbon economy can create good, secure jobs that we would all like to see. It can drive innovation, as my colleague has pointed out, and it can strengthen our economy for the long term. But that won't happen by accident. It requires clear thinking, proper planning, and a commitment to fairness. And that includes making sure that every region benefits, not just some. Because too often, places like the west of the Ban, my constituency of West Tyrone, Patsy's constituency in Mid-Ulster, feel often like an afterthought. A just transition means that cannot happen anymore. At its core, this is about trust. Trust that government will act fairly. Trust that people will be supported through this change. And trust that no community will be left behind. And that is where the Executive and the Department must do more than set targets. They must show clearly how people will be supported in real, practical terms. If that trust is not there, then no strategy, no matter how well written, will succeed. I will indeed.
Sorry, I thank the member again for giving way. Will the member agree that the current crisis being imposed upon the world by principally President Trump will be leading to a re-evaluation of the reliance on fossil fuels, which will have a major impact on, indeed, all our communities, not least of those which are rural communities, farming, transportation, heating oils and the likes of that. So therefore, the thrust of the Just Transition Committee and its workings and dealings will, as of itself, be readjusting to a different type of agenda, an agenda imposed upon us by world prices, by heavy reliance on fossil fuels, and probably the need for additional impetus from the executive to address the renewables, to address EV, to address many of those issues that other countries such as Norway have addressed and have found they're least reliant on fossil fuels.
Thank the member very much indeed for his very prolonged intervention. Patsy, there's more an opportunity here to put your name down to speak fully. Yeah, I'm more than happy for that. I thought he might. Declan, back to you.
Passionate about this subject, as members will know, but he points to a very fundamental concern that people have on the ground. You know, a lot of what is happening today in terms of affecting the cost of living, energy prices, etc., is all often beyond our control, because we have individuals in the White House, and one in particular that is on a reckless agenda, and as a result we're all paying the price for his madness. The world is in a very strange place. It's in a state of flux, and unfortunately it's been felt day and daily in the homes of people across our society. I think it is important, and we could be world leading in this regard, that we look at ways of becoming self-sustaining, that we don't have to reverse into a greater reliance on fossil fuels and undo a lot of the great work that has happened in trying to move our community away from it. But that said, we need to be realistic about where we are at today. Many homes, quite a number, the majority in fact across Northern Ireland, rely on oil heating. So there's a huge amount of issues that need to be resolved, but hopefully this will set out a very clear pathway, but it must be fair, and in order to be fair it has to be realistic, and it has to bring people with them in terms of the plan. So today we will support this important motion, because climate action does matter. Many climate deniers should recognise that climate action is absolutely necessary. Fairness also matters just as much. And if we're going to ask people to adapt, to change and to play their part, then we have a responsibility to make sure that that transition is properly supported, that it is realistic, and above all, that it is just. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. I call on Aoife Finnegan. Aoife.
And I welcome the opportunity to speak in support of these regulations. The concept of a Just Transition Commission is something that Sinn Féin has consistently called for, and rightly so. But we also need to be clear, this cannot simply be a well-intentioned idea that sounds good on paper. It must deliver real, tangible change for the people we represent. Because when we talk about a just transition, people quite rightly are asking the question what that actually means for them, for their job and for their community. Because at its core, a just transition must be about fairness, and it must be about equality, so it can protect workers, families and communities, particularly those in rural areas who are all too often expected to shoulder the burden of change. Farmers, agri-food workers, those in transition and haulage, these are the people who keep our economy moving, and they cannot be left paying the price for climate action. If people feel they are being penalised rather than supported, then we will lose public confidence very quickly, and without public buy-in, no climate strategy will succeed. So the transition must be one that brings people with us, and certainly not leave them behind. That means investing in people, it means supporting skills and retraining, and it means ensuring that new opportunities, particularly in green industries, are accessible to working people and rural communities. There is real opportunity here, and done properly, a just transition can mean good, secure jobs. It can mean revitalised local economies, and it can mean a fairer, more resilient society. But for that to happen, this Commission must have real substance. It cannot be advisory for the sake of it. It must have teeth and it must have influence, and it must be properly resourced to do its job effectively. Otherwise, there's a real risk of it becoming little more than a talking shop, and that's not what is needed at this critical moment. Representation will also be key, and I gladly see that the Minister has mentioned that today in his remarks. We need to hear those voices from across the society at the table, workers, trade unions, rural communities, young people and those already experiencing the impact of climate change, because a just transition cannot be designed in isolation. It must be shaped by those who it affects most. And from our perspective, there is also a clear all-island dimension to this. Climate change does not recognise borders, and therefore our response cannot operate in silos. There must be alignment and coordination across this island if we are serious about delivering meaningful climate action. We can already look to examples, such as in the 26 counties and in Scotland, where steps have been taken to embed just transition policies in principles in policy. There is learning there, and we should be building on it. So yes, we support these regulations, but support must come with ambition. This is an opportunity not just to respond to climate change, but to reshape our economy in a way that is fairer, more inclusive and more sustainable. An opportunity to protect livelihoods, to create new jobs and to ensure that no community is left behind. That is what just transition must mean in practice. Gurmila Mayagav.
Very much indeed. Aoife, I call on Michelle McIlvaine. Michelle.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And let's be honest, these regulations are somewhat of an afterthought, given that the Minister and this Assembly were content to press ahead with interim targets and carbon budgets that continue to shackle Northern Ireland to net zero, all in the absence of any meaningful focus on a just transition. The DUP's position has remained clear and consistent in that net zero in Northern Ireland is unachievable and unjustified at a time of profound upheaval for businesses and households across our province. Families are grappling with rising costs, key industries face mounting pressures, and our infrastructure is crying out for investment. Yet today's regulations are inextricably tied to a target that is quite simply pie in the sky. Sadly, what is perhaps most concerning is that other parties in this House choose to press ahead with the draft Climate Action Plan while point blankly refusing to agree to properly quantify and fully assess its costs and impacts. That was a moment when realism should have prevailed. Instead, climate ideology won out over evidence and common sense. It's easy to sign up to ambitious targets, and it's far harder to explain to our constituents how these targets will be paid for or what they actually mean in terms of jobs, competitiveness and living standards. However, what has been signed up to are not just ambitious targets, they're unachievable targets. We do not feel that the current emission targets can be sufficiently mitigated against, save for decisive and radical legislative change. And 2 weeks ago, there was no support in this chamber for our measured motion. Therefore, we will not agree to regulations that simply raise expectations of a fairness that, quite frankly, is unrealistic and undeliverable. Turning to the structure of the proposed Commission, the requirement for a minimum of 15 core representatives deviates from the expert advice of the UK's Climate Change Committee, and this is something that we have seen before. How can businesses and communities have confidence in coherent decision-making when so many sectors and voices are gathered around the table, all attempting to interpret a just transition principle that is itself so broad as to be almost meaningless in practice? Even more concerning is that beyond those 15 representatives, the Minister retains the power to appoint additional members without any guarantee of sectoral balance. That's a recipe for further conflict and confusion, all against the backdrop of numerous other bodies already offering their tuppence worth on the very same issues. There are also no assurance whatsoever that any concerns raised by this Commission would actually be heeded, not only by the Minister but across all departments. This raises a fundamental question. What's the point of creating yet another body if its advice can simply be ignored? In summary, these regulations do little to address the fundamental flaws in the wider climate framework being imposed on Northern Ireland. They do not provide clarity, they do not provide certainty, and they do not provide the realistic, balanced pathway that our economy and our people deserve. For those reasons, we can't support these regulations.
Thank you, Michelle. I call on John Blair. John.
Deputy Speaker, thank you. I am pleased to rise in support of the Climate Change Just Transition Commission regulations. The regulations are an important and necessary step in delivering on the commitments set out in the Climate Change Act, and I think it's just been made clear that some of us will see those in different terms, but I'll come to that before I close. In brief, Deputy Speaker, the establishment of the Just Transition Commission for Northern Ireland will play an important advisory role in overseeing and informing how we implement the Just Transition provisions for our climate legislation agreed unanimously in this House. In other words, it is about helping to ensure that as we move towards decarbonisation and net zero, we do so in a way that is fair and balanced and inclusive, one that protects the most vulnerable from change while creating new opportunities, particularly when it comes to building a greener, more sustainable economy. Deputy Speaker, I want to place on record, before I go further, my thanks to the Minister and his officials for all the hard work that they have put into bringing these regulations forward and for all of the queries they answered, either individually to members or at committee and other structures along the way as this progressed. Establishing a body of this nature requires significant preparation, consultation and engagement, and it is clear that considerable effort has been made to get us to this point. I want also to acknowledge, Deputy Speaker, the engagement that took place during the consultation process, some of it hosted by external organisations. It is welcome that there was strong support for the Commission's establishment and for its role as an advisory body, bringing together voices from a wide range of sectors. That matters because if a just transition is to mean anything in practice, it must be shaped by those who will be most affected by it. Deputy Speaker, I cannot speak to these regulations today without expressing my disappointment at the delay in getting them and many other matters linked to the environment through the Northern Ireland Executive. This Commission is not an optional extra. It is a key commitment flowing directly from the climate legislation passed in this very chamber. Progress on its establishment should never have been held up. My frustration is only deepened by the fact that this delay comes on top of the delay already caused by the stop-start nature of government in this place. Climate change and its effects do not pause when our institutions pause. To conclude, Deputy Speaker, at its heart, a just transition is about making sure that the path to net zero is one that carries public confidence and public support. That is essential if we are to achieve the scale of change required in the years ahead and to meet our climate targets. In that regard, I want to refer to some of the comments made just a moment ago by the DUP spokesperson. We've heard all this Trumpian denial, and we're hearing it on a weekly basis. It's not something that's widely recognised, endorsed or embraced by developed and developing economies who are trying to seize the opportunities presented by greener environmental outcomes and better economic outcomes closely related to that. There was almost a suggestion from the person who spoke from the DUP that there should not be sectoral involvement in these conversations. That is absolutely staggering. It is to some of us unthinkable that the sectors so heavily dependent on movement on climate, so heavily dependent on economic opportunities, should be at the table shaping and participating in the conversations around how we move forward. An example of which, for example, is the Ulster's Farmers Union. Our Ulster Farmers Union is supportive of the establishment of this Commission, and many other sectoral representative bodies are also. So the Alliance Party welcomes these regulations, and I am hopeful that we will finally start to see the urgency cooperation and political will that this issue demands. Thank you.
John, I call on Gareth Wilson. Gareth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on these regulations with some concern because they do feel like the cart is being put before the horse. This Assembly has already pushed on, regardless, with interim targets and carbon budgets, yet the detail on what a just transition actually means or indeed looks like in practice is still unclear. People and businesses need realism, they need confidence and support, not aspirations that outpace delivery. Let me state our position plainly. The DUP does not believe that net zero as currently set out for Northern Ireland is achievable, particularly at a time when our farming industry, our households and employers are under real pressure and when the scale of investment required in our infrastructure is plain for all to see. These regulations are not a technical tidying up exercise. They are tied to an overall direction of travel, which in our view risks locking the province into commitments that can't be met without major upheaval and significant costs. That is why we can't support measures that promise fairness will automatically follow when the policy still does not demonstrate how fairness will be actually delivered. If expectations are raised and then inevitably disappointed, public trust will be the casualty, and that helps nobody. There are also problems with the Commission's proposed model. A minimum requirement of 15 core representatives risks creating a body that is simply too large and cumbersome to reach timely agreement, especially when the just transition principle is defined so broadly. Even with the minimum membership met, as we know, there remains discretion for additional appointments, and without any clear safeguards to ensure a proper balance across sectors. That invites queries and concern about representation, priorities and accountability, rather than providing a clear, focused mechanism for progress. Indeed, there are other bodies who will inevitably duplicate work on these matters. Sequencing matters too, if we're serious about a transition that doesn't leave people behind, especially those affecting agriculture. These key supports should be up and running before we constitute a commission that is then tasked with advising on how those supports should operate. Doing it the other way around, as I've said at the start, suggests that the process is being built in reverse. Finally, there's no meaningful assurance that the Commission's concerns will be acted upon, not just by the Minister, but across departments. Advice without a clear commitment to follow through risks becoming an exercise in what ultimately could be costly paperwork rather than a clearly thought out roadmap with practical and crucially deliverable outcomes. And it is for those reasons that we won't be supporting these regulations today. Thank you.
Calling you Minister. Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I want to thank the members for their response. This is an important moment for this Assembly and for Northern Ireland. It's an important moment where we affirm the importance of the journey of decarbonisation being just and fair and ensuring that nobody is left behind. I want to assure members that upon passage, hopefully, of these regulations, we will move swiftly to the public appointment process and encourage people to apply for the positions available. The issue in terms of just transition runs through the climate change legislation, and it's integral to my vision as Minister in terms of ensuring that the society that we have in terms of a decarbonised society is fair and that nobody is left behind. As I've already set out, the Commission will initially comprise of 16 members, including a chairperson, and will represent 12 sectors with flexibility to expand. I do not intend to use that within this current mandate and in terms of the process going forward. I've already set out that the Act requires that membership must include 7 sectors, including academia, agriculture, civic society, environment, fisheries, trade unions and youth groups. 5 additional sectors that were identified as a result of public consultation are also included, because that consultation was important, that we listened to the feedback in response to the proposals that were set out. And the sectors that will be added are built environment, energy, green finance, rural communities and also transport. The draft regulations propose making a legal requirement that the Commission is represented by 2 members from the environment sector and 3 from the agriculture sector, given the size and diverse nature of these sectors, and ensure that those voices are heard. It is also considered important to have a rural representative on the Commission, because it's important that those views are heard
and that all communities are included as part of this discussion. Whilst reducing emissions will deliver long-term financial benefits, it requires upfront investment, and including a representative from the green finance sector to provide access to expertise on private sector green finance initiatives that may help to support decarbonisation. The regulations make provision for the Commission to establish ad hoc committees or invite external experts. It is expected the Commission may utilise this when it requires specific expertise that is not already held within the Commission's membership. To assist with transparency, the regulations place a requirement that all reports produced by the Commission must be laid in the Assembly. The regulations also provide for the Commission to request information from public bodies to assist them in their functioning. The strength of views from the consultation focused on those sectors which have now added into as being mandated for representation. It is important, however, to not make the Commission unwieldy or overly administrative to ensure that it can function effectively. I recognise the wide range of voices that must be heard, and the Commission will be undertaking extensive engagement in fulfilling their advisory and oversight role. There is also the ability to bring other voices and skills to the Commission through expert advice, observer roles, or through working groups and committees. I'd also like to say that the consultation made it very clear to me that there was overwhelming support across all sectors and stakeholders for the Just Transition Commission, and that was evident so clearly in the time when we held the consultation and in terms of our evaluation of the responses. I want to thank everyone who took time to engage on the development of the Commission through the process, as their input has been key and is reflected in these regulations. Given that the Commission's work is for the long term, the regulations have been carefully framed to ensure they can operate effectively whilst also remaining flexible and carry out its work in a transparent manner. As Minister, I am firmly committed towards a just transition, and the Commission is a welcome and an important step in terms of ensuring our decarbonisation is fair and that no one is left behind. Yes.
Does the Minister support climate change targets, which mean that no new major roads can be built in Northern Ireland?
So I think the member is probably touching upon a case that's in front of the courts at the moment, and I have been very conscious in relation to that. But what I'm very, very clear, that climate action and infrastructure investment are not incompatible. That is very, very clear. And what's very, very clear to me as well is that some of the contributions from the DUP on this and on other debates around the issue of climate change, history will not judge the DUP well in regards to this. I was at an event this morning where business leaders were setting out very clearly to attendees the realities of the science and evidence that is presented to us in terms of climate change. And we owe it to the communities around Northern Ireland to take climate action. Because I am not going to consign people to the devastation that is on the journey ahead if we don't take action in regards to this. Climate change is a reality in Northern Ireland. You want to give it? Yeah.
The Minister for giving way. It's a bit like the twilight zone in here sometimes. The Minister will know that the Just Transition Commission is an outworking of the Climate Change Act. An act, can I remind the DUP, that they actually supported. Not only did they support it, but they actually claimed credit for it in their Assembly election manifesto in 2022. And if maybe that slipped their mind, but they actually said, what the DUP told people then was, the DUP will promote investment to deliver on the aims and objectives of the Climate Change Act. Does the Minister agree with me that the DUP are all over the place in terms of this issue, and as usual they're loud on grievance but quiet on credibility?
So it is correct in terms of the regulations that I'm presenting here today that they arise from the climate change legislation passed in 2022, passed unanimously at final stage. And it's important we respect the democratic mandate of this House, but also respect the reality in terms of the advantages that Northern Ireland can get from decarbonisation. I am not, unlike others in this House, going to mimic the Trump playbook, which is perpetuating reliance upon fossil fuels. We need to get off the fossil fuel roller coaster. We need to decarbonise. We need to move to local clean energy, and we'll let people take the advantage of that. But the journey that we must travel has to be fair. It has to be just and has to make sure that nobody is left behind. And that's why we're establishing the Just Transition Commission, because that's actually really, really important to me, to the people of Northern Ireland, and as clearly evidenced in terms of the consultation, there's strong support for it. And I present this here because it's important. I'm going to continue and wind. It's important that we take climate action. We've already published the climate adaptation plan for Northern Ireland. I'll be seeking executive approval for the climate action plan for Northern Ireland, which we consulted upon. Some of the nonsense that's been said in here is distracted from reality, and it's very, very clear. Climate action is not something that we can wish away, it's something that we must do, and I'm also not going to turn my back on the opportunities that we face in Northern Ireland, and businesses are grasping and leading in regards to this in terms of decarbonisation. So I commend these regulations to the House. I urge members to endorse them, and that we travel this road of decarbonisation so all our citizens can benefit from climate action.
Hear, hear.
Thank you, Minister. The question is that the draft Climate Change Just Transition Commission Regulations Northern Ireland 2026 be approved. All those in favour say aye. Aye. All those against? No. Clear the lobbies. The question will be put in 3 minutes. Order! Order! Members, can you resume your seats? The question is that the draft Climate Change Just Transition Commission Regulations Northern Ireland 2026 be approved. All those in favour say aye. Aye. All those against? No. Do we have tellers? Order. Tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers for the ayes are John Blair and Danny Donnelly, and tellers for the noes are Diane Forsyth and Gareth Wilson. Clear the lobbies. The assemble will divide. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clear the doors. And then. Ladies and gentlemen, if we could have a degree of order, everybody sit down. Thank you, Diana. Thank you very much indeed. Clerk, could you please read the results?
74 members voted, 54 members voted aye, 20 members voted no. The regulations are approved.
The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Unlock the doors. Ladies and gentlemen, the next item in the order of business is a motion from the Committee for Justice. Clerk, could you please read the motion?
That in accordance with Standing Order 33.4, the period referred to in Standing Order 33.2 be extended to the 27th of November 2026 in relation to the committee stage of the Criminal Justice Sentencing etc. Bill.
I call on the chairperson of the Committee for Justice to move the motion. Paul? Moved. Okay. Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed that there will be no time limit on this debate. I call on the chairperson to open the debate on the motion. Over to you, Paul.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. First, I want to place on record that the committee welcomes the engagement we have had so far with the Department of Justice in relation to this bill. Our pre-legislative discussions began as early as March 2025, when the Minister gave evidence to the committee and provided a brief outline of the intended remit of this bill. A more detailed breakdown of the content of the bill was provided by departmental officials in November 25. And the committee was advised that the bill intended to build on work started as far back as 2016, when Claire Sugden initiated a review of sentencing provision during her tenure as Justice Minister. The fact that this bill has been at least 10 years in development demonstrates its complexity and the level of consideration that will be required at committee stage. Sentencing is not a straightforward area of legislation. I think all members of this House will acknowledge it is a complex, detailed and important aspect of the law. Not only is it technical and complex, but this bill deals with some very sensitive issues that have a real-life impact on victims and their families. The committee stage of the bill formally began on the 18th of March 2026, but even before that, the committee had begun to receive correspondence from members of the public about its content and indeed about what is not included. It is of clear importance to us all, and it is important that we get it right. This bill deals with many different areas related to sentencing, and each one is significant in its own right. I will not go through each one in detail, but will highlight some of the key provisions that the committee will be examining. Part 1 of the bill sets out the purposes and principles of sentencing and seeks to improve awareness and understanding of how sentencing decisions are made. This is a vital element of the bill. We have all heard about the lack of transparency and the apparent mystery that surrounds sentencing decisions, which has on occasions led to a public outcry. Measures that improve transparency and help the understanding of how sentencing decisions are reached are to be welcomed. It is the committee's responsibility to make sure that the provisions are sufficient and meaningful and will achieve their stated aim. Part 2 of the bill relates to suspended sentencing. These can be a key part of a bigger picture in trying to reduce reoffending and in providing restorative justice and alternatives to custody. Suspended sentencing must balance the need for punishment of offenders with the delivery of justice for victims, who remain paramount in the committee's thoughts and considerations. They must also provide for rehabilitation and restorative or reparative justice, to seek to prevent reoffending and to provide the offender with the ability to make amends for their crimes. The bill also sets out the starting points for mandatory life tariffs, which can be adjusted by considering aggravating or mitigating factors. It also clarifies and expands the arrangements for referral for whenever certain cases are considered to be too lenient. Again, I'm sure that members will have been approached by their constituents about these issues when they have felt that the sentence given to an offender has been wholly inadequate. The bill also includes provisions to deal with sentencing where an offender has failed to disclose the location of a victim's remains or how a victim's remains were disposed of. We will all be fully aware of the horrific cases that have affected families here in Northern Ireland. These provisions are therefore hugely impactful, and the committee needs to make sure that they have the best that can be delivered. Part 6 of the bill deals with aggravators to sentences for crimes committed against certain groups and includes race, religion, sexual orientation, disability and vulnerability, as well as introducing a new offence and new aggravators for attacks on public workers. We have already received representations questioning if the right categories are included, if the aggravators are sufficient, or whether there is anything missing. These are all questions which the committee will wish to consider and which we will no doubt hear evidence about. Part 7 deals with road traffic offences and stiffer sentencing for causing death or serious injury through driving whilst under the influence of drugs or alcohol, as well as careless driving or driving while distracted, and tougher sentencing for repeat offenders. I suspect every member of the Chamber will be familiar with the case of Enda Doran, whose family has campaigned tirelessly on this issue and who have fought with such dignity and decorum on the need for greater deterrence in cases like his. And then there is what isn't in the bill. The committee has already had correspondence from several individuals and from other stakeholders about issues relating to sentencing that they feel are missing from the bill. New offences and additional aggravators are proposed, which will require consideration by the committee, including consideration of whether this bill is the right vehicle to take these issues forward. Mr Deputy Speaker, I have tried to be brief, but as you will recognise, this is not a simple or straightforward bill. The committee therefore needs the appropriate time to make sure it is fit for purpose. The timing of the bill's introduction means that the committee stage began just before Easter, and the committee wasted no time in issuing its call for evidence. While the extension to the 27th of November may seem long, it must be remembered that it covers not only the Easter period, but also the summer and Halloween recess periods. We will start to take oral evidence in the coming weeks. I should point out, though, that our consideration of matters relating to the Justice Bill is ongoing. We will, however, do our best to manage the knock-on effect that this may have on our consideration of the Sentencing Bill. The committee recognises the importance. Yes, I will, yeah.
I thank the member for giving way, and I find this quite fascinating, given that we did legislation in the previous mandate, which Lord Justice Humphreys actually found there were issues with. I think it was clauses 12 to 16 of the Sexual Offences and Trafficking Bill. Will this extension give the committee greater time to listen, perhaps specifically to victims groups who would held us accountable for the shortcomings in the previous bill?
The member raises a very valid question and a real reason why we need this extension, so that we can give time to the victims groups and individual families who have suffered at the hand of perpetrators. So, I think that this Assembly should give us this latitude in dealing with this bill, scrutinising this bill, and affording the victims the right to be heard by the committee. The committee recognises the importance of prioritising legislation and ensuring that it is scrutinised robustly. We also recognise that there is not a lot of time left in this mandate, so we have tried to balance what we feel is necessary and proportionate against that. If we can complete our scrutiny earlier than the 27th of November, then we will do that. Legislation like this must be fit for purpose. Some of the matters covered in the bill have been a long time in coming, and it is welcome that we now have them in front of us. We have to get this right so that victims and survivors, their families and all those involved can have a greater confidence in the justice system. Mr Deputy Speaker, I will finish my remarks as Chair today by stating that the Committee's aim is to conduct effective scrutiny to ensure that what is added to the statute book is clear, coherent and delivers for the public. This is especially important in a bill such as the Sentencing Bill. I therefore trust that this Assembly will support the extension of the committee stage of the Justice Bill to the 27th of November and support the Committee for Justice in its scrutiny of this bill. I commend the motion to the House. Mr Deputy Speaker.
The question is that the motion standing in the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Mr Blair, are you ready? Okay. The next item of business is the introduction of the Hunting with Dogs Bill. I call on John Blair to move the first stage.
Deputy Speaker, thank you. I beg to introduce the Hunting with Dogs Bill.
Long title.
A bill to prohibit hunting wild mammals with dogs, to prohibit trail hunting, to prohibit terrier work and to set out exemptions from these prohibitions.
Members, that constitutes the bill's first stage and it shall now be printed. Thank you. Who's doing the... Ladies and gentlemen, the next item of business is a motion on bovine tuberculosis. Clark, could you please read the motion?
That this Assembly recognises that high levels of animal disease, including bovine tuberculosis, the BTB, undermine environmental sustainability by increasing resource use per unit of food produced and contributing to higher greenhouse gas emissions. Notes figures from the Public Health Agency as reported in the Irish Farmers Journal indicating that 86 human TB cases were notified in 2024, an increase in previous years. Acknowledges the implications of BTB for public health, farmers' mental health and well-being and animal welfare. Further acknowledges that the financial cost of BTB is substantial, with estimates exceeding £60 million per year, placing pressure on the agricultural sector and public finances. Further notes the potential wider economic impacts on agri-food supply chains, rural employment, domestic food security and the competitiveness of agri-food exports. Acknowledges the publication of the TB Partnerships Group's blueprint to eradicate BTB. Welcomes the allocation of additional funding to tackle BTB through the Shared Island Initiative launched last year and calls on the Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs to take immediate action to eradicate BTB, including the implementation of wildlife intervention without further delay.
I thank you. I call on Declan McAteer to move the motion. Declan.
Moved.
Okay. Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. As an amendment has been selected and is published on the Marshall list, the Business Committee has agreed that 15 minutes will be added to the total time for the debate. Declan, please open the debate on the motion.
And I rise to propose this motion on an issue which of immense importance to our agriculture community, and one that goes far beyond animal health and strikes at the heart of our rural economy, our environment and our public health. I want to begin by stating that we brought a similar motion to the House here in November 2024, and it's unfortunate that a year and a half later we're still having the same debate. The motion before us today recognises that high levels of disease, including bovine tuberculosis, undermines environmental sustainability by increasing resource use per unit of food produced and contributing to higher greenhouse gas emissions. This is not abstract theory, it is borne out by evidence. Research, including findings highlighted in Acting on Methane Opportunities for the UK cattle and beef sectors, shows that premature culling driven by BTB policy is not just an animal health failure but a climate failure. By shortening the herd longevity and by forcing higher replacement rates, early removal of cattle increases methane emissions. The Department itself has acknowledged that BTB-related culling undermines lifetime productivity and can worsen greenhouse gas outcomes, particularly where stocking rates remain high. yet policy continues to prioritise short-term responses over long-term disease control measures that would better serve farmers, the environment and our climate commitments. The scale of the economic burden is stark. A major independent study commissioned by the Ulster Farmers Union, the Livestock and Meat Commission and the Dairy Council found that the indirect costs to farmers are estimated at £96 million per year, with the total economic costs rising to approximately £156 million annually when departmental spending is included. That underlines the truth that BTB is not just an animal health issue, it is a major economic crisis for our farming sector. More than half of these costs occur in herds that have not even experienced a breakdown, and that tells us that disease creates a constant baseline burden across the entire industry. Farmers are dealing with production losses, additional labour, cash flow pressures, increased biosecurity costs and environmental inefficiency, even when they are not directly affected by an outbreak. The failure to tackle BTB is also reflected in the growing cost to the public purse. The Department estimates that BTB will cost between 65 and 66 million in the 2025-26 financial year, an increase on the 60.1 million spent last year. A substantial portion of that is compensation for culled animals, and year after year costs rise, cattle are culled and farmers pay the price while the underlying drivers of the disease remain unresolved. And this is not a sustainable strategy, it is an expensive cycle that we can no longer afford. We also cannot ignore the human impact. The stress, uncertainty and emotional toll on farming families are very real. This is a long-term structural problem, not a short-term issue, and is affecting not just farm profitability, but mental health, family life and the sustainability of rural communities. Earlier this year, I asked the Department to outline the economic cost of rising BTB levels. The response was stark. In 2025, over 20,000 cattle were culled from farms as part of disease control measures. That level of loss disrupts breeding programmes, reduces milk output, delays sales and cuts farm income. Compensation alone is projected to exceed 55 million this financial year. That is unsustainable trajectory for both farmers and the public purse. The impact extends far beyond individual farms. It affects livestock marts, processors, rural employment and the wider agri-food supply chain. It also has implications for domestic food security and the competitiveness of our export. Despite all this, there is a growing perception that action is not matched by the scale of urgency of the problem. On the issue of wildlife intervention, there has been considerable focus on the judicial review. It is important to be clear that the case was not whether a badger cull should or should not take place, it was about the process of consultation. The court found that the Department breached the gunning principles by failing to provide sufficient information and failing to carefully consider consultation responses. Crucially, the judgment made no comment on the merits of the policy itself. What is required now is a lawful, transparent and robust consultation process without any further delay. If we are serious about eradication, we need a coordinated eradication-focused approach that tackles all drivers of the disease. That includes cattle measures, strengthened biosecurity and targeted science-led wildlife intervention to reduce breakdown risks. The TB Partnerships Blueprint provides a pathway forward, and additional funding through the Shared Island Initiative is very welcome. The Regional Cooperation Programme, backed by €6.4 million, an additional funding, is a practical step towards a coordinated cross-border approach. However, concerns have been raised, including by the Ulster Farmers Union, that the pilot area may not reflect the full reality of the disease across the north. That must be addressed if we are to have confidence in the outcomes. The reality is that the current status quo isn't working, the costs are too high, the burden on farmers is too great, and the impacts on our economy, environment and public health are too serious to ignore. We're dealing with a disease that affects every part of our rural fabric. It is time for decisive, coordinated action. Thank you.
Very much indeed. I call on Michelle McIlveen to move the amendment. Michelle. Oh, thank you. You will have 10 minutes to propose and 5 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have 5 minutes. Michelle, could you open the debate on the amendment, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to thank the movers for bringing forward this motion. As we've heard, bovine TB is a serious and persistent challenge. It has implications for public health, for animal welfare, and perhaps more significantly for the livelihoods and well-being of our farming families. And while we recognise the problem, we also need to ensure that this Assembly is grounded in the realities facing Northern Ireland and that our response is shaped by the best available evidence. The motion references the increase in human TB cases, and we know from the public health agencies that there were 86 notified cases in 2024. However, it's important to place on record that the risk from bovine TB remains very low, with just 3 cases identified here in Northern Ireland, and that context matters. It also allows us to respond proportionately while still taking the issue seriously. However, while the direct public health risk may be low, the impact on our farming community is profound and it's increasing. Members will be aware of the recent report from the Anderson Centre, commissioned by industry bodies which include the Ulster Farmers Union. And in that report, the true scale of the burden being placed on the farming community as a result of bovine TB is laid bare by the authors. The report is not just timely with regards to this debate, but provides us with invaluable information to understand the true cost of bovine TB, including on the mental health of our farmers. And what we learn is that there is an annual economic cost of approximately £156 million to the Northern Ireland agriculture sector. But importantly, and before now unknown, is the over £96 million of that figure borne directly by farmers themselves through indirect costs. So for every £1 it costs government, it costs farmers over £1.60. What's particularly striking is that over half of those costs arise even in herds that have never experienced a TB breakdown. The cost of bovine TB is a burden being carried across the entire sector, not just a small number of farms. The Anderson Centre report is clear that bovine TB is not a short-term or isolated issue. It's a structural constraint on livestock farming in Northern Ireland, which is embedded across the sector, cumulative in its impact and acting as a persistent drag on farm profitability, efficiency and sustainability. And these are not abstract costs. They include production losses, additional labour demands, increased biosecurity costs, cash flow pressures and environmental inefficiencies. They are felt day in, day out by farmers who are already working long hours in a challenging economic climate. Behind every statistic is a real farm family dealing with uncertainty, individuals who feel the stress and emotional strain every day. There's a herd built up over generations being placed at risk, livelihoods at risk, a farm handed down from generation to generation facing ruin. There's an inescapable and significant emotional toll. And what this report highlights is stress, anxiety and even social withdrawal as common experiences during TB breakdowns. Those pressures persist long after restrictions are lifted. Persistent pressures that mean farmers no longer want to farm and the next generation look elsewhere. 50.9% of farmers stating they considered leaving farming due to bovine TB. That's over half our farmers. The impact does not stop at the farm gate. Local marts feel it when throughput declines, supply chains are disrupted, export opportunities are constrained. Our TB status limits access to certain international markets, placing Northern Ireland at a competitive disadvantage compared to other regions. So when we talk about bovine TB, we aren't just talking about an outbreak on a farm here and there. We're talking about a structural issue that affects the entire agri-food economy. It affects rural employment, food production, and our ability to compete globally. So why, after all this time and after all this rural policy, are we still here? The Northern Ireland Audit Office made it clear in its 2018 report that despite significant public expenditure, the eradication programme has not delivered the desired outcome. The cycle of testing, removing and compensating animals has not succeeded in eradicating the disease. Continuing with the same approach will not change that. Compensation, of course, while necessary, only addresses a fraction of the problem. I know there are farmers who don't recognise this as compensation. It reflects the value of animals lost, but it doesn't cover productivity losses, the disruption to work on the farm, or the ongoing financial strain on the business. Instead, we need to move beyond simply managing the consequences of bovine TB and instead actually focus on tackling the underlying drivers of disease persistence. To do this, we need to introduce a truly comprehensive disease eradication strategy. We welcome the work of the TB Partnership Group and the publication of its blueprint for eradication, but having a blueprint is not enough. It must be implemented in full and with urgency. And to do this, the Department needs to address all three pillars: cattle, people and wildlife. This unavoidably includes a wildlife intervention. And we know that this is not a straightforward issue, and no one in this chamber takes it lightly. Badgers are an iconic part of our countryside, and there are strong views on all sides. But in saying that, we can't ignore the growing body of scientific evidence. Peer-reviewed research, including the 2024 analysis by Birch and colleagues, shows that we're implementing a comprehensive package of measures which includes wildlife intervention, enhanced testing and strengthened biosecurity. TB incidence reduces significantly over time. Reductions of up to 56% have been seen by the 4th year. This evidence also shows that progress is not immediate. It builds over time, and this reinforces the need for a sustained, balanced and integrated approach if we're serious about eradication. This is the approach that the DUP has consistently supported. There is a need for robust, evidence-based policies, including targeted wildlife intervention, alongside a long-term ambition to move towards vaccination where this is possible. We also recognise the allocation of funding through the Shared Island Initiative and the intention behind the regionalisation pilot. Cooperation can, of course, play a role. However, it is important that we listen carefully to the concerns raised by the Ulster Farmers Union, who have warned that the chosen pilot area is not representative of the wider Northern Ireland TB picture. If the data we gather is not representative, then the conclusions we draw will be fundamentally flawed, which risks setting policy back rather than moving it forward. Farmers want solutions that work in the real conditions that they face every day. They want us to grasp that this is urgent. Across Northern Ireland, herd breakdowns remain far too high. In many constituencies, they are a regular and disruptive reality. Each breakdown brings financial strain, operational disruption and emotional stress. Farmers are playing their part. They're complying with testing regimes, investing in biosecurity and adapting to changing requirements. What they need now is a departmental response that matches their commitment with decisive action. Our amendment reflects that reality. It recognises the full economic burden of bovine TB. It acknowledges who is bearing that burden. It highlights legitimate concerns about current approaches, and it calls clearly for immediate evidence-based action, including on wildlife intervention. Doing the same over and over and expecting different results has been described as the definition of insanity. And if we keep doing the same things that we have been doing, the costs will continue, the burden will grow, and our farmers will continue to pay the price financially, emotionally and socially unless decisive action is taken. So if we're serious about eradicating bovine TB, then we must be willing to act. When we act, that must be guided by evidence, focused on outcomes and committed to delivering real change. At present, we're failing to deliver for our farmers and our rural communities. Mr Deputy Speaker, I commend this amendment to the House.
Thank you, Michelle. I call on John Blair. John. Right.
Deputy Speaker, thank you, and I thank those who have moved both the motion and the amendment also and brought those to the House today. I address the motion in my capacity as a member of the Dairy Committee, but I'm also mindful of my role as Chair of the All-Party Group on Animal Welfare here in the Northern Ireland Assembly. Deputy Speaker, the statistics, some of which have been outlined in the motion, continue to speak for themselves. bovine TB remains at a totally unacceptably high level in Northern Ireland. As other members have already said, this is not solely a cattle issue. It affects our rural economy, food security, the resilience of agri-food supply chains and the welfare of both livestock and wildlife. It also has a profound impact on farmers' mental health and well-being and that of their families. We know that for farming families the issue is deeply personal. Behind every statistic is a farmer dealing with uncertainty, stress and financial loss, and in many cases having to see animals they have bred and cared for removed from their herd. Even for those not currently facing a breakdown, the constant fear of one arriving at the doorstep takes a real psychological toll. That is why it is important that action moves towards a more structured and evidence-based approach, and this is exactly what the Minister for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs has undertaken since taking office. The publication of the TB Partnership Steering Group's blueprint for eradication is a significant development, and we've heard it welcomed already in the Chamber today. It is based on 3 core pillars: people, cattle and wildlife, emphasising that no single solution can address the issue alone. The Department is also progressing with a bovine TB eradication transformation programme which supports both the blueprint's implementation and the broader strategic effort to control this disease. Those steps, Deputy Speaker, are welcome, as is the recognition that this issue requires partnership working across government, industry and science. The additional all-island focus, including support through the Shared Island Initiative, is also important given the cross-border nature of disease risk and the benefits of cooperation on research, surveillance and eradication measures. Deputy Speaker, these plans and programmes must now be matched by decisive delivery. If we are serious about eradication, then we need action that is science-led, as I said, evidence-based and also proportionate. That includes strengthening biosecurity, improving cattle controls where necessary, supporting farmer awareness and addressing wildlife intervention in a way that is effective, responsible and informed by the best available evidence. For Alliance, any response must also remain mindful of animal welfare and ethical standards. We must avoid false choices between protecting cattle, supporting farmers and safeguarding wildlife. A serious strategy should be capable of doing all 3. The Alliance Party, Deputy Speaker, supports the need for urgent and effective action on bovine TB. Therefore, the intent and the sentiment behind the motion and the amendment today are entirely understandable. The common enemy here is bovine TB. Farmers, policymakers, veterinarians and all others involved must work together to deliver an eradication strategy that is credible, science-led, capable of reducing disease, protecting livelihoods and improving outcomes for public health, animal welfare and environmental sustainability. Therefore, Deputy Speaker, we're happy to support the motion and amendment before us. Thank you.
Very much indeed. I call on Robbie Butler. Robbie.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. There are a number of things we do in this chamber regularly. This is one of them. As the mover of the motion initially said, this is a topic that has come up time and time again. Wildfires was another one that we were talking about, and we really do need to get to grips with many of the things that we just sort of do rinse and repeat every year. And I rise in support of both the motion and the amendment, and I commend both Sinn Féin and DUP in that space. Because this is one, and as the member from the Alliance Party has also outlined, this is an ambition that each of us share, and we need to just get serious about the actions. And I also want to put on record the Ulster Unionist Party's thanks to the Anderson Centre for the report that they compiled, which makes for stark and frankly sobering reading, because for years this chamber we've talked about bovine TB in terms of compensation, reactors and headline figures, but what the report that many of us will have read does is it quite clearly and powerfully moves the conversation beyond the visible costs and shines a light on the true burden carried every single day by our farming families. And we have to be clear, Mr Deputy Speaker, that burden is immense. And we already know from DAERA's own figures that bovine TB will cost in excess of £60 million this year to the public purse. We know that tens of thousands of cattle, in fact around 20,000 animals annually, are slaughtered as reactors or direct contacts. We know that herd incidence continually sits stubbornly high at around 10% or more in recent years. But those are only the headline numbers, Mr Deputy Speaker, because what the Anderson Centre's report tells us is that behind those figures there's a much deeper, much more personal cost, and one that is largely hidden, largely unmeasured, and until now too often overlooked. The March 2026 assessment makes it clear that farmers themselves bear the largest share of the total economic cost of BTB. Not the department, not the system, but indeed the farmer. The report highlights that for many farm businesses, the indirect costs, things like loss of productivity, extended calving, disrupted breeding programmes, additional feed, additional labour and movement restrictions can run into tens of thousands of pounds per breakdown. In some cases, those hidden costs can be equal or even exceed the compensation that the farmers receive. So when we talk about the £60 million plus problem, we're only telling part of the story, because the real cost, the true cost, is significantly higher, and it's being absorbed quietly, relentlessly and invisibly by farm families across Northern Ireland. And that matters, Mr Deputy Speaker. It matters not just economically, but indeed environmentally. This motion rightly recognises that high levels of animal disease undermine sustainability. A herd under restriction is an inefficient herd. More inputs are required per unit of output, more feed, more time, more emissions, all for less productivity. So if we're serious about climate targets and if we're serious about sustainable food production, then we must also be serious about eradicating bovine tuberculosis. It matters for animal welfare, and as Mr Blair, the chair of the all-party group on animal welfare, and I am the vice-chair, is we have to care about all animals equally. And Michelle McElveen did talk about the public love and understanding for the badger, but we have to look at them in the same way that we look at our how we deal with it in the farming family with cows. It matters for public health also, and it's been picked up in the motion and the amendment, where the figure of 3 human cases locally adds a wider context of concern for all of us. And crucially, it matters for mental health, because behind every statistic is a farmer lying awake at night, a family dealing with uncertainty, a business under pressure with no clear end in sight. And when that news drops onto a farm, it doesn't disappear overnight, and in fact it extends into weeks and months of worry and leaves an indelible scar. The Anderson report also gives voice to those experiences, and it confirms what many of us already knew but couldn't prove, that we have the evidence now and we cannot ignore it. Mr Deputy Speaker, the amendment, we think, strengthens the motion and we support it. It rightly recognises the broader economic impact, not just on farms, but on agri-food supply chains, rural employment and local livestock marts. It acknowledges the blueprint from the BT Partnership Group, and it welcomes funding through the Shared Island Initiative, whilst it also reflects the genuine and valid concerns from the Ulster Farmers Union whether the pilot area is truly representative of the problem that's faced in Northern Ireland. And that point should not be dismissed lightly, because if we are to succeed, any intervention must be evidence-based, regionally appropriate and delivered with the confidence of the farming community. Which brings me to the central issue, and that is the one of action, because the time for reports alone has indeed passed, because we do not lack understanding, we do not lack evidence, we do not lack recommendations, and we don't lack either adjournment motions or member statements or indeed motions brought by parties. What we have lacked consistently is decisive implementation. And the Anderson report is clear. Compensation alone is not enough. Farmers know that. What's required is a comprehensive, science-led eradication strategy, one that includes all necessary measures, including wildlife intervention. And as I've said, that doesn't come without its own controversy, so we need to step in line with that. So, Mr. Speaker, just to sum up, our farmers aren't asking for sympathy. They would rather not ask for compensation. They're asking for leadership. They're asking for a plan that works, for timelines that mean something, and for partnerships and not platitudes from us. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Robbie. I call on Daniel McCrossan. Daniel.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Bovine tuberculosis remains a very serious and persistent challenge facing our farming community. It is costing in excess of £60 million per year. That is pressure on family farms, strain on livelihoods and real stress on those working day and night to keep their businesses going. Behind every breakdown is a farmer dealing with uncertainty, financial loss, and too often a serious toll on their mental health and well-being. So, to be clear from the outset, Deputy Speaker, this is an issue that demands urgency, it demands seriousness, and it demands a response that is grounded in evidence and that will actually work in practice. We will be supporting today's motion, but I think it is important that we also recognise the complexity of the challenge that's in front of the Assembly. There is no single cause of tuberculosis, bovine tuberculosis, and there is no single solution. The evidence is clear that the disease is driven by a combination of cattle transmission and wildlife factors. That means the response must be equally comprehensive. We need to see progress across a full range of measures. That includes stronger and more effective testing regimes. It includes better biodiversity on our farms. It includes movement controls that are workable and proportionate. And it includes continued progress towards vaccination both in cattle and in wildlife. What farmers need is not one headline measure. They need a strategy that is coordinated, sustained and capable of delivering real reductions in this disease. Deputy Speaker, it is also important that we acknowledge the concerns being raised by the farming community. It's been referenced that the Ulster Farmers Union has highlighted serious issues with the current regionalisation proposals. They have pointed out that the proposed pilot area may not be representative of the wider Northern Ireland picture. If that is indeed the case, there is a real risk that we end up with results that are skewed and not applicable across the region. That is a legitimate concern and one the Department must heed and address. Farmers do need clarity. They need to know in advance what measures will be compulsory, what will be voluntary, and what the practical implications will be for their businesses. In particular, there must be clear communication on how movement in and out of any pilot area will operate. We cannot have a situation where farmers are being asked to sign up to a scheme without fully understanding the impact it will have on them. Confidence in the process will only be built through transparency, clarity and engagement. Deputy Speaker, on the issue of wildlife intervention, I want to be careful and considered. There is a role for intervention, but it must be guided by evidence, properly designed and proportionate. This is not about lifting one approach and assuming it will work here. It is about ensuring that any measures taken are effective, are sustainable and command public and stakeholder confidence. There are a range of interventions that can and should be considered, including vaccination and other measures. The key point is that decisions must be based on sound science and evidence and the clear understanding of what will deliver results in our context. Deputy Speaker, ultimately what farmers want is progress in this regard. They want to see a plan that reduces the disease, protects their herds and gives them a future. They also want to know that the significant costs to the taxpayer is being used effectively and that we are moving towards a system that is sustainable in the long term. So while we will support the motion and the amendment today, we do so on the basis that this must be a part of a wider coherent strategy, one that brings all the necessary measures together, one that listens to our farming community and one that is focused above all else on delivering real and lasting reductions in bovine TB. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. I'll call on Aoife Finnegan. Aoife.
And I rise in support of this motion today because bovine tuberculosis is not just an agricultural issue, it is an environmental issue, a public health issue and fundamentally a livelihood issue for farming families right across our rural communities. We can't ignore the reality that high levels of disease in our herd increase emissions, increase costs and undermine the stability of our food production. When animals are lost, when herds are restricted, when farmers are left in limbo, that has a real and lasting impact not only on our agri-food sector but the people that it leaves behind. And let's be clear, our farmers are carrying the heaviest burden here. We are talking about a disease that is costing over £60 million every year. That is money that could be reinvested into our rural economy, into sustainability measures and into supporting farm families, but instead it is being drained by a problem that we have yet to get fully under control. So yes, action is absolutely needed, but it must be the right action. It's not simply about one measure or about one headline. It's about the integrity of the process, and it's about ensuring that any intervention is based on just transition, on fairness and on proper consultation, because farmers deserve to have confidence in the approach being taken, and they deserve that transparency. They deserve to know that decisions are being made with them, not done to them. We also have to be honest about the complexity of this issue. Wildlife intervention is part of the conversation, but it cannot be the only conversation. If we are talking about exceptional measures in one area, then it must be consistent in how we apply standards across the board. Animal welfare, environmental protection and disease control must all be considered together, not in isolation, because when we see 12 to 1300 cattle being culled monthly as a result of bovine TB, does this not meet exceptional circumstances? If there are measures in place, and rightly so, for badgers in terms of animal welfare, why does the same not apply for cattle? And crucially, we must not lose sight of the opportunity that exists through cooperation. The shared island approach and the work of the TB Partnership Group show us that progress is possible when we take a coordinated, evidence-based and all-island view. That is where real change will come. That's where real change will come from. So today, this motion sends a clear message that we recognise the scale of the challenge, that we support our farmer, and that we are calling for urgent, effective and fair action to finally tackle bovine TB. Because doing nothing is not an option, but doing the wrong thing would be just as damaging.
Thank you very much indeed, and I call on Deborah Erskine. Deborah.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to support the amendment and welcome the opportunity to speak on an issue that weighs heavily on terms of farmers and families in the rural community that I represent of Fermanagh and South Tyrone, and that is bovine tuberculosis. This is not an abstract policy debate where I come from. In 2025 in Dungannon DVO, nearly 10 out of every 100 herds became newly infected, and in Enniskillen, this figure was 12 out of every 100, and this represents thousands of cattle. Therefore, this is real, it is relentless, and it is devastating. Across my constituency, farm after farm has faced the consequences of bovine TB. Entire herds built up over generations have been lost in a matter of weeks, and livelihoods are shaken, and the emotional toll on farming families is profound. We must be clear, it's not just an animal health issue. It's an economic problem, it's a component in creating bad mental health within our farm families, and an environmental concern, all rolled into one. In Fermanagh and South Tyrone, the most immediate impact is felt on the farmyard. Farmers are carrying the heaviest burden of this disease. They are the ones who face repeated testing, movement restrictions, the financial uncertainty that comes with breakdown after breakdown. The stress of not knowing whether your herd will be next is constant. It affects sleep, family life and mental well-being. And we cannot underestimate the human cost. Behind every statistic is a family just trying to keep going. And the financial implications are equally stark, with costs exceeding over 60 million per year. This disease is draining both the public purse and the agricultural sector. That is money that could be invested in growth and innovation and sustainability, and instead is being spent managing a problem that has persisted for far too long. And the ripple effect, as we've heard today, goes beyond the farm gate. It's livestock marts, it's the hauliers, it's processors, it's rural businesses, all feel the impact of this. And in constituencies like mine, where agriculture underpins the local economy, TB threatens jobs, supply chains and ultimately our food security. And whilst We do welcome that work has been done to date. The blueprint to eradicate bovine TB provides a framework. Additional funding through cross-border initiatives is a positive step. But let's be honest, the progress has been too slow and farmers are losing patience. There is also a clear concern that pilot schemes that has been discussed in the Chamber this evening do not fully reflect the reality on the ground in constituencies like my own of Fermanagh and South Tyrone, where disease prevalence is high and persistence. So any strategy must be representative, practical and capable of delivering real results across all the areas. And today, like many times before, we are calling time on bovine TB. Delay is no longer acceptable, and today we call for immediate and decisive action. And that includes addressing one of the most difficult but unavoidable aspects of this issue, which is wildlife intervention. We cannot continue to ignore that wildlife plays a role in the spread of bovine TB, and other regions have taken action. And while it is not without controversy, it is part of a comprehensive approach to eradication. Farmers in my constituency understand that it's not about quick fixes or single solutions. However, I would point out that the eradication of bovine TB became a departmental policy in 1964, and over 60 years later, the incidence of the disease remains high. What farmers in my constituency want the most is certainty. They want to know that there is a clear plan, that it will be implemented and it will deliver results. So I urge today that we don't just take another consultation or review, but we act on what we're hearing from the farmers on the ground who've felt the impact of this most severely, because farmers in Fermanagh and South Tyrone cannot wait any longer. Thank you.
Thank you, Deborah. I call on Andrew McMurray. Andrew.
Deputy Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I welcome this motion and this debate, as bovine TB is one of the most pressing issues facing our agricultural sector and our agricultural community. It's by no means the only factor, but the emotional toll it takes on our farmers cannot be understated, and I'll come and touch on this later. However, I do want to start with the numbers, and these have been highlighted in the very recent report by the Anderson Centre on indirect costs borne by farmers. Bovine TB costs the taxpayer £60 million every year, which is money that could make such a difference elsewhere if bovine TB was eradicated. Mr. Speaker, I'm not a farmer, but like many, I'm only a few generations removed from a farm, and as a child I spent many years on farms and loved it until other distractions got in the way. So I have nothing but empathy to the farmers who have to deal with the trauma that comes when bovine TB hits one or many of their herd. Some are visibly upset, some are more stoic, but all are affected when this happens. But of course, there is a practical cost to the farmers, not least to dairy farmers. There's a breed line that they're losing, there's loss of production that they're losing, there's overheads on keeping cattle that could be sold elsewhere. The dairy farmer gets it hard. Indeed, the Anderson report highlights the fact that indirect costs can be as much as £96 million. I spoke to one farmer during the week about the issue of bovine TB on his farm, and this issue hasn't arrived over the last 2 years that the minister has been in post. This wasn't dealt with the previous minister, and then as was referenced to me, this has been 30 or 40 years in the making. That has been a mistake and has led to delays which were further compounded by the DUP's decision to walk away from the executive and to shut down this assembly for 2 years. Like a lot of things, we could be 2 years further on down the road of developing a response to eradicate bovine TB, but we're not. Our Alliance will remain open-minded and await feedback on wildlife intervention and the associated evidence that goes with it. But Minister Muir has learned from his predecessor's mistakes, and I'm glad that he is approaching this issue with urgency and rigour that it deserves, to ensure that any measures brought forward will stand on solid legal ground. And I welcome the TB stakeholder body the Minister established on the recommendation of the Chief Veterinary Officer. It has produced a new blueprint in tackling bovine TB, which includes actions on people, cattle and wildlife, and it is important that we tackle all three. I'm grateful that the Minister has endorsed that blueprint and has put in place a TB transformation programme to advance progress as quickly as possible. There's also an innovative cross-border pilot which is supported by the Shared Island funding, which adopts a regionalisation approach to tackle TB on a cross-border basis.
And this makes sense, as diseases such as bovine TB do not respect borders. I hope this pilot will be a success and will continue into the future. It's important we all work together to tackle this disease for the sake of our farmers and our rural communities. We need to set aside narrow party political interests and support the Minister in his endeavours. Thank you.
Very much indeed. I call on Timothy Gaston. Timothy.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. The latest figures published by DAERA expose that the current strategy being deployed by the Minister to tackle bovine TB is failing, and it's failing miserably at that. Whose future is being put at risk due to this chronic failure? Is it those who champion the protection of the disease-ridden badger? Is it the department? No. It's the hard-working farmer who sees their livelihood put at risk every time a reactor goes down on their farm. When engaging with the agri-industry, TB is the greatest concern on any family farm due to the financial and mental health impact reactors on the farm cause. Let's look at the figures for the last 5 years to familiarise ourselves with the extent of the TB problem here in Northern Ireland. In the last 5 years, 89,281 cattle have been subject to compulsory removal due to being a reactor to the skin test. Also in the last 5 years, 7,997 cattle have been subject to compulsory removal due to testing positive to the blood test. That's 97,278 cattle destroyed since 2021 due to TB. No problem killing cattle that impacts livelihoods, but happy to protect badgers, who are the most common carriers of TB in animals. That's certainly not a policy that I can support. The only data that we currently can rely on to the percentage of badgers infected with TB is taken from roadkill. The most up-to-date figures show that out of the badgers killed on the roads in 2024, 21% of them tested positive for TB, which I believe is underestimating the scale of infection. The motion puts the cost of TB at $60 million to the department. A recent report launched by the UFU states that the indirect costs borne by farmers to be an additional $96 million per year. A total cost of $156 million to the Northern Ireland economy. If we want to address the elephant in the room, we need to address the badger. We can eradicate ferrets on Rathlin Island, but we can't bring TB to a place where it's even under control. If this Assembly and the Minister is going to get serious about addressing bovine TB, then it must introduce a badger cull. The evidence is clear. Farmers can do all they can and take preventative measures, but if 21% of the badgers killed on our roads have TB, the farmer is fighting a losing battle with an arm tied behind his back. Analysis of a badger culling intervention in England estimated a reduction of around 56% in culled areas. The report states the current analysis and other work strongly suggest that reducing transmission from the badger population reduces TB infection rates in local cattle. Well, if culling isn't an option solely, what about a vaccination? The University of Cambridge research finds that vaccination not only reduces the severity of TB in infected cattle, but reduces its spread in dairy herds by 89%. But even with a vaccination programme, we would need a culling programme to run alongside it to finally bring TB under control. I've been speaking to a family taking part in the pilot scheme. Since its launch, they haven't been updated on its progress. Perhaps the Minister here today could do so in his contribution. How many badgers have been caught in Northern Ireland and put down to carrying TB? How does this figure differ from roadkill figures. I trust the Minister will take note. I want to finish on, I'm surprised at the DUP amendment welcoming the Shared Island Fund, as it made no effort to remove it in its amendment. I must say the TUV position is clear. TB must be eradicated. Farmers must be supported, but that must be done within the
Timothy, could you draw the
realms of
remarks to a
Stormont,
close? Thank
paid
you.
for and interacted with policy from this place, not piggybacking on a foreign jurisdiction to give the Minister cover that he's doing something about it.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I would like to thank members for bringing this important motion before the House today and for the contributions that have been made. Bovine tuberculosis is not simply an animal health issue. It is one of the most persistent, complex and emotionally draining challenges facing our agri-food sector. Members are correct to highlight the very real burden this disease places on farmers and their families. The TB breakdown does not end when the last animal is tested or removed. Its effects can linger for months or even years on farm viability, on family life and on mental well-being. It also has a wider impact on our rural communities and results in unsustainable costs, both for industry, for farm families and to government. The financial cost of delivering the Northern Ireland Bovine TB programme is well documented. But it is clear that the current trajectory is not sustainable for the public purse. However, and I think it's important I state this, departmental expenditure tells only one part of the story. Just 2 weeks ago, the Ulster Farmers Union, working with the Livestock and Meat Commission and the Dairy Council, published what I believe is a valuable and timely study by the Anderson Centre on the indirect costs of bovine TB to farmers. That report estimates that those wider costs through lost output, extra labour, disrupted breeding plans and impacts on cash flow at £96 million per year. When those indirect costs are set alongside the £70 million borne by the taxpayer, it is clear that bovine TB is exerting an unacceptable strain on both public finances and the farming economy. However, it is vital that we maintain a credible and internationally respected bovine TB control regime. Our trade in bovine products, meat and dairy now approaches £3 billion annually. Market confidence, consumer trust and access to export markets depend upon the integrity of our animal health systems. That is why reforming and strengthening the TB programme is not optional. It is essential to protect farmers, taxpayers and the wider economy. I will return later to the concrete steps we're doing and taking forward to effect just that. However, first of all, I would like to respond to some of the important issues that the motion and the amendment has raised. The motion also notes the recent increase in human cases of tuberculosis in Northern Ireland. While only a small number of these cases are attributable to bovine TB, as set out during the debate in terms of 3 out of the 86 cases notified to the Public Health Agency, they nonetheless serve as an important reminder that bovine TB is a zoonotic disease. Our TB eradication efforts have their origins in public health. The pasteurisation of milk, meat inspections and compulsory surveillance programme have, thankfully, removed the widespread risks from bovine TB seen in the early 20th century. But farm families and those working closely with cattle in affected herds must be mindful of the risk to their own health. Alongside that physical risk is the very real toll on mental health. I've spoken directly to farmers who have described the strain of living under prolonged restriction, the uncertainty, the repeated testing and the effect on their immediate family. The UFU's recent study reinforces those experiences, showing that stress and anxiety often peak during testing and breakdown periods, but do not simply disappear afterwards. I was particularly struck by the finding that 14% of calls to rural support relate specifically to the impact of bovine TB. This is a stark statistic and one that should make us all pause and reflect on the adverse wider impact on farm families. Let me say clearly to farmers and their families, no one should face this alone. Support services such as rural support do vital work, and I continue to encourage anyone affected, emotionally or mentally, to seek help early. The motion has also drawn our attention to the environmental consequences of bovine TB and animal disease in general. While these impacts are not well quantified, there is little doubt that the premature slaughter of around 20,000 cattle each year carries a significant environmental cost. Evidence from farmers, including in the UFU report, shows that herd owners often retain surplus stock to mitigate against production losses, particularly in dairy herds. To address this, my officials are working closely with the TB Partnership Steering Group on new criteria for alternative control herds, both finishing and rearing units, that could alleviate overstocking pressures whilst remaining fully compliant with the legislative requirements. I expect to see further advice on this shortly. Despite the challenges, I appreciate members' recognition of progress. Since becoming Minister, I have been clear that meaningful reductions in bovine TB must be science-led, evidence-based and grounded in partnership. No single measure has been set out in the debate by other contributors, and no single stakeholder can resolve this problem alone. That is why, in January last year, I established the TB Partnership Steering Group and tasked it with considering at pace the Chief Veterinary Officer's recommendations on next steps for our TB programme. Just 3 months later, in April of last year, I was pleased to endorse the group's agreed blueprint for eradication. This blueprint represents a new, clear step forward for government stakeholder cooperation. It is not a theoretical document, it is a practical, jointly owned roadmap for action. It demonstrates what can be achieved when government, farming organisations, vets, environmental and industry bodies work together in good faith. Real progress is already being made, but I acknowledge more needs to be done. We have increased the use of supplementary interferon gamma testing in breakdown herds from 17,000 tests in 24-25 to 24,000 tests in 25-26. Subject to funding, I would like to increase this to a further 30,000 in the coming year. This test is an important tool, allowing us to detect infection missed by the tuberculous skin test. Working with the Partnership Steering Group, my officials are also considering the criteria under which its use should be mandated, bringing Northern Ireland into closer alignment with practice elsewhere. We are also improving transparency for farmers. To date, officials have highlighted risks associated with cattle that have previously recorded inconclusive test results. Further work is underway to allow herd keepers to access their detailed TB testing history online through NIFAS, empowering farmers with better information to manage risk. The motion rightly recognises the regionalisation research pilot now underway in the North West. This 5-year initiative, taken forward in partnership with the Irish Department of Agriculture, Food and the Marine, represents a genuinely innovative approach on this island. Funded through the Republic of Ireland's Shared Island Initiative and the UK Government Transformation Funding, it is the first time a structured, regionalised approach to TB control has been trialled on a cross-border basis. The pilot includes enhanced cattle testing, strengthened movement controls, improved biosecurity and, subject to licensing, further research into the test and vaccinate or remove approaches to wildlife intervention. However, I do take issue with the assertion in the amendment that the area chosen for the pilot in Northern Ireland is somehow not representative of our overall bovine TB picture. Although a border area was necessarily chosen to align with DAFN's preference for North East Donegal, herd incidence in the selected regionalised area in 2024 was marginally higher, at just over 11% compared to Northern Ireland average of 10.7%. The chosen region also benefits from a number of natural boundaries, such as the River Foyle and the Sperrins. In addition, the area experiences more cattle exported than imported, both of which are important factors in supporting the successful delivery of the pilot. Indeed, I'm already greatly encouraged by reports that set survey work is progressing extremely well and by the high levels of farmer engagement in the area. I am confident that the evidence generated through this work will prove invaluable in shaping future policy decisions, both north and south. Good progress has also been made in delivering several other key priorities within the blueprint. This includes work to introduce movement testing, while procurement is due to begin shortly for the rollout of a Northern Ireland-wide on-farm biosecurity assessments. Around 700 farms per year are expected to benefit from this important initiative, receiving 2 visits, most likely from their own trusted veterinary practitioner. I note from today's motion that it also makes reference to the impact of bovine TB on animal welfare. Perhaps the most pressing TB-related welfare matter is the inability to move stock out of broken down herds. Consequently, as highlighted, my officials have been engaging closely with the TB Partnership Steering Group to agree new criteria for alternative control herds, both finishing and rearing units, that could help alleviate some of the pressure of overstocking, whilst also being compliant with the legislative requirements. I will receive an update shortly on their progress. The motion also calls for immediate action on wildlife intervention. Since becoming Minister, I have been consistently clear that all elements involved in bovine TB transmission and spread must be addressed, and that remains the case. Members will be aware that a judicial review decision in October 2023 quashed my predecessor's decision to proceed with a non-selective badger cull in certain areas. As a result, I am legally required to consult again. Only once I have considered responses to a fresh consultation, alongside updated scientific advice, can I take a lawful decision on the way forward. Significant progress has been made in preparing the consultation, which will issue once the necessary environmental assessment work is completed. Given the legal history, I am determined that this process is robust, transparent and defensible. Mr Deputy Speaker, efforts to control and eradicate bovine TB now span more than 60 years. The blueprint rightly acknowledges that reversing long-term trends and progressing towards eradication will take time and realistically more than one Assembly mandate. However, I would like to conclude on a note of cautious but genuine optimism, without underestimating the impact that bovine TB has on farm families in Northern Ireland and the journey that we need to travel. Our latest figures show herd incidence at 9.66% for the 12 months to the end of February, the lowest rate since the summer of 2022. Whilst my epidemiologists quite rightly urge caution in interpreting short-term trends, and they are right to do so, this improvement matters. It shows that when we act collectively and decisively, we can make a difference. We've got to do this together. My commitment to farmers, to rural communities and to this House is that tackling bovine TB will remain a top priority. We will continue to pursue science-led solutions, to listen to those most affected and work in partnership to reduce the burden of this disease. Farmers deserve a future with less uncertainty, less stress and greater confidence that the system is fair, effective and moving in the right direction. That is the future I am determined to work towards in partnership with everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. I call on Gareth Wilson to wind on the amendment, and Gareth, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I welcome the opportunity to wind on this amendment, which addresses an issue that is of real concern to many constituents of mine. A TB outbreak can have a devastating impact on a farm, leading to uncertainty, sleepless nights and the obvious financial impacts. Earlier this month, as has been said, the Ulster Farmers Union, together with the Livestock and Meat Commission and the Northern Ireland Dairy Council, launched an independent report which revealed TB costs farmers over $96 million a year. Those are eye-watering costs for an industry that is already at breaking point, which more recently has had to absorb the rising costs of fuel and fertiliser. It is simply not cost the sector can continue to absorb when profit margins are so tight. In addition to the cost and the mental toll of the out-of-control TB crisis, we must also consider the growing cost of TB compensation on the taxpayer. For example, in my own constituency, the cost of TB compensation in 2021 sat at around $2.2 million for the Armagh DVO area. As of 2025, this cost has risen to $4.7 million, a staggering increase of more than 109%. What this figure does not demonstrate is that the cost of compensation does not include the loss of future income for the farmer in terms of milk production and, for example, genetics. The amendment motion rightly notes the wider economic impacts on agri-food supply chains, rural employment, domestic food security and export competitiveness, and it specifically includes local livestock marts. Marts such as Market Hill in my own constituency are much more than just sales rings. They are crucial rural institutions that support competition, transparency, cash flow and community. When BTB restrictions choke movement, marts and the ecosystems around them, hauliers, local service providers, processors, all feel the consequences. So it's clear that the current situation is benefiting neither taxpayers nor farmers. So the obvious question is, what is the solution? The DUP position has been consistent. We support robust and integrated eradication policies, but integrated must mean just that. It can't be cattle measures alone, whilst the wildlife aspect is left unaddressed. The Minister must look at all viable options, including the role of wildlife in the spread and persistence of this disease. We welcome additional funding through the Shared Island Initiative because cooperation can help, but the amended motion is right to reflect UFU concerns that the pilot area is not representative of the Northern Ireland bovine TV picture as a whole. If we want farmer confidence, the Department must show how lessons from the pilot will translate to our higher incidence areas and larger cattle populations. Mr Deputy Speaker, BTB is crushing confidence, draining profitability and damaging well-being. Farmers aren't asking for sympathy, they're asking for decisions and delivery. The time for managing this disease indefinitely has passed. Nobody denies the difficulties in delivering effective eradication of this disease, especially given previous legal challenges, but it is the role of a minister to work constructively with the relevant stakeholders to meet these challenges. Our rural communities deserve just as much. I will spend some time just reiterating some of the commentary from the Chamber. Mr Blair in his comments agreed on the severity of the impact of TB and its many impacts on both farms and farmers. He outlined the DERA Minister's efforts. He said reports and recommendations needed action and outcomes. He said the common enemy was bovine TB. Mr Butler in his comments urged an avoidance of rinse and repeat treatments to issues such as bovine TB and indeed the wildfires issue. He spoke of the immense burden on farmers. Daniel McCrossan spoke of the realities of the strain on farming families. He spoke of the complexity of the disease and the fact that interventions need to be capable of delivering meaningful outcomes. Aoife Finnegan in her remarks stated it was a wide-ranging issue dealing with livestock, the health of our farming families and the economic realities of a 60 million bill for compensation. Deborah Erskine in her remarks gave details on cattle infection rates in her own constituency of Fermanagh and South Tyrone. She spoke of the toll of bovine TB on the farming family. She spoke of the human cost of BTB, with the mental health of farmers being severely impacted by the uncertainty. Andrew McMurray said whilst he wasn't a farmer and his empathy and sympathy was with the farmer, he did strike the importance of the significance of the losses for the farmers concerned, and he said he welcomed any measures that effectively drive down disease incidence rates. Timothy Gaston said the current statistics point to a failure of the department and outlined the impacts on the farmer from a financial and mental health perspective. The Minister himself referred to the realities of the cost of the disease. He spoke of the human TB.
Gareth, could you bring your remarks to a close,
yes,
please?
Yes, I will. The Minister spoke at length, and I apologise I haven't been able to cover all that in my commentary, but I do commend the amendment. Thank you.
Good.
And I'd like to thank everybody for taking part in the debate today, and I think it was a useful debate. I know definite reference we brought a similar motion to the Chamber here back in November of 2024. In my constituency, and as in many rural areas across the north, bovine TB isn't just something farmers read about in reports, it's something that families have to live with. It's a threat that hangs over every farm family. And many of us in this chamber have spoken directly with farmers who are at their absolute wit's end with TB. They have told us about the stress and sleepless nights that they have leading up to testing. They've told us about the heartbreak of seeing cattle removed from herds that they have spent years and sometimes decades building. They've told us about the frustration of doing everything right and still finding themselves trapped in that ongoing cycle that seems never ending. For those families, this is not just about cattle, it's about their livelihoods, it's about their family farms that have been built for generations, and it's about the fear that another TB outbreak could be the one that pushes a farm family beyond the brink. The financial cost is serious. We simply can't afford to not get to grips with this issue, but the emotional cost is often harder to measure. The stress the bovine TB places on farmers and their families can be enormous. It impacts on mental well-being, it affects family life, and it creates a level of uncertainty that no family should have to carry year after year without seeing any meaningful progress. The wider impact on rural communities must also be recognised, and this is why it's just not an animal health issue, and it has been referenced, I think, nearly by every speaker here today, that it is a rural economy issue as well. And it's a rural family issue, and many farmers feel that they have carried the burden while government have moved far too slowly. If we are serious about eradicating the disease, then we must be honest about what is required. The Minister must now move forward with wildlife interventions necessary to bring this disease under control. That can be controversial, but tough decisions have to be made and can't be avoided forever, with the current situation causing so much damage to farming families and the wider rural economy. Any wildlife intervention must, of course, be evidence-based, it must be properly planned, it must be proportionate, and it must command public confidence, because farmers need to see all sources of infection are being addressed if we are to have any realistic chance of getting to grips and controlling this issue. Just as importantly, any long-term strategy must be organised in collaboration and cooperation with the Republic. Disease does not recognise borders, wildlife does not recognise borders, and cattle movements certainly don't stop at the border. An island divided by two different approaches cannot effectively tackle one shared disease. If eradication is the goal, and it should be, then coordination between the North and South isn't optional, it's absolutely essential. That means sharing data, it means aligning strategy, it means working together on wildlife management, and it means recognising that only an all-island approach can deliver the lasting progress that our farmers and their families deserve. Our families don't need or don't want any more reports. They don't want any more delay, and they don't want any more promises that go nowhere or lead us nowhere. They want action, they want leadership, and they want to know that this Assembly understands what the disease is doing to rural farm families.
Thank you very much indeed, Anya, and thank you everybody for taking part in this debate. The question is that the amendment standing in the names of Michelle McIlvaine, Tom Buchanan and Gareth Wilson be made. All those in favour say aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it, the ayes have it. Therefore, the question is that the motion is amended be agreed. All those in favour say aye. No contraries. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. Therefore, by leave of item 7 on the order paper is the adjournment. The question is that the Assembly do now adjourn. The Assembly is now adjourned. Thank you very much indeed, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Thank you, team. Thank you.